Ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και γέμισε τον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τα διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος, δύναμή μας, η ροή μας. Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και γέμισε τον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τα διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος, δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
ζωή.
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και γέμισε τον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος, δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
You want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
nine, eight, seven, six, five, four, three, two, one.
Good morning. Welcome to the second day of Frontrunners in Sports Management version 5.0. Allow me to welcome you to the second day, which is devoted in sports and sustainability with an emphasis on startups. We will welcome Mr. Ioannis Kostadopoulos, the CEO of the Sports Footprint, who will welcome you and give a welcome speech for the second day. Ioannis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Evgenia. Thank you for the kind words. Dear guests, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Frontrunners in Sport Management Conference, where we shift our focus on sustainability in sports, presented by our partner, the Sports Footprint. In this dynamic world of sport management, we often find ourselves at the intersection of innovation and responsibility. Today, we explore sustainability not only as a passing trend, but as a commitment to continuous positive change. And beyond the buzz, it's about creating a legacy that maximizes social impacts, minimizes environmental damage, and sustains development. This year, it was more apparent than ever to see the effects of climate change in our everyday lives and also into sports. From extreme heat to wildfires, floods, and all other extreme weather conditions, climate change is a real opponent we cannot ignore, urging us to adapt, innovate, and play our part in safeguarding the future of sports. Let's take a moment to reflect on the power of sport to inspire positive change. Whether you're kicking a ball, shooting hoops, or scoring a goal, we share this incredible energy. Now, picture this. What if that energy could do something good for our world beyond the game? In this challenge, we are one team, and together we can inspire everyone to take care of our planet and support our communities. As the first and only consultancy implementing CSR and sustainability projects in the Greek sports industry, we take pride for a number of projects towards this direction. Our clients, including the Hellenic Football Federation, Hellenic Basketball Federation, and the prestigious Navarino Challenge, one of the largest sport and wellness events in Europe, reflect our dedication to sustainable practices in sports. In Greece, a country with rich sporting tradition and Olympic values, we develop initiatives that reduce environmental impacts and maximize social engagement, creating a lasting impact on the sports landscape. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers, Active Media Group, for their great work, and to our host, DIRI, the American College of Greece, for their kind invitation. Together, we embark on a journey to integrate sustainability into sports management, leaving a lasting legacy for the future generations. Thank you once again, and let the discussion on sustainable sport management begin.
Thank you, Ioannis, for the insightful speech. We will then host Dr. Livadi, Sports Management Coordinator. She will give a speech on the Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure, and the Sports Management Program.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of the Frontrunners in Sports Management version 5.0 event. This is an event that was the idea of one of our students, and it is for our students too. I'm here to present our program and the newly founded, actually a couple of years now, Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure, and to also talk a little bit about the event and how it has been evolving. The sports management program is still considered a new program at DIRI, the American College of Greece, since it was founded in 2014, and it had its first graduates in 2018. Actually, one of them presented yesterday, his experience in the program and also his progress after graduating. I hope you have watched that. It was a very memorable presentation for us, and it was even a reunion, sort of speak. So the program is a combination of the British system and the US system. We have the orientation of the US system is on liberal education, but also, since this is a business program, we are also having a very strong business core. And of course, there is the specialization that is in sports management. I'm not gonna say a lot of details about it. It's, of course, international in nature, immersed in the values of the Olympic spirit, oriented towards intellectual, personal, and professional growth of each student, committed to rigorous sports management education, and blends practical and theoretical competence. This is purely a sports management program. It's not a physical education program, so it has its own concentration, as I said before, etc. Based on the British system, we are working on 3 levels, the introductory level, which is level 4, then we are going to level 5 and level 6. That means that the courses, as we progress into the levels, they become more specialized and demanding. Just an idea of the program. Actually, it has 40 courses, and it's spread, of course, throughout a period of 4 years, although somebody can finish a little bit earlier if they are taking courses during the summer, because the American tradition is that there are also summer sessions where students can register. So one of the strong components of the program, although it's optional in the studies of the students, is the internship, and we have worked very hard to have a good number and a good quality internship providers, where most of the students have gone on an internship, although, as I mentioned before, this is an optional module towards the end of their studies, because as it was mentioned, I think 3 times yesterday from Marcus, our graduate, an internship is a great opportunity for students to get in touch with the sport industry, get to know what they like and they don't like. Also, we have what we call, this comes from the American tradition, what we call minors, which is, in every case, is 6 courses that give a specialization to students that maybe come from another major in DIRI or outside of DIRI, any other state university or any other kind of university. The 3 minors we have is the sports management, sports marketing, and sports coaching. The last 2, they are also directed towards our students that can be more specialized in marketing or in coaching, since a lot of them are athletes themselves of whatever level. So you see here the minor in sports marketing, the kind of courses that are there, and it's a total of 18 hours. The same thing with the rest of them. Okay. So career opportunities, we have discussed that a lot yesterday, especially with Marcus. The sports industry is not an easy industry to get in. That's why the internships are very important for the students. But most of our students are either pursuing graduate studies or they have gone through their first jobs, initiating jobs in the industry. Have the faculty here, I'm going to just go through quickly. This is, of course, me. This is Dr. Tatiana Chalkidou, the head of the department. And this is Dr. Simos Hiomopoulos, who moderated yesterday a session. You probably have seen him. And Dr. Joumaka, who, if you haven't seen before, you saw previously. This event is an award-winning event. And, it has 2 awards. And you see here, a couple of the pictures that during the ceremony of the award. Now, in terms of the Center of Food Center of Excellence, in food, tourism, and leisure, this is more or less a center that was established 3 years ago, and it's mostly focused on academic research, but also business consulting. This is in 3 areas, so there are 3 area leaders. One of them, it's me for the part of leisure, and it has been successful. It has been successful throughout these 3 years, achieving the award of certain funds and grants to do research on these areas. The most accomplished for now is our food area, but in tourism and leisure, we have gone through several grants that they have been at least had some good feedback, and one of them was awarded in the leisure area a few months ago. So the center, this is not the only center in the institution. There is a center of excellence in sustainability, and there is also a center of excellence in logistics, and all of them, they are trying to towards the same direction, which is academic research and consulting. We are also trying to engage the students in this endeavor. We have what we call student scholars, and a number of them have already shown interest. And this is also towards the new direction that the centers, but also the institution is trying to get to, which is in the tradition of the Greek state universities, American universities, that they combine academic teaching and academic research. This event is under the auspices of the center, and we are, as a program and as the student society, we are grateful for the support, and we hope that this is going to continue in the near future and in the next year, possibly. And this is one of the areas that the center is trying to get to, and also education. We are planning short educational programs that would be specific to the areas, and they will also offer educational services even to outside members of the community. So, thank you very much. I hope you also enjoy the second day. I'm reminding you have also to attend the third day tomorrow. And see you later on. I'm moderating a speech, and we'll see one another again. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me in this session. So I thought that I should structure this discussion a little bit differently. I'm an academic. I will introduce myself in a minute, but before I do, allow me to walk you through my thinking process. You see, we are used to just talking about theory, and I thought I'm going to turn the tables a little bit and talk about practice. So it's, of course, informed by theory, but I thought that today we should focus a bit on debunking sport sustainability myths. So sustainability in sport is a topic we all talk about. And I think there's a lot of discussion around it, which has created a few myths here and there. So let's try and debunk them together in this short chat together. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Argyro Elisabeth Manoli, and I am an associate professor here in Bergamo University. I am based in the north of Italy, which is a beautiful place if you haven't visited. But I also come from in the industry. So I've worked in the UK in academia, but I've also worked in mostly football clubs in the UK and Greece, and I've had contracts with other organizations. But I keep that in mind when I do my research. So I'm trying to make my research as theory-informed and practice-informed as possible, trying to keep a balance. So let's start our myth debunking. First of all, we are told that sport events have now changed and they have a minimal impact on the environment. Now, this is a myth we need to discuss and debunk together. Sport events are still considered to be some of the worst environmentally impactful events. They attract a lot of people who travel to different places to attend them, and organizing them, staging them in these very, very big locations, the stadia around the world, can be detrimental. Also, if the decisions made when those events are organized are not strategically thought of. So what we mean here is that sometimes events might be hosted in places where they don't go according to the existing landscape or the weather. So all of this seems to affect the impact they have on the environment. So let's debunk the first myth. We're not there yet with environment and sustainability, and sport events are indeed some of the biggest polluters out there. Second myth is that the whole idea discussing about sustainability is just a trend, that it's something that we do now, and that after 5 years' time, we will have moved on to the next topic. Now, this is a criticism I originally had because I come from the integrity literature, if you want. So I've discussed, I've examined, I've been involved in the discourse around integrity in sport. And even though we've done so much research on it, one could argue it's still not, it hasn't gone anywhere. So let's view sustainability as something wider. Yes, we are discussing it now. It is in the forefront of our discussions, and this is a good thing. But it is just a different way of expressing that sport, as any other part of society, need to adhere to the same rules. So for me, I view sustainability as an aspect of integrity. I believe that organizations need to ensure that they are not adding more burden on their environment. And by environment, in my case, I don't only mean environmental sustainability, I also mean the social environment in which they operate. I mean the financial environment in which they operate. So I view organizations as just alive organisms in the wider ecosystem in which they operate. And I believe that believing in integrity, believing in sustainability, means that you try to ensure that you don't burden your environment in either social issues, environmental issues, or financial issues. Now, ideally, it's not only a matter about not burdening. Let's face it, sport is an interesting thing. It attracts attention, it attracts people's interest and love and emotion. So how about it is also used as a vehicle for good? So we believe that sport is considered as a social good. It unites people, it makes them passionate and excited, and it can make people that don't know each other align behind a common cause. So we also have an opportunity here to not just be an industry in which organizations and individuals operate that do not harm the environment, but on the contrary, they actually help it. So this is why I don't consider sustainability to be just a trend. I think it is part of what sport is, part of the fabric of what sport is, and that's what sport organizations and individuals need to adhere to. What about another myth, that green initiatives in sport are just costly and impractical? And this is something we hear a lot, that we have associated somehow that if something is sustainable, then it will cost more for the organization and for the consumer. But let's focus on the organization here. So sport organizations might be reluctant to engage in these practices if they think that it will cost them a lot of money and it will just deviate their focus from what they actually do. Again, let's look at the myth more carefully. Is this always the case? Isn't spending a lot of money on, say, fossil fuel very expensive? Aren't our practices already costly and impractical? Because the truth is that since sustainability efforts have attracted the attention of a lot of innovators, we now see all these beautiful practices coming up, creative practices using a lot of technology and innovation that can allow organizations to develop, to continue their practices, if not improve them, whilst at the same time reducing their costs, making things more practical. Think of social media and traditional media, a topic that is very close to my heart because of my research, but something we can all kind of relate to. It is a new technology, but it allowed people with so many opportunities, and it allowed organizations with so many opportunities as well, with free, easily accessible tools to communicate. So green initiatives can just revolutionize the things we already do in a way that is not costly or impractical, but can actually assist us to improve what we do, whilst again, not only non-burdening, but ideally even improving our environment. So next myth. The next myth is that athletes don't care about sustainability. Some of the key stakeholders of the sport industry, of the sport ecosystem, are the athletes. And quite often we think that they're only focused on performance. Where this is something that I can tell you, based on my research, the one I've done recently on Olympians, that they actually do. They really care about sustainability. Some of them recognize that their regular traveling for events and training actually impacts the environment a lot, and they do feel guilty about it, which I thought was very interesting. And they also appreciate their limitations as role models, since they themselves are very focused on their performance and don't get enough time to talk about other issues. But the truth is that they 100% care about the environment. Everyone cares about the environment, and they care about sustainability. And they want to make sure that the sport in which they operate and they form their careers helps others, so it's socially sustainable. They care about financial sustainability because through that, we can ensure the longevity of the system in which they operate. And they care about the environment because they also don't want to harm the planet in which they play. It is interesting to see also that the athletes that perform sports outdoors have a higher level of interest for environmental sustainability because they can notice the differences in the environment whilst they perform their sports. The next myth we're going to debunk is about the green initiatives and how they can compromise fan experience. Now, this is an interesting myth to example again, because we are assuming that fans don't care, that fans are only interested in the experience. And we are assuming a couple of things here as well, because we assume that the experience is harmed. But I think that this is because we haven't thought of sustainability as something fun and engaging. First of all, there is research to clearly state that fans care about sustainability. And there's research to suggest that fans might be even eager to sacrifice things in order to ensure that the event that they're attending or the organization that they're supporting, the sport club, sport team or athlete, are engaged in sustainability efforts. But this is not only it. The truth is that fans actually can engage in sustainability themselves. We need to think as green initiatives as something fun and new and innovative, and something that can incorporate other stakeholders as well. So let us just think about sustainability as something new, but something that maybe is out of this box that we have created. So fans can be involved in sustainability efforts. Fans themselves can actually support them. It can be fan-led engagement and this way can actually strengthen the efforts of the sport industry overall. Another important myth to debunk is that sustainable sport initiatives are only about recycling. And we need to talk about this, even though I've already hinted it, because we need to, again, open our minds to sustainability. Sustainability is not only about environmental sustainability, and allow me to be an academic here for a second, but my view, my conceptualization of sustainability is not unique. Economists have long said that sustainability is all about the triple bottom line. So we're talking about financial sustainability, we're talking about social sustainability, and environmental sustainability. So sustainability in sport needs to be viewed in this more holistic approach. And by doing that, we can better grasp the potential that sport has, again, not only to leave the environment, the world as it found it, but to make it better. So let's, all of us, people within and outside the industry, consider the potential that sport has in being sustainable. An important effort in this is overcoming this misconception, this myth, that sustainability is only about the big guys, the big teams, the big sports, the big athletes. It's not only about them. A small team, a small event, a small club might be more easily sustainable because it might be easier to convince the stakeholders. There are initiatives that can be cost-effective. Following a sustainable practice might actually allow organizations to develop more organically, ensuring that their stakeholders are all connected and helping each other in order to grow something in a more natural way, if you want, in a way that harms the environment less. And that is because implementing sustainability does not really require any sacrifice in terms of financial gains. Sport organizations nowadays that promote a sustainable image, a financial sustainable image, a social sustainable image, or environmentally sustainable image, can actually attract sponsors. So sustainability can be a brand identity. Organizations, athletes, leagues, teams alike, they can all present themselves as something different, an alternative brand if you want, one that is associated with improving the environment that it found. And sponsors are increasingly more interested about this. So being sustainable can actually be in favor of the economic gains of the organization. And we need to keep that in mind as we, individuals within the industry or around it, develop. Because the more we see things progress, the more organizations would want to get on board and also promote a healthier image, if you want, of sport. So that was it from my side. I hope I helped you debunk some myths in this session. And I really hope that even though we don't have the chance to have a longer discussion, that you can hopefully see sustainability as something more attainable following this. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to this very interesting panel discussion called Marketing and Communication of Sustainability in Sports. We have two really fantastic panelists today, and let me introduce them. Our first panelist is Ms. Josephine Traberg, a PhD scholar at Norwegian School of Sports Science, where she is researching environmental sustainability signaling in sport organizations. She holds 2 master's degrees and works as a strength coach. Ms. Traberg, welcome. Our second panelist, our second panelist is Dr. Michael Anagnostou, a sports management lecturer at Loughborough University and the former CEO of Super League, who has also worked for FIFA, UEFA, Athens 2004 Olympic Games, and more. Dr. Anagnostou holds a PhD in sports science and physical education, an MSc in sports and recreational management, and a bachelor's degree in sports science and physical education. Dr. Anagnostou, welcome.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really happy to be here with you today.
So the topic today is really important. We had, for those who attended the previous presentation as well, of sustainability and some myths. So the marketing and communication of sustainability, how we market that. What are your initial thoughts on this topic?
Would you like me to start or?
Yeah, yes, please.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I think we should set up the scene first and have a look at the context of environmental sustainability in sports. Let's accept that there is a real problem there, because it's very important for people who work in sports to understand that there is a real problem. And although people started to understand lately, the truth is that it's not something imminent, it's not something urgent for many of the people who work in sport. Now, the current situation in the planet, I know that we are all aware here, but it's good to stress that climate change is one of the biggest challenges faced by modern society, right? And the effects of climate change, from rising temperatures, of rising sea levels, floods, droughts, and fires, threaten really the lives and health of people across the planet. For example, where I live in the UK, recently in London, London recorded the highest temperature in its history, with a thermometer exceeding 40 degrees. The recent heat wave in England has led rail companies to change their timetables and reduce their train speeds due to the risk of a heat wave distortion. In sports now, the sports industry contributes to the environmental degradation, for example, through the sports events, the construction, the maintenance of sports facilities, and the movement of athletes, of the fans, and the movement and the transportation of other participants in sports activities. So the increasing environmental awareness of the public has become so important that it cannot be ignored by the organizers of the sports events and the sports governing bodies. Environmental and concerns of sport consumers, of sports fans, ought to be catered, and the event organizers should keep up with the current trends to ensure that sustainability exists within sport. So I think this would be a good start to understand there is a real problem, and that people working in sport should understand that.
Definitely, I can only agree with that. So, Ms. Traberg, you have done a lot of research around environmental sustainability in sports as well. What are your thoughts on what Dr. Anagnostou just said?
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I really do appreciate, first of all, you just laying out like the land of where we are in terms of sustainability in sport. Indeed, it is climate vulnerability that you mentioned is really showing up in sport. And already this summer there have been talks about and concerns for that there will probably be an increasing number of deaths related to or happening as a result of sport competitions in extreme weather, such as heat and so forth. So if we look at the status from that perspective and of climate vulnerability, then sport is going to be facing this and be struggling with this in the same way as all other specters of society. But it also means that we need to be contributing to reverse this or halt this in the same way. Now, when we look at the question that you started with, Marcus, it was, where are we, or where is sport? My way to answer that is that we are, obviously sport has an indiscussable responsibility, and that undiscussable responsibility comes from sport's global reach, right? So considering that sport is in some way engaging, affecting, contributing to the lives of people all over the world, there's no reason for sport not to be doing something here. Now, if we ask the question then of what are we doing, or where are we in sport, my answer to that, through research and of course knowing what's happening in the sports world, is we are in our infancy, or we're in this toddler stage. And so the question of then, where are we, or what are we doing? The answer, unfortunately, is not enough. We're trying, we're a toddler or a baby who's trying to learn how to walk. But there definitely has to be lots to be done still. And that does start with the communication, of course, as well, of how is this sustainability being marketed and communicated through sports. And that's not just about, are we good at marketing and communicating it, but what is actually happening behind this marketing and the marketing strategies.
So whose responsibility is this? I mean, we have so many stakeholders in sports. We have mega events, we have teams, we have individual players. I assume that, everyone has to take their responsibility, but you said we are in our infancy. So how do we start? How do we go from here?
That's a really great question. Considering that I use the terminology infancy, I typically use that when looking at what are different of the bigger scale sports clubs doing. So that could be looking at, for instance, the UEFA, or what are Premier League clubs doing? What are the bigger international sport organizations doing that already can put a lot of pressure on sports club at the higher levels? What are teams in perhaps the NBA doing, the NFL, the NHL, and so forth? So the responsibility then comes on the organizations that are already attracting a big group of stakeholders, lots of fans, and so forth. And that responsibility has to start there, considering that we look at their leverage, their ability to communicate and reach lots of fans, reach lots of stakeholders.
Dr. Anagnostou, you have worked for several large organizations in sports. So how do you see the responsibility for these big players?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that sustainability in sports has a long history. Of course, it is a trend recently, but the whole story, the history of the environmental interest in sports is a bit old. Dates back to the run-up of the 1932 Winter Olympics. Of course, we don't remember, we were not even born. But what happened there, non-governmental organizations expressed their concern over the sensitivity of local ecosystems. And this led to facilities being built away from protected sites, for example. And after the 1992 Winter Olympic Games in Albertville in France, where France had left a devastating impact on the environment, and heavily forested areas and their wildlife, they were destroyed, and in order to make room for new sports infrastructure. So after that, the IOC committed to review its policy in relation to the natural environment and in cooperation with the organizing committees of the Winter Olympics in Norway. And as a result, this led to the Treaty of Rio in 1992. And after that, other initiatives, like in 1994, the environment was recognized as the third pillar of Olympism. And then the evolution of environmental sustainability was reflected in the agenda of IOC, of the International Olympic Committee, in 2020, which actually is a guide for the future of the Olympic movement. So there is a history there on behalf of the sport. And of course, we see in the last decade that UEFA, FIFA, other governmental bodies, clubs, big clubs and leagues, Ajax, for example, or Real Betis, or other examples, bright examples like Forest Green in England, they take initiatives and they do the right thing. So there is a response, but this response is not embedded yet. We could say that this is in the level 1 of the 3 waves model in environmental sustainability. We would say that most of the clubs are just aware and they try to do some things here and there, but not really but not really impact the lives of people and their fans.
Very interesting. And on that topic, we have gotten a question in the chat here. So the question states that Dr. Anagnostou rightly states that sports organizations must acknowledge that there is a problem. They must understand it. How can we help them understand that there is a problem, and maybe give 2 examples of how this can be done?
Would you like me to answer? Sorry.
Yes, it was a question for you in the chat.
Sorry. Yes. Listen, there are many initiatives, and we just have to follow the guidelines and the policies of the big organizations. So, for example, there is the Sports for Climate Action. There is the Paris Agreement. There is mainly the Sports for Climate Action is based on 5 pillars, and where participants in this initiative have committed to implement. So the 5 main principles of Sports for Climate Action of the United Nations is the promotion of greater environmental responsibility, first of all, the promotion, the reduction of the overall impact, climate impact of sport, also the education for climate action, the promotion of sustainable and responsible consumption, the support of activities and action for the climate. So all these things, if sports organizations follow the directives of the United Nations and the Sports for Climate Action, yes, we can have an impact.
And I'd like to add to that, yes, if you guys don't mind. Now, it's, of course, we're at a great start if we look at the Sport for Climate Action framework by the United Nations, or we look at the Sport for Nature framework as well. And we could talk endlessly about frameworks or directives or suggestions or proposals of how sport organizations and clubs should become and should work in sustainable ways to really take care of the environment. Now, but there's a difference in making recommendations and then actually following up on those recommendations, and eventually then also measuring what has been done. So unfortunately, we're at this stage now where, and as Michael mentioned as well, where yes, clubs and organizations are in wave 1 of, if we look to the McCullough framework, of what the waves of adapting sustainability look like. We're in this wave 1 where we're kind of reaching for the low-hanging fruits. We, or sport organizations really aim to do the things that are easy to grasp and adapt, and that can kind of give a show or embellishment of green, that there's something sustainable happen. But then there's no necessarily follow-up, or there's no ways to measure what has been done. So while the Sport for Climate Action Framework is wonderful as a starting point, and it's great that there are so many signatories now from all over the world, big sport organizations included, it is unfortunately at this point, now this will be changed in the future and I'll get back to that, but unfortunately there are very little follow-up or ways to measure what the sustainability or the initiatives and implementations look like. Now, of course, we are looking into the future, and of course to 2030 and then onwards, where there will be bigger expectations of organizations, specifically in the Sport for Nature, Sport for Climate Action Framework, that they will actually start reporting and actually measure what their initiatives look like. But right now, because we're in this low-hanging fruit stage, which is the wave 1 in the typology, unfortunately, there's an implementation of initiatives, but there's really no follow-up.
So there was a question also in the chat for Ms. Trauberg. So talking about that follow-up and maybe implementing some rules, Where do we draw the line between general efforts and greenwashing? Should there be some rules in regards to terminology, for example, carbon positive?
Very, very good question. So first of all, I'm actually really curious to see what this will look like, specifically in the European Union now in the next year to 2 to 3. Right now, it's looking like there will be passed a EU greenwashing ban, so regulative. Hopefully that will come into law in 2025. Now, with that in law, there will be very strict and very specific regulatives to what can and cannot be communicated in terms of, like you say, carbon positive or climate neutral or climate zero, using those words, which are typically related then to greenwashing. But we're not there yet to where things have been put in law and where you're legally not allowed to communicate in a certain way. So until then, I believe to minimize this spread or trend, if you will, of greenwashing in sport organizations, there needs to be more specific and clearer guidelines as to what is greenwashing in terms of communication and what's not. And that actually starts with our sport organizations kind of checking in with themselves in terms of what can we communicate or what should we communicate based on, of course, asking the question of where are we in our sustainability journey and how do we remain transparent? Now, it's one thing to talk about that we're on this journey, which a lot of sport organizations do, and that it is a journey, the sustainability shift. But most importantly is being honest about where you are on your sustainability journey. And I think that honesty or transparency is going to really help minimize greenwashing cases. So going back to then this example of, we talk about being climate positive, meaning an organization claims to be fighting for the climate or being climate neutral. Those are very big statements, but they're also statements that mean very little, because really, what does climate positive mean? So eliminating language like that in the first place, eliminating the words such as green or pro-enviro or pro-planet and planet positive, that's a good starting point, really, because there is no way of measuring that. I'm going back to my case of measurement. And in that sense, we're hopefully going to be one step closer to minimizing these greenwashing attempts.
One more question from the audience to Ms. Troberg. The chat is really on fire here. It's obviously a topic that interests the audience, which is great. So you mentioned measuring now in the end. How should we measure progress? Is it based on GHG emissions? Is it CO2? Should we develop more qualitative indicators to capture real progress, or how will we measure?
That's a really good question. And it's also, I think, where a lot of people working in the industry, of course, organizations, but also consultants and so forth, where they're kind of now banging their head against the wall, is that how do we measure and what does this measurement look like? Should there be a standardized way of measuring for all organizations? I can get back to that later if that's the yes or no, but there definitely needs to be a mix, is my answer. And that's what I'm looking at through my research as well. So of course, we do need the standardized quantitative measurements, such as how are we measuring GHG emissions? What is accounted for and what's not? Because quite honestly, if we are looking at that, then it needs to be everything needs to be accounted for. Also, what's happening in your supply chain? What are how are your vendors transporting things, et cetera, right? So that needs to be quantitative in terms of how things are measured, but also perhaps qualitative in terms of what are stakeholders experiencing. Are they starting to perceive your brand or your organization as more sustainable, really because of how you're communicating to the public? So the answer there is yes, it's both quantitative and qualitative measurements. Of course, emphasis on the quantitative, because we do need specific numbers here, and we do need to measure what CO2 emissions and GHG emissions look like.
Interesting. So Dr. Anagnostou, you have also, of course, both worked and made a lot of research in this area. So what's your thoughts on this?
Well, actually, I would like to stress the importance of the real and active examples. I think we all need to do some benchmarking and see what real life can offer to us. For example, there are bright examples, as I said before, like Forest Green Rovers, and which is the most active, we would say, team in environmental issues by far. And the actions of this team, for example, they try to meet their energy needs from 100% renewable resources and produced by solar panels located in the roof of their new stadium, or the football pitch is 100% organic, where no pesticides are used. The lawn is mown by solar-powered lawn mower and irrigated with rainwater collected at the team's facilities. Electric vehicles are used and charged, and charging stations are provided. And fans are encouraged to use sustainable means of transportation. We can see, and we must see all these examples actually, and try to do the right thing, and then start to implement all these activities that we can plan in a brand strategy. Because we came here to talk about the market and the communication side of environmental sustainability in sports as well. And I think all of the organization, all the executives, all the people who work, they should try to embed and implement a brand strategy with environmental sustainability, one of the main pillars. So if there are 3, 4, 5 pillars in the communication, that's the right thing to do. And the best communication to do is to do the right thing, actually. If you do the right thing, this is the best way of communicating with your audience. So we have to see the specificities of sports and in marketing, and then to start to implement a brand management program surrounding our organization with environmental sustainability and sensitivity. And there are specific ways to do that and specific tools. Anything can be marketed, even an idea can be marketed, because marketing happens and communication for sports, but it also happens and takes place through sports. And we have to realize the new marketing realities, which is technology, globalization, social responsibility, and within this context, to see our brand strategy of our organization. There are new capabilities out there because of technology, like the internet, the mobile marketing, but there are also new capabilities for the fans to demand these new, let's say, offerings. And of course, we have to understand that the sports market is different. The communication is different in sports. We cannot control 100% our product, but there are specific fan connection touch points, like the star power, top players, like the family, like the socialization, like the local community, the participation in sports. And we have to take these advantages. We have to take advantage of these elements so that to promote our communication around sustainability.
So that's a very good point that you bring up with the different generations also. So of course, the younger generation coming up they are more eager to solve this issue and talk about the environmental sustainability. And of course, it's the older generation who is mostly in power. So as you said, like, how can the fans put pressure on teams, on organizations to create change?
Fans already demand this. Fans already are aware, and they would compromise, as we heard before, Elizabeth, that they're ready to sacrifice actually many things in order to have some sustainable policy from their club, from the club that they support. But the clubs, and that's what we realized, we did the research in Greece and in Greek football in specific, although the clubs are aware, they don't feel any real pressure from the governing bodies to do that, to do the right thing. And that's something that should concern us. The directives reach our top governing bodies, but they are not disseminated to the middle and lower, let's say, level of sports. And that's where we have to intervene, like experts, like institutions, to put under pressure, we would say, to push these initiatives. With conferences like that, with articles in the newspapers, going out and talk to the public and make people understand their responsibilities and include these strategies, environmental sustainability strategies, within their brand management strategies.
Yeah, so on that topic, a question for Ms. Trauberg from the audience. Is it enough with fan pressure and self-assessment, or is external bodies needed for measurement and eventually certification?
That's a really good question. Definitely fan pressures and expectations from fans is not enough. And of course, it is wonderful that we are getting a consumer body and fan body that is becoming more aware, and also recognizing that their consumer power and their buying power can impact this matter, and help create the sustainability shift. But it shouldn't just be on fans and stakeholders to put these pressures on. So indeed, certification schemes or expectations put through certifications through different regulatives are super important, I believe. Unfortunately, this where we're at in creating the sustainability shift, there needs to be more regulatives. It's not enough, as I've mentioned previously, to just create recommendations or suggestions of where the sport industry should go. People work, unfortunately, best with, of course, there will be upheavals and frustrations, but change in this setting, because this is so critical, is going to work best by, unfortunately, having to place strict regulatives, new rules and policies and so forth, where we actually can force this change. And I'll give an example. So for instance, in Norway, they are now replacing all artificial turf used in football, specifically because we've seen that this turf is not very sustainable. There ends up being rubber granules floating everywhere in water and in snow, and really it's just becoming a major pollutant in society. So there has now been placed a regulative forcing all football pitches to have replaced this artificial turf by 2030. And indeed, this has been very much discussed and talked about, but research now also sees that there probably would never have been a change, and this artificial turf would have never been replaced if it wasn't for this being set in as a strict regulative and now a rule that has to be followed. So to then go back to the question, absolutely, governing bodies or anyone else who are sitting with this power and also who can sanction organizations who don't necessarily create the changes needed is definitely going to help in this process. But we also need to recognize that a lot of sport organizations, definitely smaller clubs, are not necessarily in a position where they can and have the means to, or the people to create the sustainability shift that we're looking at. And again, I'll give the example here of, for instance, Norwegian sports clubs, which is currently an area that I'm doing a little bit of research in. Norwegian sports clubs are also placed under, and now I'm talking specifically also the grassroots clubs. So sports clubs in Norway might serve in, and the same goes with the Scandinavia in general. So Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, and so forth. These clubs they have a bigger expectations to serve in society and touch on many social aspects. So of course, inclusion of children and youth. 93% of kids in Norway are part of a sports club some time in their life. That's quite big. That's a big number. So these sports clubs operate to serve a big social function in kids and youth lives, and of course in adults' lives as well. Everyone in some way or form here, it seems, has an engagement or is involved in a sports club. Now, these sports clubs are mainly concerned with just offering the number one activity that is sport. And for them to put expectations on them to now also manage and deal with environmental sustainability matters is rather challenging. Again, from a financial standpoint and from a resource standpoint. So we also need to recognize that placing regulatives and enforcements and laws can be very difficult for some organizations to meet based on, again, their resources and so forth. And therefore, there also needs to be funding schemes and support for organizations so they can actually make these sustainability transitions. So the answer here is yes, there absolutely needs to be more regulatives, there needs to be actually things put into law to create the sustainability shift we need. But to do that, there needs to also then be support so organizations actually can make this sustainability or environmental sustainability shift in a sustainable manner.
Would you allow me to intervene?
Of course.
Yeah, I think I totally agree. And I would go even further. I think that now is the time for clubs to go into deeper waters, let's say, and to implement there. I have the courage to propose now. I will propose the environmental brand equity. And what is brand equity? It's the commercial added value that derives from the brand name in the consumer's minds. And we have to embed the environmental brand equity. And this happens through very simple and practical ways. They have to develop an awareness about environment, and also the right brand associations in consumers' minds, in the minds of the fans. And this can happen very easily by recognizing and identifying the right brand associations and then passing them in the brand of the organization through brand spillover effects, through co-branding, through techniques like through their websites, through their mobile applications, through their social media, through search engine optimizations, below the line communication, above the line, guerrilla marketing, anything. They can use the tools to embed the environmental brand equity in the minds of consumers. And there are people there to help them. We are here to help them. And they have to know that the brand story, the environmental brand story, should be the same in all of their channels. And I could give some examples, but maybe it's not the right time now. Like, green initiatives, sustainable practices in stadiums, merchandising, using sustainable materials, community engagement, partnerships with eco-friendly brands, etc., etc. So there are ways, there are specific tools to do that, and they just have to move on. Don't wait because I know that there are people from clubs now and sports organizations listening to us. Don't wait from FIFA or UEFA or the IOC to impose things. Go there because now there is a need and people want that. People demand that.
That's a fantastic final statement. We are actually a bit over time, so I would like to thank everyone who tuned in. It's obviously a topic that interests a lot of people, so happy that everyone tuned in. Thank you both, Dr. Anagnostou and Ms. Strawberg, for your great contribution and for this great panel.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Ladies and gentlemen, valuable guests, colleagues, and fellow sports enthusiasts, my name is Vasilis Vagiannopoulos, founder of a multinational environmental volunteer movement called Saviorhood, a community-driven initiative fostering positive change. Simply put, it is a huge network of volunteers working together for cleaner, greener, and healthier neighborhoods, creating a brighter future for all. I'm honored to be here today, joining you at this momentous event, Front Runners in Sports Management, as we gather to celebrate this, the excellence and innovation in the world of sports. It is crucial to acknowledge an elephant in the room, the growing crisis of plastic pollution. That's why I'm going to share my screen right now to share some very important videos. Let's see if these shocking videos expose the devastating impact of plastic pollution on our planet. These images may be disturbing, but they are a stark reality that we cannot ignore. Where do you think these sites are? It is of the utmost importance to realize that these scenes are not happening in a country far away from us, but they are indeed scenes from our beautiful, scenic country, Greece. After witnessing these alarming scenes, I want to share with you the groundbreaking work of our organization, Saviorhood, with over 6,000 cleanups worldwide, mainly focusing in Greece and Cyprus, where we have collected an outstanding 11 million liters of plastic waste from our streets, rivers, mountains, and oceans. To put this into perspective, imagine filling the Eiffel Tower with water, and we'll pretty much have this amount of plastic waste in comparison to it. Despite our efforts, the situation is far from resolved. In Greece alone, we dispose of a staggering 4.5 million liters of plastic every day. That means in just 3 days, we generate more plastic waste than we, from Saviorhood, have collected in 3 years' time. Where does this plastic end up? A shocking 84% of it ends up in our landfills, while 6% leaks into the environment, wreaking havoc on our ecosystems. This translates to 270,000 liters of plastic waste leaking into our environment every day, even after going through our waste management system. That is more than 3 train wagons filled with litter. This, just keep in mind that it's only the waste that we dispose through our waste management system and not by just dropping it illegally. To delve deeper into the plastic crisis and explore effective solutions, I would like to introduce Mr. Konstantinos Tsoukalas, Plastic and Waste Project Coordinator at WWF Hellas. Dinos is a leading expert in this field and will share his insights on how we can collectively combat plastic pollution in sports events.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm really glad to be here. Really thanks the Sports Footprint for the invitation to this conference. And also thumbs up to Vasilis Vagiannopoulos, who is moderating this discussion. He's also my friend. So let me share my screen a bit. So, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
So, oh, 1 minute. Give me 1 minute because I have some issues here. So let me introduce myself first of all. My name is Konstantinos Tsoukalas. I'm the Plastics and Waste Project Coordinator of WWF Greece. And some things about WWF Greece, if you're not familiar with that. WWF Greece is the national office of WWF, a global network of people, scientists, volunteers, and citizens who are active in over 100 countries. WWF is one of the biggest organizations for the protection of the environment, and the WWF Greece mission is to stop the degradation of the natural environment, protect biodiversity, ensure the sustainable use of renewable natural resources, and promote the reduction of pollution and consumer waste. This is the topic that we're going to discuss about today. So, plant or plastic, it's time to choose. This is one of my favorite slides. Today, I will try to present to you in a short presentation one of the most pressing and visible environmental issues for the planet, plastic pollution. But let me start with some information on plastics and plastic waste in general. If you look around you right now, you can see plastic everywhere, from the screen and the personal computer that you attend this presentation to other everyday objects lying around you, like your smartphone, pencils, pens, and things like that. Plastics are everywhere. Plastics appeared in the 20th century, and they changed our daily life as they are the raw material in several everyday objects. Plastics can have an advantage because they're cheap, they are light, and also they're durable. And they are important in several sectors of our lives, such as medical industry, cars industry, technology, etc., etc. So plastics are important in our lives. More than 430,000 tons of plastic produced annually, and only the two-thirds of them have a short life cycle, and in a matter of time they become waste. So imagine single-use plastics such as cups, straws, plastic bottles, etc., etc. Unfortunately, due to bad management and low recycling rates in several countries, plastics are leaking in the natural environment. So we live in a not so amazing plastic world. The main problem with plastic items or plastic waste is that they are not biodegradable. It can take many, many years to break down when discarded. So let me show you an example on the next slide. So as you can see, a plastic bag can take up to 20 years in order to decompose. A plastic coffee cup, more than 30 years. A plastic straw, 200 years. A plastic toothbrush, something like 500 years. So as you can see, plastic probably will stay in this world many, many years than us. Almost 10 million tons of plastics end up in the oceans, and approximately each year 570,000 tons of plastics end up in the Mediterranean Sea, the sea that lies around Greece. To analyze the situation, it is like throwing 34,000 plastic bottles into the Mediterranean Sea each minute. So this is a big amount of plastic waste. But the ecological damage caused by plastic pollution is greater than we can imagine. More than 344 species have been trapped in plastic waste in the Mediterranean. Also in the Mediterranean, the main victims of plastic pollution are seabirds, fish, invertebrates, marine mammals, and sea turtles. 90% of the seabirds have a plastic particle in their stomach, and all sea turtle species living in the Mediterranean have swallowed plastics. If the situation doesn't change in 2050, there will be more plastics in the sea than fish. But plastic pollution does not affect only the animals living in those environments. Plastic can travel through the food chain in human beings. Each one of us is exposed to plastic pollution, and each one of us unknowingly swallow a small amount of plastics in microplastic form. Even from plastic bottles that they degrade inside the bottle, beers, food, etc., etc. Microplastics end up inside of us through the food chain, and we can swallow up to 5 grams of plastic per week. It's like swallowing a credit card. So I don't want to scare you, but I really don't like the idea of eating 5 grams of plastic each week. Let's see some things about plastic pollution in Greece right now. Our country produces about 700,000 tons of plastics per year. If we want to translate this is per capita, it's something like 68 kilos per capita. And less than 20% of plastic waste in Greece is recycled. Approximately 11,500 tons of plastic waste ends up in the Greek Sea. Inadequate waste management systems, the existence of illegal landfills, as Vasilis showed to us in the previous presentation, pollution from shipping activities, high tourist income, and uncontrolled dumping by citizens are some of the factors that worsen the problem. Inadequate law implementation, inefficient management systems, low recycling rate, and absence of separate waste sorting also amplify the problem. Now let's take a look on the situation on Greek beaches based on the data collected from Adopt a Beach project. Adopt a Beach is the marine litter monitoring program of WWF, where volunteer teams are trying to collect data from 100-meter samples on Greek beaches in order to have an overview of the situation. Right now, something like 160 teams are participating, and they collected a lot of data. So I would like to present you the most common findings in Greek beaches, and some of them they're also related with sport industry, but we will talk about that later on. The number one is cigarette butts. So here in Greece, we are heavy smokers, and we have also the bad habit to try to dig the cigarette butts in the beaches. Plastic particles bigger than 2.5 centimeter. Plastic straws, and this is something that, this is a little bit weird because from 2021, July 2021, there's a law banning plastic straws, but we still see them in the beaches. Also, we can see them, in all cafeterias, bars, and etc., etc. Plastic cups, plastic pieces of styrofoam, plastic bags, strings, bottles, cups, etc., etc. As you can see, the biggest amount of plastic found in Greek beaches are single-use plastics related with people that use, and visit the beach. So moving forward, I will try to bridge the gap between plastic pollution and sports industry. Plastic pollution in the environment can have a direct impact on the sports we love. Some of the most common plastic items that we can meet in big sports events, such as football matches, marathons, etc., etc., most of times are single-use plastics. So we use them for only a couple of minutes and we dispose them. There are plastic bottles, plastic cups, athletes' clothing and wristbands, clappers, toys, balloons, other advertisement things, food containers, straws and wraps, flags and other decorations, deliveries wrapped in plastic, etc., etc. Note that although clothes are not single-use, most of the times they're made from synthetic fibers. So when we wash them, microplastics leaks in the environment during the washing. Some key facts now and some numbers of the amount of single-use plastic used in major sporting events. Major sporting events can generate up to 550,000 plastic bottles. In some international football matches, more than 100,000 cups of beers could be served. It's equal with 100,000 single-use plastic cups. Approximately 20 million plastic cups used at all NFL games in one season. That's enough cups to fill around 33 football fields. And here in Greece, more than 12 tons of waste, most of them it was paper and plastics, was produced during the 37th Greece's Authentic Marathon. So, some things here that we can do to reduce single-use plastics in sports events. Well, stop the use of single-use plastics such as straws, bottles, bags, etc. Communicate with suppliers to reduce and redesign or remove plastic packaging from our supplies. Use reusable or returnable plastic cups. Now, there are a lot of alternatives with multiple use cups, so we can use them and return them back. Also install water refill systems. Try to find and replace cups, cutlery with alternative materials that are easy to recycle or compost. Excuse me. Use reusable, returnable plastic cups and with all this. Sportswear that probably may be they produce from natural fibers such as cotton and not plastic or polyester and things like that. Install recycled bins in common view, and of course communicate this plastic reduction plan with people that visit the fields. And some things that we can do on our own, also athletes, etc., to reduce our plastic footprint. First of all, reduce and refuse, and we say no to single-use plastics, and we try to skip products with plastic packaging. We reuse, try to carry a reusable lunchbox, bottle, cup, shopping bag. Now we have lots of alternatives in 2024, let's say. And of course, learn how to recycle properly. Although the recycling rate is low, I think it's our responsibility to try and recycle in a proper way. As my presentation came to an end, I would like to close with this. Sports industry has the ability to motivate and inspire large numbers of people towards a more sustainable way of living, and I think that together is possible to move forward with this. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dinos, for your insightful info and for providing us with actionable steps to combat plastic pollution in sports events. We will not have time for questions, unfortunately, because we're a bit late. In conclusion, we must acknowledge that the plastic crisis is a global challenge that demands a collective response. Sports events, with their large crowds and extensive consumption, play a significant role in intensifying this problem. However, they also present a unique opportunity to educate, inspire, and implement sustainable practices. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue. Let's work together to build a sustainable future for sports and our planet.
Hello, everyone. Hello, frontrunners in sport management. This is Isaiah Kioiloglu, an IOC young leader representing Greece and Cyprus, and the founder of FAMobility, which is the first social project aiming to create sport and employability opportunities through global, non-formal education and advocacy in Athens, Greece. I am very, very happy to be your moderator during this very important panel. Today, we are going to delve in what makes our societies resilient and inclusive, what gives voice to our citizens, and where governments take their pick. I am joined by three very, very diverse, one would say, but interesting figures, very active within the social responsibility aspect of sport. And I would like to call, first of all, Mr. Jonathan Miseroy to introduce himself in our panel. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. Jonathan Miseroy here from Generation Amazing Foundation. I'm the lead on strategy and partnerships at the foundation. Just for everyone, very briefly, Generation Amazing is the human and social legacy initiative of the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022. The idea being that we wanted to provide multiple layers of legacy for the FIFA World Cup in Qatar, one of them being human and social. As a legacy initiative, we are in more than 75 countries around the world. We've built more than 41 football pitches and community clubs around the world. We have trained more than 2,200 coaches through a train-the-trainer model in the Middle East, and have more than 200 youth advocates, which doesn't sound like much, but the Youth Advocates program as a pillar of Generation Amazing only started a few years ago. So we're doing quite well in that manner. Briefly on GA, the idea is that we use football and now sports to teach life skills like leadership, like teamwork, cultural understanding, as well as going into the kind of more technical aspects that a coach might require, such as how to conduct a needs assessment, how to conduct a gender analysis, meaning that when they go through our training program, they can set up their own foundations, they can set up their own training programs and kind of kick off into impacting their community in themselves. At GA, we really believe in the concept of bottom-up development. So we work really closely with non-governmental organizations, civil society groups, CBOs, so community-based organizations, as well as even governments and UN agencies, in a way that, at Generation Amazing, yes, we do have expertise in a wide range of different things, but we don't always understand the community that we're working in as well as someone in that community will. So I think a main focus for us with participatory models and with bottom-up development is that we work hand in hand with those communities to build in what we call community buy-in and what lots of organizations are looking to aim for. So when we talk about sustainability, I know we talk about environmental sustainability quite a lot, but things like bottom-up development, things like participatory models, things like working with communities to build community buy-in or what also add that additional layer of sustainability. So yeah, that's GA. That's me in a really quick kind of bite, and I'm looking forward to the discussion later on what sustainability looks beyond the environment. So thank you.
Very, very glad to have you with us, Jonathan. Thank you. And let's go over to me. Can you hear us?
Sure. Thank you, Zaire. F82. Yes, Hello, everyone. Appreciate this invitation. It's such an honor to be part of the sports management conference organized by the birthplace country of the Olympic Games, and to join this panel on the topic of the mission of my life, giving back to society through the power of sport. I played basketball for more than 20 years since elementary school. So not top level, but grassroots level. So I got so excited to hear that basketball is most popular sport in Greece, as it's not yet in my country, Japan. I'm a founder of Sport for Smile, the first ever platform in Japan harnessing the power of sport for social change. We've been around for 13 years now and have been fortunate to be supported by globally recognized social entrepreneurs, including Schwab and Rockefeller, as well as collaborating with UN and World Bank. In the first decade, we focused on organizing seminars and events to raise awareness, delivering youth empowerment awards around FIFA 2018 World Cup and Tokyo 2020 official side event. But recently, we focus on the two projects with sports mentoring program to empower DB victim children and with Sport for Smile Planet League to drive Japanese sports organizations to take actions for climate change. In fact, these are all my volunteer work, and professionally, I work as a social responsibility consultant for pro teams and the leagues in Japan, making the most of my experience with NBA's Detroit Pistons. And I designed B-League Hope, by newly integrated pro basketball league in Japan, which is Japan's first ever league-wide social responsibility initiative. And I worked with 4 pro basketball clubs so far to establish and implement their social responsibility initiatives. It's true, my engagement with Sport for Smile Planet League has been significantly increased. As Jonathan said, Planet is so important these days. But I attended Sport Positive Summit and served as a judge panel for BBC Green Sport Awards. But I surely recognize the importance of social projects as well, with social issues, so many social issues around human rights, poverty, DEI, etc. So I'm very much looking forward to today's discussion as well. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mi. I think it's we should note here that when we're talking about social responsibility, we Europeans tend to focus more on our territory. So it's really important that we have Jonathan with us and me, bringing us all of these aspects from Japan and from Qatar. And now let's head over to our European and I guess local panelist, Zach.
Thank you, Isaiah. I'm really glad that I heard me recognizing that basketball is the most popular sport in Greece. I'm really happy to hear that. I'm delighted to be here today representing the Hellenic Basketball Federation, an organization deeply dedicating to fostering social and environmental sustainability. My role as the head of the CSR department of the Federation is to lead the design and the implementation of the Basketball Federation's social and environmental strategy, merging basketball with communities and sustainability. For our organization, every event, regardless of its scale, embodies an opportunity to make a meaningful contribution to society. We aim to raise awareness about pressing societal issues, educate our fans and our teams and the whole sporting community, and champion the underrepresented by bringing attention to those in need. Our unwavering dedication to leveraging the sports as a catalyst for a better world is vividly demonstrated in the video presentation showcasing the impactful social initiatives that we orchestrated during the Hellenic Basketball Cup last February. So I would like to ask you to just show the video.
Wow. Just seeing all of these figures, these prominent figures of basketball being interested in our topic is really, really moving. Thank you, Zacharia. Shall we start, you guys? What do you think? All right. So the first question is for all of you. And we will start with Jonathan. And the question is, social responsibility is an often overlooked aspect of sustainability. Discussions often focus on environmental, economic, and climate-related topics. All three dimensions of ESG are important elements of sustainable development and should be addressed on an international scale. Have you come across this phenomenon in your daily work? And if yes, what tangible actions did you undertake?
Yeah, great question. I think with the main focus being youth empowerment at Generation Amazing, it's almost it's obvious to us that as part of a greater goal on how to educate and turn sustainability into something that everyone understands, you have to be able to access communities around the world that don't have those access. So access in a European or even sort of global north standpoint makes sense because youth are able to see within schools, it's part of the curriculum, it's part of daily life. But in lots of communities around the world, it may not be, and they may not have access to the same level of education. So I think with what we do at Generation Amazing is we look to either work with, as I said, a CBO, an NGO, a government. We might work with the Ministry of Education, for example. We might work just with a football club in a remote part of a country like India or Pakistan. And ideally what we do is we have a curriculum of 8 different modules where we look at things like sustainability, where we look at things like, as I said, cultural understanding, for example, and we look to kind of, promote those concepts without necessarily having to do it in a classroom setting, which isn't always the easiest place for people to learn. I think what GA did quite early on was align with the UN SDGs as well. So things like environmental sustainability are very important to us. But as I said, there's a whole gamut of different SDGs, things like education, things like gender empowerment, things like partnerships for the goals, where you work with organizations that maybe don't necessarily have the funding or the expertise in one area, but have more expertise than you in another area. So I think more broadly, I think we look at maybe a holistic view on what sustainability should be within this sort of human development spectrum. So yeah, I think just to round that off.
Very, very well said. Let's head over to me.
Sure. But actually, as Isaiah mentioned, situation in Japan is a bit different and unique, especially for these 1 to 2 years. There has been an SDGs boom in Japanese society at large. So Japanese sports organizations and companies have been competing how to get involved with the SDGs and which number should they put on their websites, which is not so meaningful sometimes. So it's great that Japanese sports organizations and companies started to look at social issues and ESG, but I found 2 problems in terms of implementation of social responsibility projects. I'm afraid I'm not simply answering to the question by Isaiah, but the first thing is that many of their activities are implemented without collaborating with nonprofits, just partnering with corporations to get sponsors, obviously, partly because Japanese sports organizations do not have proper CSR capacity yet in-house. This is actually happening regardless of the scope of the activities, whether they are tackling on environmental or social issues. And the second problem is that many of Japanese sports organizations have not understood the criticality of climate change. Even though they are good at both the environmental and social activities, many haven't even started the emission measurement yet. So I respect the Greece Basketball Federation to have CSR division already and also joined the Sport for Climate Action Framework as the first Greek signatory. So in summary, social projects are not overlooked in Japan, I guess, or done by many clubs actually, but need more collaboration with nonprofits at large. I understand though the points of this question with my experience with the NBA and global communities, and I guess when our sports industry grows up and operates in a larger scale, we may face the same kind of issue. So I will be careful as social responsibility consultant because my job is optimizing the portfolio of the social responsibility initiative according to the market needs and the social issues of each local community.
Zach, what about you?
Isaiah, as you already know, because we are engaged in the sporting industry in Greece, unfortunately, the case in Greece tends to be that we have a misunderstanding about what sustainability and social responsibility is. According to our, let's say, experience so far, sports organizations just tend to utilize these concepts for marketing reasons, just to show off themselves, just to show that they are engaged with the community and the society. But when it comes to the actual elements of, do we really help societies? Do we really help the environment? There seems to be a huge gap. Fortunately, we have the privilege as a federation to have our president, Mr. Evangelos Rolios, a person who is dedicated and has an expertise and knowledge around these concepts of sustainability and CSR. So we have the opportunity to move in a very concrete way towards these concepts, like the one that me said that we engage with the Sport for Climate Action Framework. We have developed a very, very strong networking with UNICEF in a global scale, and we have a very good collaboration with UNICEF in Greece. But at the same time, we utilize the platforms that FIBA has developed, like the FIBA Foundation and the Basketball for Good platform, which is very critical in order to proceed in a very successful way towards these issues. Because as Jonathan and me indicated previously, having this networking and having the right partners to guide you through the journey, I think is the most critical element for sports organizations at the time being. Just to highlight that, because we all know that the sporting structure is different from other sectors, when it comes to the federations, for example, for the Greek Federation at the time being has almost 1,000 teams all over Greece, we have the responsibility not only to do actions and to organize, let's say, CSR activities, but to educate fans and to educate our academies. That is our main goal, to spread the knowledge around critical issues like mental health, like climate action, gender equality, and all this SDG, let's say, portfolio. So for us, it's a very important agenda within our structure, and having the support of critical partners like Ioannis Konstantopoulos, that he's, and I'm sure that he hears now, is critical for us to proceed in the future in a very concrete and successful way.
So all in all, with a conclusion of what you all just mentioned, I would just highlight some keywords. You mentioned action that is individual, action that then is going over to partnerships, education, and making social responsibility approachable to the people, because it's okay to not know, but it's not okay to not push for more knowledge in that sector. All right, this gets interesting. Let's go to our second question. In regards to the world of profit organizations, the first of the United Nations Global Compact's principles focus on the social dimension of corporate responsibility, of which human rights is the cornerstone. Social sustainability encompasses issues that are affecting the groups directly affected by human rights violations, such as women, ethnic minorities, children, people with disabilities, and education and health come first as points of action. How did you, and I'm talking to Jonathan and Zach, experience this shift toward more social development actions within your context? And does this shift, in your opinion, pays their due diligence to human rights principles of your respective target groups?
Sure, I can kick off. I think there has been a boom over the past sort of 10 to 15 years of companies and organizations that now say, oh, we would love to, funnel some of our tax money into some sort of CSR. I think, it's for us as a foundation, we're not really for profit. We've never been for profit. We've always been essentially a part of the state apparatus as a way of kind of accelerating human development in the region and then also globally. But I suppose I find now that more and more organizations that we're starting to look at working with are more keyed into global development and education / gender issues. There's definitely been a kind of a switch towards sort of working with community-based organizations who understand. But I would say, one of the kind of most important things that I always stress is that if you want to do productive work somewhere, you need to work with people that understand that context. So you might be working in the same country as yourself. You might be working, even locally, but if you can find a local organization that understands the context of maybe a town on the other side of your country that you might not understand fully, I think you'll get more productive sort of programming, but you'll also be able to kind of tailor that programming in a way that brings people in, brings community buy-in, and ensures that program lasts for a lot longer of a time. So yeah, I'd love to hear Zacharias' thoughts from your federation's standpoint as well.
Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you, Sayed, because this is a very critical aspect in terms of the modern, let's say, society in sports. What I have to illustrate from our perspective is that in general, we try to promote human rights, but more specifically, when it comes to actual actions, what we have done so far is that we are the first sporting federation in Greece that we have developed a safeguarding policy, which is very critical when we speak about human rights, because it's not only to do some CSR actions, but to create these mechanisms in order to protect athletes and everybody engaged in the sports industry from harassment and abuse. So we're very proud that we are the first one to have created that, because this enables us to do the due diligence process, as Isaiah told previously, to identify risks and having some specific mechanism to protect athletes with bowling policies and redress mechanism and things like that. So having as a cornerstone of our human rights policy a specific mechanism within which we can promote, educate, and protect players, I think is the best example to showcase what should be done in terms of having the human rights at the forefront.
Very, very well said. I'm getting some directions from the control panel that we are a little bit late on time, so I might have to skip some questions. But for me, I would like you to complete the following phrase. Social sustainability is important in the non-profit world because, and how is this different from the profit world, from what we just heard from Jonathan and Zach?
Okay, thank you for good question. Yes, social sustainability is important in the nonprofit world because, needless to say, there are so many people in the world who need help, right? And yes, social sustainability is important for both profit and nonprofit world, definitely. What nonprofits can do is delivering projects without cost and benefit logic like for-profits, simply focusing on essential aspects of the issues, though fundraising is tough. Let me briefly introduce sports mentoring program that we have done since 2014. Sports mentoring is a one-on-one mentoring program using sports, matching a child 3 to 6 graders from DV victim families as mentee to university students as mentor to do sports together in a small group monthly for half a year. We accept only 4 children a year as we provide intensive support with mentors coming over homes of their mentees to pick them up and send them off each time. We do various sports such as cycling, blind soccer, dance, climbing, and we help children learn teamwork and life skills, of course. But our goal is not helping them play better and harder, or rather we keep relaxed atmosphere as if they were in a living room after dinner, because these children do not have such time with their families. Some children are skinny and pale at the beginning and cannot say even their names, but after a few sports sessions, they start to raise their hands to take care of raise their hands and to take care of their friends. And with mothers getting better and mentors gaining confidence, we are trying to help children believing that there's always someone who cares them and whom they can trust. So this is very small scale project, but delivers significant impact for themselves, for their lives. But from corporate standpoint, it's hard to invest in this kind of small scale project. So we can pursue this project. We have done this for more than 10 years and we were awarded in 2019. But from the corporate standpoint, we are not really the beneficiaries of their donation. So I can say nonprofits can reach out people who cannot be helped by for-profits. And it's meaningful to work with corporations in a way that can deliver social impact still with them. That is my opinion, personal opinion.
Very, very well said. Zach, I would like to ask you specifically about the Federation's work. We've seen that in the last 2 years, the Federation has developed plenty of activity within the realm of social responsibility. FIBA itself recognized and sealed the impact of this practice by giving the FIBA Youth Leadership Award to the Federation. Having already undertaken the organization of 2 very large events, the pre-Olympic tournament for Paris 2024 and co-hosting the Women's Eurobasket in 2025, we would like you to tell us what are the next steps you expect on the occasion of these 2 major sporting events. Please keep it a bit short.
Yeah, exactly. First of all, I would like to clarify that our CC department was established in 2022, pioneering the inception of such initiatives within FIBA European Federation structure. As you said, over the past 2 years, we have spread numerous social initiatives during various sporting events. Our endeavors were acknowledged by FIBA, honoring us with the FIBA Youth Leadership Award. This recognition serves for us as a testament for our commitment and progress in the realm of social responsibility. Our upcoming agenda entails hosting 2 significant events, the pre-Olympic basketball tournament in July 2024 and the Women's European Basketball in June 2025. Over the next months, we plan to unveil our comprehensive sustainability strategy, outlining a concrete plan that will steer all aspects of our organization's social and environmental initiatives for the upcoming years. This strategy will include specific action plans and a robust monitoring process to ensure accountability and effectiveness in our efforts. Our priorities are inclusion, human rights, health and well-being, and environmental action. As I told you before, fortunately, under the leadership of Mr. Liolios, the president of our federation, we have been privileged. His profound interest and expertise in CSR has steered our organization toward achieving an exceptional level of dynamism in social practices, enabling us to triumphantly overcome challenges that sport organization may face during the, organizing mega sport events. And I will just give you a brief notice on challenges that sport organizations may face. This has to do with particular federations when it comes to prioritizing social and environmental initiatives amid the broader operational focus on sporting events. Sustainability initiatives can sometimes be seen as a secondary to the primary aspects of sports-ending activities. Additionally, funding for such endeavors can pose a hurdle as effective social programs often require investments. And internally, integrating these initiatives with the organization ethos and daily operation presents another significant challenge. So it's crucial that every social issue engaged with by a sports organization becomes a point of interest and integration into all its core function and functions and culture. So having all of this in mind, this is how we are going to be our next steps in these 2 years with these 2 big events that we're going to host.
Okay, in a nutshell, thank you so much. Okay, just to finish this off, I would like you to tell the people that are listening to us some messages or an advice. It can only be keywords for the young people seeking their career in the sports social sustainability space. Let's start with Jonathan.
Find your niche and execute your dream. I guess it's hard to kind of.
No, it's actually the perfect advice. Find your niche. Me?
Sure. I would recommend taking a first step anyway. I started sports by myself with some vision and passion. And once I stepped forward, people helped me out. And from my experience, only action can take you to the next stage. So take your first action.
Thank you, Me. And Zach?
Going back to what Me said, I think volunteering and be engaged in voluntary actions is a key aspect in order to proceed with the sporting industry, because I think there are a lot of opportunities out there, but in order to recognize them, you have to be engaged at the first point as a voluntary basis.
It has been an honor. Thank you so much, Me. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, front runners in sport management. And just as a note, the next keynote starts at 12:30. Thank you very much for having us. Have a lovely afternoon.
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος, δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
Hello once again, back to the Frontrunners in Sport Management Conference. Before I start this keynote, I would like to thank once again the Active Media Group and the American College of Greece for putting sustainability in the forefront of sport management discussions as every major, I would say, European and global conference in the last few years, because sustainability is not just a trend, but it's one of the most important things that we discuss during the last years for the future of sports. So I was, before I developed this keynote, I was in a big dilemma. Usually in my presentations, I like to provide the audience with the general picture of how sustainability has come, how it progresses, and where it goes. So the overall picture in order to understand. But in this case, I think that excuse me, do you still hear me? Because it's a video playing. This year, actually, I thought that all the panels focusing on social responsibility, environmental sustainability, marketing, sustainability practices, and ESG, and all the experts would be able to provide you with insights on every single aspect of sustainability. So I thought that it would be more beneficial for all the students and professionals that follow this conference to provide them with concrete examples of applied work in the industry in order to understand what sustainability means in practice for us, but also get ideas and insights on how they can actually implement sustainability in action. So without any further introduction, I will speak about the work that we are doing with the sports footprint in the Greek sports industry landscape, but also in a European and global scale. In a nutshell, we are a blend of creative minds with unique backgrounds, with different backgrounds, and we join forces to make sports more sustainable. But what that means in action, apart from these nice, catchy phrases, is what do we actually provide? Our services include four main pillars, and we're working on projects focusing on consulting, education, sustainability education specifically, marketing, and continuous support and project management. And let me break that down in smaller pieces, more specific, and provide you with more specific details. We help sport organizations to develop their ESG and sustainability strategy. We help them to during their event planning to make it as sustainable as possible from the inception to the execution with minimal environmental impact and a positive public image. Engaging, though, with all the relevant stakeholders like international sport federation, sponsors, funds, you name it. Finally, we help them to do an effective sustainability reporting. As Josephine Tranberg mentioned in the first panel, measuring the impacts and reporting on those stakeholders is a key aspect of sustainability. On our second pillar, on our second services includes education, where interactive seminar, hands-on workshop, tailor-made educational programs, and of course, youth engagement initiatives are on the forefront of this pillar. You on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the initiative called Football is the Answer, which was a workshop combining this youth engagement and hands-on workshops, as I mentioned before, with our client, the Hellenic Football Federation. Moving on to marketing services, we really believe, as this conference showcases, that sustainability should be actually communicated, especially in the sports industry, and that's the biggest advantage of sports, to communicate and market their sustainability efforts to the millions of participants and fans. So we try to develop strategic marketing campaigns, PR events and action, sponsorship activations, engage with the sponsors community in effective sustainability activation, and obviously help with green branding and messaging. Finally, last but not least, we do project management and facility management. We help the infrastructure to run sustainably and efficiently with digital monitoring platforms, with real-time data collection, and obviously the sustainability project oversight. But let me be a bit more specific. Why should you care about all these things? For us, there are four pillars, four cornerstones of why a sport organization or a corporation should care in implementing sustainability in sports. Obviously, we start by brand image elevation, connecting your brand with high valued principles like sustainability, innovation, environmental protection, which leads to stakeholder engagement, connecting with the international sports ecosystem, and developing in this regard new market opportunities, meeting the specifications of high visibility sport events, and finally, the return on investment, maybe most importantly for a corporation and the for-profit sector, cutting operational costs, making short period of returning the initial investment, and diversifying revenue streams. Let me be more specific with the amazing organizations that have already trusted us, ranging from federations, the two largest federations in Greece, the Football and Basketball Federation, and globally Kazakhstan Skating Federation, to venues, the Olympic Athletic Center of Athens, and educational organizations such as the International Olympic Academy, the Athens University of Economic and Business, and the Football of Business Academy, towards sport professional organizations such as the IKFC, one of the largest professional football clubs in Greece, and Navarino Challenge and Pledgeball gives us a range of organizations that are on this sustainability journey, as very correctly pointed out before, to actually become more environmental and social conscious. And finally, I will provide some specific examples of our recent and relevant initiatives and projects with Navarino Challenge, one of the biggest, one of the largest sport and wellness events in South Europe, where we developed a waste management strategy, sustainability sponsorship activations, such as cleaning the Yalova beach and using this material actually to produce medals and merchandising made by seaweed and recycled plastic. Related to Josephine Tranberg comment before on measuring the environmental impact, project in association and funded by the Hellenic Football Federation and UEFA to measure the carbon footprint of Greece versus Ireland football match for Euro 2024 qualifiers. Luckily, Greece won that match, but this doesn't mean that it was a quite substantial amount of emissions associated with this particular game. And it couldn't be avoided to mention the Hellenic Basketball Federation partnership, where we are responsible, as Zacharias mentioned before, to develop a sustainability strategy for reducing GHG emissions, complying with the United Nations Sport for Climate Action framework, and engaging with key stakeholders on sustainability. Moving back to education, before we close this presentation, education and interactive workshops on sustainable stadium management. That actually is one of my favorite projects, where we combine social integration and environmental sustainability by giving more than 50 people, immigrants who immigrated to Greece, the applied skills of the applied practical skills required to work on a modern football facility in Europe and be able to implement sustainable operations, so that would boost the employability of those people coming from outside Europe and smooth social integration while focusing on environmental sustainability in sports. More hands-on workshops and educational programs with ESG and Sustainability Sprint in collaboration with the International Olympic Academy and the Athens University of Economics and Business, focusing on sustainability in sports and data analytics, which is a vital thing, and also focusing on football with the well-known Football Business Academy. IFC Academy players, a lot of education, and outside of Greece, also in a global scene, going to SOS villages in Ghana and doing sustainable development goals program through football, using the power of football to provide these powerful messages. So that was all from my side. I thought that I hope that I achieved the aim of providing you with some very practical examples of how we implement sustainability, so that we can move this discussion further, asking us questions, criticizing our efforts, and developing more projects towards this direction. So in case you have any questions or comments or concerns, feel free to get in touch, and let's hope for a more insightful panels to follow up, to give us more insights on environmental sustainability and ESG in the world of sports. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Environmental Sustainability in Sports panel. My name's George Timms, I'm Deputy Editor at the Sustainability Report and a Sustainability Editor at Touchline Earth. And I'm joined by three panelists today who I think will provide interesting perspectives on environmental sustainability within the sports industry. So the first is Magdalena Noor. Magda is a Senior Advisor and International Business Executive who for the last 10 years has been a devout sustainability advocate and strategist, and she's now been head of sustainability at Malmo Football Club for over a year. The second panelist is Daniel Cade. Daniel is a consultant for responsible sport, which focuses on delivering positive impact for sport and society. He has 15 years international experience advising organizations in strategy development, sustainability reporting, and impact measurement. And our final panelist is Markus Radel. So Markus is CEO of EcoPlus Alpin GmbH, a group of state-owned ski resorts in Lower Austria, where he is overseeing the development of year-round mountain experience for regional development. So welcome, everyone. I think we all know that environmental sustainability is important in general, but I thought we could start by discussing why we think sport's uniquely placed to spread this message and implement environmental initiatives. So maybe Magda, we'll start with you.
Well, thank you for having us in this panel and the important talks that we're going to do today. I would say that if you pin it down, I would mention 3 reasons why sports are so essential and so useful to work with sustainability. And one is that we have a big reach. We reach groups that come to our stadiums and come to our events who might not be very approachable in other circumstances. But we get to communicate to a lot of people that other communication ways might not work with. So that's one thing. And the other thing I would say is that engagement is our business. We live in and of a very engaged world where you have the fans, you have supporters, you need to attract the sponsors these days. Engagement is our business, so we should be good at it. We are normally good at it, and therefore we should use it to be front runners in this area too. And lastly, I would say that we are participating and we are arranging big events that are very visible in media and in local news and sometimes in European and global news. And so we should use that visibility to make as big impact as possible. So that's the short version.
Okay, great. Daniel, what about you?
Thanks, George. Hi, everyone, and thanks to everyone for setting this very professional panel up. I would say, so this question, I always go to an example that I heard once from he was the CEO of a fan organization who always said about the fact that you can the reality that fans would say they'd like to have their ashes scattered on a football pitch. You can accept that, whereas the likelihood of a customer of a supermarket wanting their ashes scattered along the aisle somewhere is quite unlikely. And that kind of, because that anecdote kind of suggests so much to me in terms of the power that sport has to inspire change and the following that sport has. And, you know, when you think about the clubs and the athletes and that they're idols of young and old, and they have global reaches, especially in the elite sort of leagues and in some of the bigger sports, and they can influence sort of generations as well as individuals. So it's sort of down to sport to influence these people in these sort of areas that, you know, Magdalena says, it's kind of a reach that other industries and sectors don't have, and to use that influence as a lever for change. And I think the sport industry can do that better than most. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks, Daniel. And Markus, anything to add to those points?
Well, for skiing, it is a matter of survival. If we cannot stop or at least partly mitigate climate change, many ski resorts will have to stop operations, and this is actually happening all the time. But as we speak, let's say in Austria, we have 50 million skier days visits per year, per winter season. So it's actually €1 billion business. But that is as we speak. The perspective, the outlook is threatened. It's climate change, but then again, a loss of biodiversity, and the mountain regions are especially in need of protection. So I really love organizations that came to life in the last years. Let's say Protect Our Winters, which is sort of a grassroots organization. And then there's a Mountain Town 2030 organization in the USA with a lot of the ski towns networking and challenging each other to reach a carbon net zero goal by 2030. So there's a lot of things going on, and we desperately need it in the ski industry.
Yes, I mean, as we know, sport takes place in many different environments, and I think these colder winter environments are perhaps facing the brunt of climate change, particularly in the sport environment, where you know people are questioning the Winter Olympics, whether they should be happening, where they can happen. So Marcus, what challenges is climate change posing to winter sports? Whether it's kind of, you know, moving towards having to use artificial snow or snow melting, or what's going on?
Well, the snowmaking is absolutely standard in our industry, and you know, we have a strong winter this year, and people kept asking, why do you produce snow? Well, basically we are anticipating warm weather periods. We're anticipating that it might rain, and man-made snow is more compact and it's more durable if there is a warm weather period or if there is rain. It's if people could see, if my family could see what we actually do with cooling down water so that we can produce more efficiently, more effectively, they're completely taken by surprise. You would not see this kind of machinery or this kind of technical expertise. On the one hand, it's a sad thing. On the other hand, if we say, well, this is an activity that is worthwhile to host and to make it happen, then you have to bring into perspective what the actual CO2 production is. And the truth is that most of the emissions stem from the actual drive to the ski resort and back home. The figures are astonishing. They are around 85 to 90%, depending, of course, on the distance and mode of travel and so on and so on. But most people go by car. I mean, there is more and more train travel to the ski resorts, but at least in Central Europe and in Austria and Italy and in Switzerland, it's still like that most people go by car. And this is something that we try to reduce. We introduced programs for ride sharing, and of course we try to utilize that from a historic perspective. Most of the resorts are close to train lines because that's where alpine tourism started. So you have St. Anton, you have Gastein, Semmering, you have so many, Zell am See, you have so many well-known resorts right next to the train station. I mean, it's sometimes literally possible to step out of the train and into the ski lift. So I think this is the future. We really need to shift the mode of transport for our guests and make it super convenient.
I think it makes sense, of course, when alpine environments are some of the most remote locations where sport events are hosted. So yeah, I completely agree. Daniel, in your work as a consultant with different sports organizations, what are the kind of direct impacts of climate change that they're facing that you're having to help them deal with?
Yeah, actually, I interviewed a biathlon club in Germany, Ulm, a place called Ulm, and it was fascinating. I mean, it wasn't the reason of the interview. We kind of were interviewing them for a case study, but we end up finding out that they've actually transitioned from planning their trainings and events on snow to moving to roller skiing. So they've kind of invested in developing the tarmac, the courses around their club, in order to allow their members to train on concrete. So they've kind of given up on snow essentially, and I think they're at something like 600 meters above sea level there. And it's gone from when the club was established to having snow and guaranteeing having that snow and training on that snow, to now going down the roller skiing, which is a fair way to train for the sport, but it's not ideal, obviously. And so then they have to travel to go to training in different parts of the country, or even in different countries, in order to get the snow to be able to travel for train for the competition. So it's a way of adapting that they've adapted, but it's not it's not a way that they not an adaptation that sort of favors the climate, because they're traveling now to go and train. So one example I always think about when it's to sort of give me an example of what's representative of the changes that we've been through. There was an event in Val d'Isère in France that started in 1955. And it was like one of the first events of the season. So it's called the Criterium of the First Snow. I won't attempt the French version of that, but it was there because by mid-November in Val d'Isère, it was sort of known as snow certain area. So there were guaranteed snow throughout December. So this is one of the competitions they had there, 1955. Now, as the 80s kind of came along, apparently villages were experiencing change in the village. They weren't, the snow wasn't guaranteed anymore, to the point where in 2014, the event actually had to switch to Sweden. And apparently since 1960, so I've got some figures here, apparently since 1960, the snow season has lost 38 days in the Alps, and there's something like 200 Alp ski resorts empty, and so on. So the figures, the examples are there for everyone to see. It's really affecting the industry, and it's in many areas, as Marcus sort of alluded to, it's facing an existential crisis. So, and therefore, in pockets of that industry, sort of the biathlon union, for example, into the biathlon union, you're seeing a lot of good stuff in terms of sustainability initiatives and strategic approaches and things. But that's also because the sport is in danger.
Mm. And what about you, Magdalena? With Malmo, obviously you don't play on snow, but climate change is obviously disruptive to the club as well.
Well, no, we prefer not play on snow. Actually, our women's national team lost the game in snow this week. But no, but obviously we pride ourselves that we're not having a artificial turf. We have a hybrid, which we think you should play on grass. But that's easy for us to say in the very southern tip of Sweden, because if you go a little further north, you have to have artificial pitches because it's not possible to play on grass for the vast part of the year. On the other hand, we also have our season from like April till October, November. We don't play over Christmas, so to say, because it wouldn't be possible here, obviously. We do skiing competitions instead. But what we see is that people are asking, and I think it's really great examples that you're lifting here, that it's all about whole society that are affected. It's businesses and society. So you might say, oh, well, climate change. But when you take up these examples that you do, that the lack of snow, which itself is a disgrace for us that we have managed to reach this, it also affects so many people's lives, the surroundings, the society, and the possibilities of there's no respect for the planetarian boundaries, and that affects people's livelihood and business. It affects people living in these villages and so on. And those are things that we try to take to our relatively green and windy city. I mean, we do have a little snow now, but it will be gone by Christmas. When I was a kid, I'm not going to go all the way back, but when I was a kid, we had proper snow the whole winter. And I know it was a few years ago, but my kids who are today like 17 and 20, they have maybe had 1 or 2 or 3 snowy winters their entire life. And we live in Sweden, not in the mountains. We're in the south, close to Copenhagen, in Denmark, but there is a clear change. And I think it's really important that we put this forward. And what we try to do is to introduce the changes that affects us all. And maybe we are not talking about the snow when it comes to Malmö FF and the football games, but we're talking about other things that are pretty obvious, that this is not okay, this is not sustainable, this is not what we want. And more important, which I suppose we're gonna get to soon, is like, what do we do about it? And then we're trying to explain factually and use the engagement that you were mentioning before, Daniel. Use our players, use our CEO, use the people that are normally in media talking about football results, but to use them in kind of communicating what you can do, you and you and you and me and everyone attending a game. We just put 92 recycling bins with 4 different, 4 different bins all over the pitch. We had that last season. And like, oh my gosh, why should we recycle when we're here? And then we try to educate people on why. And you have to be careful, of course, because people are there to see football. I mean, they don't care that much. But we have to use the opportunity and use the visibility. And also we brag so much about all the food that we serve, that we have raised the part of the vegetarian food now immensely. We brag about how we reuse food in a sustainable way between hospitality area, our lunch restaurant, the food that players eat and employees eat. And also we happen to have a high school within our stadium. There are 600 students having their lunch every day. And I can assure you that they get really, really good food. They get the leftovers from the hospitality event. So, we use it. So we try to make examples that are understandable and tangible and easy to grasp and understand. And that's like my mantra in general, that, you have to do baby steps. It takes so long time to change habits. And I think the key to change is that everyone understands that I am important. What I do is important, and not like to put it on, I don't know, the UN, the government, other people, whatever. It's what I do that is important. It's exactly what Marcus was talking about, that you're able to take the train also to many resorts in Sweden. People do to the larger ones, but not everywhere. So, yes, it's handy to pack in your family and your stuff in a car and drive. But it might be worth to try a change for your kids' sake, basically. Go to the big emotions. Use the media department to make a change.
Yeah, I think that links nicely to where we started, really, with the power that sport has. It can have this massive collective power, but also, the individual impact it can empower people. But I think it's clear from all the panelists' answers that the climate change impacts on sport are getting worse. But despite how important maybe environmental sustainability should be, maybe in sports it's not being acted upon as much as it should. There's some sort of disconnect still going on, I think. There's not enough financial and human resources being applied in this area to have a true impact, I think, to make big changes. So maybe Daniel, what do you think can be done about that, to maybe people who aren't as working in sustainability in sports, in other areas of the organization? How can they maybe recognize the importance of environmental sustainability, so it becomes a holistic effort within a football club, within a sports federation, for example?
Yeah, thanks, George. I think so. I had to think about this one, and I think there's maybe at least three areas. So the first one that I listed was sort of leadership, leading by example. The other one was education, and the last one was regulations or incentives. So the leading by example, the leadership thing, the first club that came to mind is probably the one that comes to most people's minds, alongside Malmo, is Forest Green Rovers, and the work that Dale Vince has done since he took over the club there, in terms of using the club as a medium for raising awareness about climate change. So he's introduced, he and his team and of capable staff have introduced a number of different initiatives, collecting rainwater, harvesting rainwater to water the pitch, the vegan food, and so on and so forth, and then getting recognition for that at the UN level and international level, and and thereby a couple of things: encouraging, I think, sponsorship from companies that have that are ethical minded, and on the other side, create a kind of creating a bit of competitive advantage and encouraging other clubs, I think, to follow suit. And we're seeing lots of other clubs now with some fantastic environmental initiatives and demonstrating that there's a financial benefit through doing that as well. So that's the leadership. On the education side, I think it's generally that people don't understand, and that's kind of what you're getting at, that this issue, we still don't really understand how climate change affects us on an individual role or even at an organizational role. So in these sport organizations, what can we do in our role as part of, a marketing consultant or somebody in grassroots development, for example? How can we sensitize children towards climate change? So I think the education component is massive, and definitely there's a big gap there right now. And lastly, the regulations. So creating not just incentives, but it's even stronger than incentives, the regulations that clubs and others have to get on board with this, because otherwise, like Magdalena was saying, it is a real slow burner, and we haven't got time anymore. So a couple of examples that I thought of was the Sport England recent news that they are going to ensure that funding to their governing bodies in the UK, in England, will be dependent on them signing a code of conduct that outlines plans to fight the climate emergency. And then there's other sort of federations. I know the IBU are working, they have their events using emissions tracker. There's lots of other federations using that now to keep track of their emissions in order to reduce emissions year on year towards targets. They've also got charters, they've also got awards and then development projects. So there's a lot being done. UEFA as well, actually, with their regulations, they now make it compulsory that football associations have a strategy that includes policy areas, one of which is environmental sustainability. And if they don't have that, they don't get funding. So there's progress, but there needs to be much more and much quicker than it's currently happening.
Great, thanks, Daniel. Marcus, what about you in Austria and the tourism industry? How do you think the importance of environmental sustainability can be increased among people working in that area?
I think it's already the number one or number two issue. Definitely, there's all things related to the workforce and to labor, and to be able to employ all the people, the specialists that you need. But, frankly, the EU legislation is coming up, and it applies to many corporations in the tourism industry already, and that's going to speed up. So this is one side of the coin, because you will have to be able to, as Daniel said, to report, to comply with what financial institutions are asking you to do, not just reporting, but actual progress. And then the other side of the coin is that as we speak, the EU is pushing this nature restoration law, and I believe that this is going to change the landscape for outdoor sports, especially in the mountains, because what we will be able to do is to say, well, there's certain areas that we use for tourism and for recreation, and there's also infrastructure there, but then there are other areas that are not used, at least not used extensively for tourism, and that absolutely makes sense. It might sound paradox, but a ski resort from a strictly nature preservation point of view is a pretty good thing, because you have a lot of people in a rather limited area. So I believe that we will we will ask ourselves to use the infrastructures that we put in place really, really well. Just to give you a concrete example, we have a very small resort outside of Vienna. It's a 1.5 hours ride by public transport. It's called St. Corona am Wechsel. And we have all the mountain biking and then winter sports activities there. And we use it almost 365 days a year. And we are now considering construction of another bike lift. So we actually have a bike lift there that is co-used in winter, the lower parts, just to prepare to hedge if there is not enough snow, so that we can offer the mountain biking activities. And I think we will need a lot of flexibility to keep these outdoor recreational sites, these infrastructures running. And we also, let's say in winter, we use it from, I believe, Thursdays or Fridays to up to the weekend with the lights on in the evening, because it allows the kids who are in school to use the infrastructure. And the logic is, if you do this, then you better use it well, because then most of the emissions with building and construction work and so on have already been spent. So we better use it. I believe that's the direction that we will take with just any infrastructure, or also superstructure, as we say, hotels and so on, in tourism.
Yeah, great. So I think that leaves us in a place where, we can maybe, just to wrap up the panel in the last 5 minutes, discuss what the future will hold for environmental sustainability in sports. And as this issue's become bigger in the last few years, terms like net zero have become maybe thrown around a bit too much in terms of what's realistic to achieve and what's not. So to finish off, I'm ask each of the panelists maybe in 1 or 2 lines what you think, how can we move from sport, saying like we're going to achieve net zero by a certain target year, to achieving real zero by an impact that, or by a time frame that is not going to be too late. So maybe Magdalena, we'll start with you.
Thank you, George. I just have to add to what Daniel and Marcus said about the legislation from European Union with the CSRD, that my CEO at Malmö FF is the head of the ECA Working Sustainability Group. And we are estimating that about 100 European top clubs will be affected, that will have to be reporting according to the CSRD, and they're preparing for it. In Sweden, we're based in membership organizations, so we will most likely not be directly hit, even if we have the turnover and the staff, but we will try to apply. So the point is that the legislation is really important, because it will affect also sports organizations. But then again, I will keep the last line to 1 line, and I will say again, baby steps. That is up to you. That your responsibility as a spectator, as a fan, as a player, as a human being, to figure out what you can contribute with. And sometimes you have to change your habits. Really hard, take a long time, but that's the only way forward. Baby steps.
I think, changing habits is, what a lot of these clubs are facing with the legislation, aren't they, as well? It's gonna have to happen. Daniel, what about you?
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I think, George, it's just about accountability. I think, we have to, Marcus mentioned about tracking progress. It's not just about setting targets. It is making people accountable to those targets by encouraging or incentivizing, ensuring, making compulsory progress checks, annual progress checks against these targets.
Thanks, Daniel. And Marcus, to finish off.
Exactly, and what we need is transparency. I mean, we will have some public watchdogs out there. At least I hope so, because the whole reporting is useless if the data isn't analyzed in a competent way and also brought to light. And I believe that's going to happen very soon. I hope so.
Brilliant. Well, Magdalena, Daniel, Marcus, thank you very much for your time and an interesting discussion on this topic. And thanks everyone for watching, and enjoy the rest of the Frontrunners Conference.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Moving from the Middle East and Asian context on social responsibility in sports towards a very European panel discussing about winter tourism and environmental sustainability. I would like to proceed to get a US perspective on this keynote speech with Kristen Fulmer, who is the head of sustainability at Oakview Group and also leads the GOAL program, which is a sustainability collaborative between OVG, Fenway Sports Group, and the Atlanta Hawks. Kristen's background is in architecture, real estate, construction, and is passionate about buildings, but focused on making positive, healthy experiences for the people inside. Kristen, thank you so much for being here with us, and the floor is yours.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me and for the amazing discussion that happened before. Really interesting to hear some of the similarities between certain markets, as well as, of course, many differences here in the US. So like it was mentioned, my name is Kristen Fulmer. I head Oakview Group's sustainability work and also run a program called GOAL. I'll mostly talk about GOAL's work today because it's really the sustainability outlet for Oakview Group, but there's of course a lot of overlap, and I'll share a few examples of some of the project work we've done that is, I guess, relevant for both work that we're really proud of, but also work that we know, to the point of the last panel, we're just getting started and need to see a lot more of. So Oakview Group, if you're not familiar, is the world's largest owner-operator of sports and entertainment facilities. We own and operate several buildings, a few of which I'll talk about. We manage about 300 or more facilities, arenas and stadiums, as well as event and convention centers, even theaters. And then we have several service businesses that work directly with an owner or operator. Food and beverage and hospitality is one, security, parking services, and sustainability. So sustainability, the service business kind of outlet for Oakview Group is the GOAL program, which is how we're all connected. Oakview Group is probably most famous for Climate Pledge Arena, which is our first building that was developed in open about 2 years ago 3 years ago. Time goes quickly. In Seattle, Washington, so in the Pacific Northwest of the US. Climate Pledge Arena has a lot of really amazing features, which I'll talk about. But uniquely, I want to talk about the naming rights of the building. So Climate Pledge Arena has the name of Amazon's sustainability initiative, the Climate Pledge. It could have been named Amazon Arena, right? And if it had, we don't know if a lot of the sustainability features of the actual building would have come. But because it doesn't have that, and we are Climate Pledge Arena, there were a lot of opportunities for truly Amazon as a corporation to drive sustainability efforts in the building's design and operation. So the roof is a historic roof from the former Key Arena where the Seattle Sonics played NBA basketball. This building was built during the World's Fair in the mid-19th century. So this building, at least the roof, is quite old, and they were able to preserve it and basically redo the entire arena underneath it. So there's one really unique feature of a huge amount of embodied carbon savings of the steel and concrete roof, which is hugely heavy and a lot of material. Because it rains a lot in Seattle, they capture all of the rainwater and actually power the hockey ice with that rainwater. The building is 100% electric, so there's no natural gas in it, even to go to cooking in kitchens. And all of that electricity is 100% renewable. And to the point of the last panel around accountability and the need for third-party certification and validation, it's we don't necessarily say net zero the building has achieved, but it's achieved zero carbon certification, which is a pretty robust third-party certified certification from the International Living Future Institute. So something we can truly validly say we've achieved, and the building continues to drive more sustainability efforts through its operations now that it's been built. So that was the first building that Oakview Group opened and owns, and we've opened several others since, and again, continued to build our portfolio through operations as well. And two people that I need to recognize in that process were Tim Lewicki, who's the CEO and founder of Oakview Group. Tim is a personality for sure, super ambitious and not afraid to talk about the hard things, which he's the reason why I have a job. He's passionate about sustainability in addressing climate change, and because of Climate Pledge Arena, saw a lot of the amazing business opportunities that came in partnership with a partner and us as a developer. Jason McLennan was he's the chief sustainability officer of Perkins & Will, a large architecture firm, but he was also the sustainable design advisor for Climate Pledge Arena. Together, they realized that there was a need to help the rest of the industry understand the lessons learned from Climate Pledge Arena, as well as share best practices across the industry. There was really no mechanism for that, at least in the US. So Jason and Oakview Group created Goal in partnership with Fenway Sports Group and State Farm Arena, like was mentioned earlier. And together we really aimed to address some of the questions that came up continually for us at Climate Pledge, as well as others in the industry. So one of those questions is, sure, Climate Pledge Arena is performing efficiently, but how do we know how efficient it's performing compared to other hockey arenas or other arenas in the Pacific Northwest of the US or other arenas of that age or of that size? So Goal was created to help answer that question. And sure, we're proud of Climate Pledge Arena and we say that it's achieved all of these really great things, but how do we compare that to other venues in terms of its achievements? Right? How do we know, yes, it's designed efficiently, but how much more efficiently? How do we know that the zero waste efforts that they're doing are unique or more ambitious than other venues? And we might learn that they're not. that others are actually performing differently if we have a way to compare them. And because there's all these lessons learned, both challenges and opportunities at Climate Pledge, how do we take that to other operators, to other people to say, hey, this is a way to work with a corporate partner in sustainability? In that last panel, we talked about the need to expedite a lot of this work faster. We need to be moving faster. So Goal was really meant to do that. So the point being, Climate Pledge Arena achieved this certification, which is really great, but we recognize not every building is anywhere close to Climate Pledge Arena. Not any other building is likely going to have the partnership dollars and money from Amazon. And so we recognize that we want to help everyone make continual steps forward. There should not be any expectation that every building will be Climate Pledge Arena tomorrow. So the Goal program has a growing group of members from different types of buildings. The point being that we try to work with as many similar building types as possible, because then those comparisons and sharing of best practices are the most relevant. You'll see a lot of US-based logos here, but we're starting to grow out at least UK and Europe, and likely further aligned with Oakview Group's portfolio. But want to continue to grow out the different building types so that we have relevant comparisons within each of the groups. Just a few quick examples. So we want to work with everyone, right? Sustainability is really part of everyone's job, not just the operations team, although of course it's a lot about the operations team. Also want to address corporate partnerships, food and beverage, make sure that there's communications and marketing happening, support human resources to hire the right people to lead sustainability efforts, as well as equip executive leadership with talking points to make this relevant. Just two super quick examples of what our work might look like. One, we have an online portal. So just to go back to the supporting the operations team, of course, we need to measure first so that we can authentically communicate and engage corporate partners around sustainability. We help facilities just continually measure their building's impacts, energy, water, waste, carbon footprint is automatically calculated. The point being that if we continually measure those same types of metrics, we can analyze things like energy use per visitor or energy use per event, that makes it much more easy to compare energy use per visitor to a different building's energy use per visitor. Because it removes a lot of the questions of, well, what if my building wasn't full? Or what if my event wasn't as big, or I don't have as many? It removes a lot of those questions. The other thing, main type of work that we do, just one more quick example, is to support corporate partnerships. We help build out kind of a sustainability platform, a way for venues to engage people on sustainability, truly sell assets and sell goals against it, and use it as a communications tool, as well as something that leadership can communicate on. So we recently released UBS Arena's Sustainable Brilliance and Community Resilience platform, which highly encourage you, if you're curious, to check out more on. I don't have enough time to go into the detail today, but the point is that UBS Arena kind of saw the opportunity to use sustainability, one of its core pillars, to basically refresh their brand. They're only 2 years old, but refresh their brand and find unique ways, to engage corporate partners and engage fans around sustainability. UBS Arena is also an Oakview Group property, as well as a Goal member. So another great example out there. That's all the time I have for you today, but really excited to hear about this dialogue happening in this group, and really just amazed by all of the great work that's happening globally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kristen. And first of all, thank you for waking up that early to speak to this one. I know it would be hard in the US time. There are so many questions that popping up from the chat, and I have in mind. I will focus on two aspects, as we have limited time. First of all, you talk about data and the power of data through the platform to utilize those data for sustainability, but also the other aspect as corporate partnerships, etc. So in my humble opinion, data, big data analytics and sustainability are one of the biggest trends at the moment in the industry. So how do you see them combining, and what implication that has towards different aspects of the sports industry?
Yeah, so what I would say is in our physical buildings, you know, there's, like you said, data is talked about quite often, but it's hard to actually get in our buildings that are quite manual, a little bit older. If they're not as automated, it's hard to get that data. And so we try to recommend not just data for the sake of data, but data that will help us inform decisions. So in some cases, you know, we work with venues that are based in the desert in the southwest of the US. Water scarcity is a big topic. Chances are we're going to recommend that they focus in on their water consumption and track that data and help reduce that, because it's more important to them in that geography, where in other places might want to focus more on air quality and therefore cleaning their energy grid. So definitely try to focus where there's opportunity for action first, as well as informing an overall carbon footprint. But the difference here in the US, unfortunately, is that there isn't a lot of regulation or mandatory reporting. And so it is very private business driven. And so therefore we do need to just focus where we can have impact as opposed to just trying to address it all.
That's super interesting, because in the previous panel, we heard a lot about the EU legislation coming in and this pushing forward. But I think it's super interesting to see also how market forces push for sustainability. And one more question that I personally had, you know, in Europe, in several countries, there is one dominant sport that dominates the market, like, so, for example, in Greece, we might have a lot of football fields, like soccer fields or basketball arenas. But in the US, you have all the major leagues and also some leagues that are growing, like the MLS, for example. So from an architectural perspective, how difficult is to integrate data from different types of facilities? Yeah, and basically take insights out of that.
It's difficult. So in the US, in arenas, so in the indoor buildings, we have mostly hockey and basketball. Hockey requires us to keep ice very, very cold, and basketball requires certain humidity and temperature standards on the court for player safety. Some buildings host both, and the seasons happen at the same time. So the buildings need to switch from ice to basketball court sometimes every other day during the middle of the season. And that means a huge amount of energy load for the building to power up, down, up, down. And there's only 10 buildings in the US that share those teams, but it's impossible to compare those 10 buildings to a building that only has basketball or only has hockey. Other differences is because the US is a large country and our regions vary greatly from different physical climates. In the Southeast, because the NBA, let's say, has humidity controls on the court and temperature controls, in the Southeast, where it's very humid, they need to use a huge amount of building power to make sure that the court meets those humidity standards, where in other parts of the country, they don't even have to do that at all. So even comparing one building that just has basketball to another building that just has basketball, still not totally comparable, just because of their physical climate. And then, of course, outdoor stadiums, football, US football, European football, as well as baseball, sorry. Those, consume a huge amount of water to keep the grass green. But in different places where it rains a lot, they might have way less water requirements because it just falls naturally. So those are a whole bunch of different unique components that do make it very difficult to actually compare them.
That's super interesting, and a major challenge that leads to so many opportunities in terms of technological advancements and in innovations, actually. And I think this would be a huge challenge that comes also to European stadiums as they renovate or as they build new stadiums that can be used in multiple scenarios, for concerts, for sports activities. It will be a challenge to face in the future. I could ask you for that, and yeah, have a great day ahead.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you. This is a really great conversation, and thank you so much for having me, and looking forward to future conversations. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
So I'm very happy that I'm hosting this panel discussion that has the title Sports Cards and Memorabilia in the Modern Sports Industry. And it's powered by Trace and Chase, a company that I've worked with and for within the past years. And I'm very happy because it's a very interesting topic, and I'm sure everyone will enjoy it. And we have very interesting speakers. I will start with the introductions. Billy Mayhew, International Sales and Business Development Director at Panini America. Hello,
Thank
Billy.
you.
Nice having you.
It's great being here.
David Rill, Vice President and Strategic Global Business Development at GDS Distribution. Hello, David.
Hi, Dora. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being with us. And last but not least, Mr. Ioannis Sobolos, CEO and founder of Trace and Chase SA. And I will start with Yannis because it's the only person I know. Personally, we've worked together in the past. We tried to introduce sports cards and memorabilia within the Greek market, which was something very new to the public and especially young children. And it was really fun working with Yannis. So Yannis, the floor is yours to start the discussion about sports cards and memorabilia.
Thank you, Dora. First of all, thank you all for being part of this and accepting our invitation. I know it's the time difference is not easy to manage in the US, but both Billy and David are here. Dora, thank you so much for hosting this panel. Yes, we've worked together in the past. For the people that don't know Dora, she's a basketball analyst, a TV presenter, and a clinical psychologist. Also, she's the first Greek woman to broadcast a EuroLeague game in Greece, and also a FIBA World Championship game in Greece, and also just one of the few women to lead the commentary of a basketball game in Europe. So, Dora, an honor.
Yanni, I deserve a Panini card for that.
Most probably
Maybe I
that's
deserve to have my own card.
that's probably coming. That's probably coming soon.
Thank you for the introduction, but let's start because everyone is interested and this is an open question and I want you guys to start. We will start with Yanis, but everyone will take the floor. Let's talk about the basics. What are sports cards and, how this industry of sports card and memorabilia has evolved over the years?
So, guys, sports cards and memorabilia. Trace and Chase being in the forefront of retail and having to deal with consumers and fans every day. For us, the sports cards are just another way for fans and consumers to engage with their favorite leagues and players. So, they buy sports cards in order to collect and get their favorite players on a trading card. And that just makes it even more exciting watching the games, knowing that you have, as a fan, a piece, an item that directly connects you with your favorite player or league. So I think it's very, very simple. It's just like a consumer buying a hat that has their favorite team logo or a jersey of their favorite player. It's very, very simple. It's just another iteration of that connection.
Absolutely.
Billy?
Yes, absolutely, Giannis. You keyed on it. It's community. No matter at what level, sports trading cards is based off of a community that's worldwide. We've seen that in the last few years. The globalization of Panini America's business, the leagues expanding to market over market, and the amplification of each sport that we represent has been fantastic to watch from a business perspective, but also from somebody that was not a core collector growing up. I'm able to see the growth of the overall industry, and it's been a fun ride for me. David?
Yeah, well said, gentlemen. I think one aspect of sports card collecting that has really evolved is the global acceptance of trading cards as a collectible and a connection to fans, like Giannis said. Trading cards have been around for 150 plus years. So, but some people are just finding out about them. And so it is that connection to the player, to the leagues, to specific teams. And there's also a lot of collectability aspect to it that imparts a lot of value, and supply and demand and economic equations factor into it too. So there's emotional connections and also can be financial connections to the person holding the card as well.
Well said, guys. And I think if we add, because this is another interesting topic, the technology factor and how, via social media and all those things now, players and leagues became more popular the past years. So what is the evolution of technology in production and final product delivery? And what is your experience with that? How is technology, connecting collectors? And it's making you reach out to sell more products, create more products, produce more products. How technology has helped, collectors worldwide?
Wow, that's a great question. From the manufacturing perspective, on this side of the business, technology has helped us because we've been able to spur off different brands. Our brands are identified by various levels of parallels and other technology, chromatic finishes, things like that. These things, from an overall evolution of the trading card, the basic principle is it's a man or a woman on a card. It's printed there. The supply and demand is dictated by the player's performance, regardless of which league or which sport. And so we as a community follow that, and we tend to focus on who is performing better than others. But from a historic perspective, speaking to vintage, there's always a favorite player that collector will go after. I think it's important that we recognize the different categories of consumer that we're dealing with, whether it be a collector or someone that's in it for just the business perspective.
Yeah, and to echo that, I think the evolution, when you look at trading cards from where they came from, they were a throw-in in terms of supporting a particular product or advertising a product or incentivizing something to buy a product, whether was tobacco or candy or something like that. And so where we are now in terms of the evolution obviously technology has taken over and allowed more real-time marketplaces and real-time access and social media aspects that have really elevated the product. But the product itself has evolved from a standpoint of a giveaway item to something that's highly sought after. In the past, you used to have to provide a piece of gum, for example, with the product, but now the product stands on its own. With all the technological advances, the autograph content, memorabilia embedded in the card has created an item that's sought after in itself. So you could talk a lot about the technology, but the evolution of just the product alone is pretty significant in terms of what it's evolved to as a valuable asset.
Yeah, absolutely agreed and well said. I just want to point out that let's not forget that this is the sports industry. This is the second largest in the world, probably just behind music, right? In terms of figures and reach. So it was about time for trading cards to be a standalone product, right? After all these years. Through the history of sports cards, we've seen ups and downs. And the most significant up and down was in the 90s. But then, a few years back, COVID hit. And what COVID did to all other industries, it had a very different effect in ours, right? I wasn't part of this industry at that moment. From a business perspective, I was just a collector. But what did you guys see during that time?
Well, what's significant to me in the modern era of trading cards is the relevance of the digital age coming to life. COVID made us, shack up, made us stay put in a home or an office space by ourselves. As a result of that, we saw an evolution of the type of consumer as well as the presentation of breaking and other. COVID created a marketplace that had disposable income, but looking at the globalization of the digital age and the ability to market these worldwide at a click of a button really was extremely significant in the last probably 5 to 7 years. But it was, like we said, amplified by the lockdown of COVID. And as a result, we saw one of the largest peaks in the industry, I think, to date.
Yeah, for sure, Billy. And I think another thing that happened during COVID that really put sports card collecting and entertainment cards in general on the map was the nostalgic factor and the connection. You couldn't be at a game to see your favorite player at the time, but in addition to that, you tried to find ways to get close to the players that you wanted, and you also connected with those things that were nostalgic to you, things that you had time to think about the things that really brought you joy in life, maybe as a young child or collecting with a father or a mother or a sister or a brother or something like that, or friends. And that really helped escalate the sports card collectability during COVID as well. People were really trying to go back to their roots, and disposable income, those that had it were entertaining themselves through collecting cards in a lot of ways.
So guys, my next question is a bridge for our next topic that has to do with market trends. But before we go to that, looking from my perspective as a journalist, when we try to, I'm going to use this selling news, allow me to say, we're always looking at, the league is very important, the team and the players. Okay, we have 3 different factors, but what is the most important thing is success. So how, a successful player with numbers or a team winning a lot, and I'm going to take you back a lot, the value of the Boston and the Boston Celtics and the Lakers was the value of Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. Then we go to the value of Michael Jordan with the Bulls. So everything was raising due to the players, not only because the team was winning or because it was a very popular league. So how important is for you guys and how important it is for the products, the players' value.
I'm just gonna jump in here and just say that first and foremost, player success, player numbers, player performances are the #1 driver, no doubt. If a player does well, puts up the numbers, then his card's values are gonna go up. As simple as that. There is another aspect though that has to do with how the personality of the player is accepted in popular culture. On social media, for example, or is he lovable? Is he out, speaking a lot, commenting a lot? Is he somebody, let's say, like Kawhi Leonard, that doesn't express his feelings too much? This actually will affect how popular his cards are, his memorabilia are. And their respective values. So it's a combination of performance and numbers on the field, in the court, and how likable he is from the general public. Last but not least, because you mentioned vintage, Dora, I think scarcity is the most important factor. You're gonna see players that don't sign a lot of autographs, and they're not that good. But there are not so many items out there. Their values, those item values are high. At the same time, you see legends that will sign every month different memorabilia, jerseys, cards, and there's just a lot of it in the market. Values go down. So I think these are the three key factors when we're talking about player values. I don't know if I missed anything, but guys.
You nailed that one, Giannis. I think, like you said, starting with player performance and the likability of the player are really key. How big their fan base is individually for them as a player is really the primary driver. And obviously you win championships, your stock goes up, so do the value of your cards and things like that, of course. And another thing to add that's definitely secondary to those three things that Giannis mentioned, but in addition, you mentioned scarcity, I guess, is a fourth. Something that goes along with that I think is important to talk about is also the brand equity associated with the actual products themselves. And so, there is scarcity elements, of course, in that. But if you have a brand like a Panini Prism, for example, or a National Treasures product, or something with a high value brand equity, obviously those cards are going to be more sought after by collectors and fans alike. And so that is also another factor that helps drive the value of a specific player's actual card.
Yeah, and further to the personality and performance piece, communities come together. These are talking points, and it's all at the fingertips on the computer. So people can reach this community by emailing or dropping into a hobby shop globally and having that discussion in person. We liken the industry at the current moment to fiscal stock and that market trend and how it's guided on basic performance day to day. We see the rise and fall of price points for player cards based on their personality choices as well as their performance. Beyond that, though, I think the global market dictates how we as an industry respond to things in life. So from my perspective, we have to take out the emotion and we have to look at how we're balancing the overall global perspective of where the share of the business needs to be. And that's based on other important data points that are just a typical day-to-day business, from a sports management business to managing stocks to managing anything else. These all are integrated in decisions that we make every day as a result of distribution, manufacturing, or even at the storefront level.
Emotion, of course, plays a huge role in the collection for everyone. You may collect exclusively the cards and jerseys of one player, and in that case, those cards will always have more value to you. What is important though is that the market value of a card is always a reflection of the player's value in his sport. For example, a Giannis Antetokounmpo card is currently worth much more than a Boban Marjanovic card. Still, Marjanovic collectors continue to seek out his cards because at the end of the day, it is and will always be about the emotion variant. Objectively, of course, the cards that have the highest market value are the cards from a player's rookie year, while if they also have their athlete's autograph on, then the amounts are astronomical. For example, a rookie card of Giannis Antetokounmpo from season 2013-2014 with his autograph on was sold for $1.8 million, exactly what Kobe's rookie card fetched, while Luka Doncic's counterpart from season 2018-2019 has broken every single record and was sold for $3.1 million.
That is a nice flow that we have in our discussion that can lead us to our next topic that has to do with market trends and impact, but the current market trends. Because people will say, okay, 10 years ago, the trends were different than they are now. And I'm talking about trends that they have to do with how people, collect. They collect as a hobby, they collect to invest, and how you approach each buyer. The one that is doing it as a hobby or is doing it as an investment.
Okay, yeah, Dora, it's a good point, and it is a balance. You liken card collecting to going out and buying some potato chips, right? You have your favorite bag of potato chips you like. Do you eat other potato chips? Sure, you do, but you gravitate toward a certain kind, right? And trading cards are similar to that, in the fact that whoever's making all these cards, and you have multiple manufacturers that do, they want to cater to the hardcore fan to grow the market base. That's really key to find the fan and turn them into card collectors. And then you also have at the other end of the spectrum, card collectors that are all in. That this is where they spend all their disposable time and their income, and they're looking at it maybe from an investment standpoint, or just their own personal collection. They really evaluate and invest in it. So it's important for the manufacturers to really identify who their market is at each level and cater to them in a way that makes sense for the business, of course. You can't cater just to one, or else you'll lose another core group. And it's really important to find a way to feed new collectors, new users into the marketplace. And you can do that really by drawing in fans, creating a lower price point item, something that's more catered to maybe a younger fan and things like that. But those are trends that always have to be identified and really evaluated, because each category may ebb and flow in terms of its growth potential.
Yeah, and from Panini's perspective, we have several brands under our umbrella, which actually have different elements that apply to each of the consumer types. Price point is very key, David. As you said, we want to make sure there's availability at every level, both through the online channel as well as the mom and pop hobby shop, or in Trace and Chase's case, a very sophisticated studio and agency, as it seems. What's important for us is to continually look at the big picture. I would like to say that we've made great efforts in examining different data points to create these types of collections that would appeal at the store level to different consumers. But we're coming out of a period where the secondary costs to these products were driven by market demand and scarcity, as we've discussed previously. But those prices went up, although we designed those products to be at a lower cost per pack to meet a certain need. So it's been interesting to see that evolution over the period.
Starting a collection can seem complicated at first, as there are many products and different ways to collect, but trust me, it's not. Every collector is different, and it is important to ask yourself what your personal goals are. There are 3 different categories: pure collectors, flippers, and of course, investors. Some collect purely for the joy of the hobby. Their purpose is to collect the entire set of series, their favorite players, or their favorite teams. Others are driven only by the card's monetary value potential and aim at how to sell their cards more efficiently and expensively, the so-called flippers. Finally, some others see the hobby purely as an investment and collect cards with the logic of surplus value and with the anticipation of the development of a player that will multiply the value of the card. And of course, some people do a little bit of everything.
Our role in the supply chain and in the industry is just, we're dealing with end consumers every day, fans, collectors, the whole thing. We have a bunch of new people to the hobby, to this industry, walking through the store. My advice to everyone, and this is contrary to what Billy said a minute ago about getting the emotion out of the business, my advice is to every new person want to get involved with trading cards is, if you're not emotional about what you're about to buy, you're not going to be happy in this industry. If you just do it for the financial value, if you just do it for the money, for flipping a card from $10 to $20 the next day, you're going to get depressed in this market, because it's all about the sport. It's all about, having fun, watching the game, being proud about what you hold, not what you just sold, but what you hold in your hands. That's what makes you happy, makes you proud. Just, dibs on a unique piece, a unique item. Like, that's mine, nobody else has it. It's a one-on-one card that Panini America produced, and I have it. No one else can have it. So we saw during COVID all the trades that we just mentioned, but we also saw a huge influx of speculators or investors. They were just speculating at the time. The majority is out of the market already. The market is doing great. So what I think collectively the market achieved is to get more collectors in, or more fans in, and create more collectors. So the market is growing by the day, but I think it's growing at the right pace and with the right people throughout the supply chain. But the most important, as David mentioned, is to bring more people in. This is an industry where that exists for, these items exist for 150 years, but some people don't even know about them. And again, it's sports. It's global. So I think emotion is the key for the end consumer. And when you talk about emotion, then you're going to talk about value. You're not going to talk about price. Price is out of the equation when you talk emotion. So then it's how valuable is my favorite player to me compared to you. That you just want to throw money at me just to get this item from me. It's not for sale. It's invaluable. So I think it's all about emotion at the consumer front.
Well said from a collector and shop owner. As an individual end consumer, though, that consumer can take the opportunity to step back and draw it back if they don't have the money or they can't afford to step up to a certain thing. I'm not going to liken that to anything because we'll go down a rabbit hole. But once you're able to dial back from a business owner like you, Giannis, and a large distribution piece like GTS, David, we have to make these decisions based off of data points. And we have to look at everything wholly, not just as a singular entity. And we have to see how that affects the business from region to region.
So before we leave this topic, because Giannis made a great point, you all made a great point about, how sports is something that is global and everyone has access to it. But that wasn't the same 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that the information was not accessible, on your screen, on your phone, so easy as it is now. So let's put all the pieces together, because it looks to me now that the information, and from my point of view as a journalist, that the information that we have now is global. now with via social media, now that the leagues are growing, you know, back 20 years, 30 years ago, that they start collecting it. I'll talk about basketball because that is my thing. I'm not able to talk about NFL or soccer, but I know back in the days, we were thinking about the NBA players, some European players that they were able to join the NBA, and that was about it. Now we have another league growing. We have EuroLeague that is actually creating the first step for people to go to the NBA. So this league is growing. We have very famous players. How this connection that now we have the NBA and the second biggest league in the world, EuroLeague, has helped, you know, the people that are creating content for this industry to grow.
Yeah, well said, Dora. It's the collector needs more players, more teams, more excitement, and more leagues to help, you know, expand the business, expand their opportunities of what they collect. And so not only is it a broader spectrum when you have like a EuroLeague involved in trading cards, that gives a whole new fan base of collectability across the board. So you're going to gain, you know, trading card collectors that existed that now become EuroLeague fans and are now watching players in the EuroLeague and finding all the elements that they like in their favorite NBA player, or maybe new ones and exciting ones. And so historically, we've had that. If you look back at trading cards, where they really where they had their foundation was in Major League Baseball, for example. And you saw over the evolution, the more the leagues incorporated young stars, minor league prospects, those type of things elevated the fan base's interest in finding more content about the sport itself or about what is really possible. And that also translated on the sports card aspect side, because people started looking at who's going to be the next great player, who's going to be the next great NBA player. Well, you know where they're going to be looking now. They're going to be looking at the EuroLeague. They're going to be looking at finding aspects of other leagues and to bring into their collectability and to really grow and expand their collection. So I think it's, you know, you hit a really good point there. It's really critical for the evolution, not only of the leagues and the players, but also the industry of sports collecting and trading cards in general, to have a continued growth and expansion in leagues.
Yeah, and from Panini America's perspective, one of the things that I do like most about my job is working with the leagues, following their players and developing product that suits our consumer base as a result. We look at the explosion of the streaming rights for all of these leagues, NFL, NBA, EuroLeague. These are global entities that are taking their brand further and further each year. Expansion of arena-based shops to global websites to regional flagship stores. This is all branding from the perspective of these leagues needing to reach these consumers as a result of global streaming, community talking about the various sports and the key personalities in the sports. Regionally, we try to break that down and build markets around these centers that the leagues have created. But in the collectability space, we can't forget, again, the collectability part is incredibly important, because there's not always going to be a product. We make a product once a year and then it's sold out, and that player is a rookie that 1 year in most cases. But we have to continue to elevate the brand of the leagues around that. Whether we have the product and it's sold out, we have to support it on the secondary market. And I think Giannis could probably speak to that as well as anybody here. So,
yeah, guys, you brought up EuroLeague as an example. That's the newest license in Panini America's portfolio. And for us operating in Greece and Europe, this is just so exciting, because the basketball culture in Europe is huge, but that doesn't mean that everybody follows the NBA. There are tons of people that just watch EuroLeague and the local leagues. So these are fans, potential collectors, and that adds another aspect on top of what David said, that a new license will make existing collectors collect a new league, Now you have a whole continent that has deep roots in basketball, watching EuroLeague, and now there is an additional product to connect these fans with the league, with the players. And obviously, especially EuroLeague being the second biggest league in the world in basketball, it's probably the #1 feeder league for the NBA. So most likely, starting in 2024, collectors are going to be looking in Panini America EuroLeague trading cards for the next Luka, for the next Giannis, for the next Jokic. So that will come from Europe and make the jump to the NBA, and it's going to be a superstar in the NBA. So it just and obviously globalization has made all that easy. The flow of information, the trend that the NBA put out there, starting like 15 years ago, just putting out all the highlights, all the videos for the world to see through social media. At the moment that everybody was holding on their rights and trying to charge money for it, the NBA put it out there for the world to watch, and it became the #1 league in the world. So this flow of information just adds value to obviously what we do, what the fans see, and what the collectors appreciate.
Well said, guys. And I think we're ready for our next topic that is a little bit more complicated, but is the base of your expertise. And it might not be very approachable from a fan's perspective or a collector perspective, but someone who wants to follow this as a professional, someone who wants to start his own business around collecting, this is a very interesting topic. And I'm talking about the manufacturing and distribution process. And let's start, some of these things were already discussed and you mentioned, but let's just make a point about what factors influence, the manufacturing process and distribution channels, and what are the marketing strategies that you guys use to promote sports cards and memorabilia through the supply chain?
Wow, that's a great question. Actually, I thought we were already through that point.
I said you already mentioned some of the things, but it would be nice to have it, as a statement, because this is your expertise, and I'm sure many people that will watch this panel discussion will want to have, the basis of how can I start it? What is important to know?
Really, what's important from my perspective, managing the global outlay of customers in each region, is knowing that we have someone in the region that is responsible, looks at the sustainability of the overall business, not just for the next couple of years, but the next 5 to 10 years. And then we keep looking at it for the next 10 years after that, and the next 10 years after that, because we have to recognize the year-to-year changes. We talk about the World Wide Web becoming a thing. We talk about COVID influencing the business, but what's the next thing that's going to change how we view this? The important part for us as a manufacturer is keeping close relationships with the leagues, working on asset acquisition. That's working with the leagues, sports agents, and the players themselves. That's key day to day. We have a huge department here that goes out and tries to source that. And in a lot of ways, that's not possible unless the leagues are integral to everything we do. So we appreciate these licenses. And from the perspective of overall distribution, we have to pick what the right quantity is. Making more doesn't necessarily make the business better. We have to think of all the elements that David and Giannis have recognized from the collector perspective. And as a global distributor, GTS is the top of the chain as far as supply and support to these end consumers at the hobby level and the general channel. So I'll let David take this.
Yeah. Thanks, Billy. As a distributor, speaking from a distribution perspective, our role is really to be a gateway to bring information to the manufacturer and also communicate the manufacturer's marketing campaigns to the end consumer and evaluate supply and demand trends regional growth, things like that, of course. But really, the key to know about how all this works is really comes down to the communities that grow, whether they're online communities or ideally communities like Trace and Chase has built. So they find ways to have a global perspective, created their own brand, to be a destination for a collector. And that's really how, I would recommend those that are interested in getting into the industry, that have maybe looked at it as a hobby, and want to take it to the next step, is, visit the local Trace and Chase, visit the local hobby store, and talk to them about what opportunities there really are, because in this industry there are a multitude of opportunities, and more so now than ever in terms of the growth. The opportunities are endless. We're seeing more shows regionally, across every continent almost now that we didn't see before, and the opportunities are really endless. And so as a distributor, we see all of that. We're daily talking to the manufacturers and daily talking to our customers who have the ear of the end consumer, and all of that is very important in the chain to ultimately decide what moves to make and what investments to make to help grow the category.
I can tell you one thing, knowing Billy and David for some time now, that these two guys probably get hundreds of emails every day from potential new business partners from around the world. Am I right? You do, guys, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, you can speak to that with
the demand is huge, and it doesn't really matter. I can talk about Trace and Chase in Europe. How much product will Billy or David offer me? It's going to be sold out if we want to in a day. It doesn't matter. Just because we all know how to handle scarcity, the scarcity part of this business. That's essential for the long term. This being a global business, there is a lot of cross-selling across markets, across regions, that, by the way, are in different business cycles. So it's not, the US market is a totally different monster than the European market or the Asian markets. Different business cycles, different consumer preferences, different popular sports. But, at the end of the day, and I'm going to go back to the first point that David made, we have to grow our community, local, regional, even the global community with specific initiatives. So for us, it's very, very important to attract the new interest in the market, new individuals that want to collect, again, based on their league preferences, player preferences, based on emotion, based on the fact that they like sports. And it's extremely important to do that through giving back to the community, sponsoring youth teams, sponsoring or organizing the local card shows or the regional card shows, competitions and giveaways, and just sharing the happiness and the joy of being part of this hobby. I think it's a great way to attract more people in. Just showing to the people how fun it is. So this is what we do on a weekly basis here at Trace and Chase through our CSR initiatives, sponsoring initiatives, going to the youth camps for 6 months out of the year, all summer long, organizing basketball tournaments, the whole thing, guys. So it's community building. It's just all about sharing the joy around sports.
So guys, we talked about the impact.
Fantastic. I'm sorry.
No, it was fantastic what he said.
Yeah.
Yanis, we all know Yanis. He's very inspirational. He really loves what he's doing, and I know it from day one that's why he's so successful in what he does, because he really loves what he's doing. We talked about impact of this industry. We talk about the process and the progress that this industry had within the past few years. We talked about the growth. But let's face it, guys, I'm not a business person, but I'm sure every business, every industry is facing some challenges. So what are the challenges faced by businesses within the sports cards industry?
But one of the things I think most about the people and businesses that represent Panini America globally, they are an extension of what we do. We're very careful at picking these partners, and the continued evaluation of the market is key for us. We have to make sure that they are using the best practices that have come as secondhand knowledge to them that they've shared throughout these conferences and shows and everything else. A lot of these guys at the top that do things great, like Trace and Chase, they come together, they talk about what works and what doesn't. As a result, for us, we have a playbook of all kinds of things that may work in one territory that doesn't work in another. But we're constantly, trying to tap the different regions to see if they work. And we have to evolve as necessary. But each market, as it affects our business, as it is at different levels of maturation for the business and a hobby in general. We just have to make sure that we don't lose focus on the collectability of this. We focus on the business aspects, and that we really support what these guys do as an extension of our brand, and as well as the leagues that we represent.
Yeah, and I think you touched on it, Billy, as you did, Giannis, with the supply and demand, and Giannis, you mentioned allocations, and Billy, you mentioned putting the right amount of product in a particular region. It's very important. So when you look at challenges, that's a big one, because the manufacturer, if they produced as much as everybody wanted, it would be a lot less collectible. And so a challenge is always finding the right amount of product. You need a lot of product to grow the fan base, but a lot of product doesn't mean you grow collectability necessarily. So that's an ongoing challenge that's been around forever. And it's probably more even critical now with supply chain issues and challenges there. As a distributor, we're at the mercy of what the manufacturer can produce to what we can offer our products. And so for same thing with Giannis, Trace and Chase would like to offer everything to their customers that they deserve, but it's a collectible, so it doesn't really work that way. I think probably the biggest challenge right now, outside of those more tactical things that you have to look at every day, and things that you're constantly evaluating about your business, I think the big challenge right now is economic, in terms of how do people fit card collecting into their lifestyle. And we saw during COVID that we took a really big boost in terms of how it fit into people's lifestyle. We saw a lot of growth. Well, you can look at trading cards as having several super cycles within its 150 years, and you could really identify those. And we are now not necessarily at the front end of the super cycle. We're probably at a place where, like Giannis said, a lot of people came in, invested a lot of money, and they may be out. What we have to do is we're challenged, and one of the things we're always challenged with is, where to put the dollars into the marketplace that have a long-lasting effect of growth. And I think that's the overall challenge when you say, what is the biggest challenge? That is the biggest challenge, because, I'm sure Trace and Chase has customers that come in and say, hey, I want to buy everything. I want to buy this. I want to buy that. Well, that's not responsible. And the same thing, if we went to Panini and said, we want everything you make, that's not responsible. And Panini says, we're going to give everybody everything they want. That's not responsible. So to me, the biggest challenge is managing that aspect to where you have a product that people want at a level that's both encouraging the fan base and also encouraging collectability.
Yeah, I totally agree. For us, it's always a challenge to get more access to product. And Billy knows that, David knows that. But we talk regularly about more and more product, but I'm pretty sure that you guys know better how to manage supply of product and the regions, and obviously the local market. So I totally trust you in that. Our biggest challenge day to day is to represent the whole supply chain behind us, properly. And at the end, we need to just promote the leagues and the athletes. All of us are just in the middle of a very emotional, I'm going to say again, connection between athletes and fans. This is what all the hype is about. Hype for the superstars, hype for a championship, hype for around the discussion, who is the GOAT in every sport, hype for a new prospect. All of us, we're just making that connection. We're just delivering training cards and memorabilia from players to fans. And building that community step by step, day by day, and creating those bonds is what will guarantee long-term success for everybody. We cannot do it without the help of distribution and production. So I'm truly blessed to be in this panel with you guys and to do business with you daily. But it's all about, at the end of the day, the athletes involved and their fan base. Nothing more than that.
Well, I'm sorry, Giannis, but Dora mentions the challenges and the opportunities. Things like words like love and fun have come up in our conversation today. But what hasn't been mentioned is the hard work that goes into it from both the distribution and the street level with Giannis's business. Fun and love is great, but it's really hard work, and they're taking a large risk. And Dora, when you ask about how new people can come into the industry and take this on as a business, they have to recognize there are challenges, but there's people like these guys and their businesses that are there to help them, that have a long history in branding, in distribution, and in just general business sense. Giannis could tell stories for days about how he has customers that have certain challenges at a different level, but I'll leave that for him to talk about. But again, fun and love, those are fantastic aspects of what we do, but it's the hard work that pays off, and it's the hard work that keeps the sustainability part of this industry moving forward.
Yep.
And I think what you just said, Billy, talked about the opportunities. And since we're talking about growth, and Giannis is a perfect example of, how someone can start this as a business, but I'm sure everyone who will attend this panel is interested about the same thing. And your expertise is valuable in your opinion. So I left this, as a last question, because it's very important to look at the future. And I want your opinion on the opportunities for growth. Do we see opportunities for growth when it comes to, the international markets? What it needs to be done? What it needs to be, improved? Where do we look at when we think about growth and innovation?
100% yes, Dora. The opportunity for growth is enormous. The market itself can grow exponentially. We're just tapping into certain regions globally that, like Giannis said, didn't even know what a trading card was, a year ago or a few months ago. And now, not only do they know what they are, they're attending shows, they're going to card stores, they're building communities around card collecting. And so we're seeing things that globally that we saw in the infancy of trading card collecting decades ago. And we're seeing it at a rapid pace. So as far as growth opportunity goes, it's really endless. And like you mentioned, the addition of a league only creates another level of collectability and collector base that would exist. So 100% yes. My role at GTS is to help find where those opportunities are globally. And I have plenty of work to do, because opportunities exist all around the globe, and they're popping up all the time. In Europe right now is a hotbed for growth, primarily driven by both soccer and basketball markets, especially. So we're looking forward to a lot more growth. And to me, it's another chance to enjoy another level of this industry, and it motivates me every day to keep doing what I do.
And I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy your next trip to Greece too.
100%.
I'm sorry to admit that I just come for the food, Giannis.
You're
Yeah,
welcome
so-
every time, anytime, every time.
Yeah, but further to David's point, opportunity exists globally, especially in Europe. We look at the consumption cycle from a higher level that begins with singles and moves on to packs and moves on to boxes and in cases, given wherever we are in the cycle. When you look at those categories, you break it down to each level of consumer. So there's opportunity in all of that because some people may only want to deal with singles and sell those on other selling platforms online. A lot of businesses like Giannis have made a full-time business out of just selling singles. The collector may move to a pack or a box mentality. However, their finances dictate, like David mentioned. But again, the cause and effect comes into play at every step, and we just have to be mindful of that.
Yeah. I just want to say as an example of opportunities and growth potential, let's look at soccer. Soccer used to be just stickers and albums from the 60s onwards. And then you got World Cup trading cards. Billy, correct me if I'm wrong. First it was World Cup, and then it was Premier League trading cards. And now you have Bundesliga, La Liga, and Serie A, and MLS. So that was the evolution for soccer. Same is happening with basketball. It was just the NBA. Now you're going to see EuroLeague. You have Australian Basketball League cards. Or you're going to see probably, I don't know, another league pop up. And these are just the mainstream sports that we know. What's the deal with cricket in India?
One of the largest sports globally.
Exactly. So as we move forward, producers are going to definitely evaluate opportunities based on followers, based on viewership, and market size. And trust me, if you just think about the global sports scene, the possibilities right now are endless. We're just at the beginning, as just David said.
And I couldn't agree more, Yanis, with what you just said in the end, that the possibilities are endless. Because to end this panel, I just want to say that, to me, no matter, if you're doing this as a hobby, if you're doing it as an investment, or if you're doing this as a business owner, all these three roles have one thing in common. You have to love sports, and you have to love the stories behind the card, the soccer ball, the jersey. You have to love the story. And it's our job, me as a journalist, to be the vehicle for this story based on how I write it or I present it through a video. To you guys, it's how you promote this item, how you sell this item, exposing the story, not only the person who wore this jersey. And, loving sports, I think, is the number one thing that you need to have as an essential to either start this as a hobby, as an investment, or as a business. And I think it becomes more and more attractive the more technology evolves and we have more access to all the leagues and the players and their stories. And I think what you guys are doing, it's complex, it's not easy to do, yet is a really, it's fun because we're talking about sports. So you combine, the complexity of business with fun. And I think this is amazing. This is very attractive for someone who wants to start this.
I think we're all blessed just being here and doing what we're doing. So
yeah, I would agree. Yeah, this has been a fantastic industry to be a part of. Given my background, it was a nice transition for me, and I can't thank these guys enough because they've been a key part of it.
So I would like to thank you guys for participating in this panel. It was an honor to meet all of you. I know I've been working a lot with Yanis. Maybe we can work with the rest of you. within the next years. I'm very happy that I'm working with people that they love what they do and they love sports, because I love sports and I love basketball particularly a lot. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for having this wonderful conversation and making, you know, the sports card industry and memorabilia even more attractive by what you said.
Thank you.
Thank
Dora.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone, but welcome on board. I hope you are well. My name is Daphne Karabokiri. I'm a journalist based in Athens, Greece, and I have the honor to be selected to moderate today's session between two distinguished gentlemen who have very important roles in our society and have really inspired the community with their work and with their achievements. Welcome, Mr. Sotiris Kyrianakos and Mr. Evgenios Vasilikos. Each of them have designed with their path, actually, a very important impact. Mr. Kyrianakos in the sports domain and Mr. Vasilikos in the area of tourism, which is precious for the economy as well. Before we begin, I would like to note that this session belongs to the Frontrunners in Sports Management 5.0 Sports Conference and is organized by the Sports Management Program and Student Society of DIRI, the American College of Greece, along with the Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism and Leisure, the American College of Greece, and the award-winning Active Media Group. Truth be told, there are a few things nowadays that can actually unite us and bring us together as one, and unquestionably and undeniably, sports is one of them. So apart from the fact that sports are a healthy choice, a healthy lifestyle, a challenge to overcome the ego, the obstacles, and a way to achieve many times what is thought to be unachievable, it has other aspects as well in regards to the community in total and partially, meaning that it affects unseen territories such as tourism, which help the whole in total, proving that evolution is right in front of us through provable and healthy standards and means. So I hereby present to you our two main speakers, two well-renowned gentlemen who thrive, each of them in their terrain, with their expertise and their achievements, therefore bringing forward the meaning of connection, communication, and goal achievement through various means from their outstanding career points. Tourism and sports, sports and tourism, two sides of the same coin, have been proven very successful and prosperous through the years. So this conversation will commence with Mr. Sotiris Kyrianakos, CEO of the Greek Athletics Federation and General Manager of the Athens Authentic Marathon, and will be commented upon by Mr. Evgenios Vasilikos, the General Secretary of Athens, Attica and Argosaronic Hotel Association and member of the Hellenic Hotel Federation Board. We are honored to have you here with us today in this session to discuss and stress the importance of sports with an out-of-the-box approach, as sports are married to tourism, and that is a good thing. So, Mr. Kyrianakos, the floor is all yours, or should I say the Zoom platform?
Yeah, Daphne, thank you very much for your kind words. And I would like especially to thank the American College of Greece, DRI, and of course Active Media for the invitation. It's a very great chance for all of us to see the experience that we have during all year from the athletics events to share with everyone. So I'm starting with a small presentation about the Athens Marathon and how we can use, you can use, I don't like the word, but I think it's a common word. You can use a race, a sport event, not only the marathon, but any sport event as a marketing tool to promote a city or to promote even a whole country. So let's see. I'm starting with a question that is it possible for the organization of a marathon race to be important for the local economy? When you see the word marathon, you can replace it with the word sport event, with any sport you think. So sport event tourism is a huge and growing global industry with a bold economic impact for whole city and of course for whole country. And just see the numbers, it's 40% the increase, the growth rate from 20 up to 24, it's going to be in a tourism market. And this is a small research from Eastern Finland University that says that 25% of overall tourism activity is going to be from sports tourism. So let's see what we try to do in the Athens Marathon. We try to do that marathon race. It's not only a race, but we try to make it a lifetime experience. A lifetime experience. So we have, in order to do that, we have some advantages and some disadvantages. But you have to know that every race, every sport event has advantages and disadvantages. You have to know that in order to face the problems and to make it as a chance. In Athens Marathon, some of them are the same. It's the same, it's the way you look. For example, we have a big advantage. It's the historical marathon route. But at the same time, it's also a disadvantage. Because, as you know, or maybe you don't know, Marathon is a small village outside of Athens, 42 kilometers from Athens. But there's no metro station there. So how you can go there? So 20,000 runners will have to be transporting to the historical start line from Athens by buses. Imagine 450 buses starting from Athens at the morning of the Sunday morning to go to marathon start with 20,000 runners. Imagine how difficult is it. But on the other hand, why this is difficult? Because we want to keep the historical marathon route. The finish line, imagine that, to the Panathinaikos Stadium, the stadium that hosted the first modern Olympic Games. But what is the disadvantage on the other side? That you can't have 50,000, 60,000 runners at the same time. Most of the marathon, they finish at open streets, very easy, but not with us. Third advantage, the main organizer is the oldest federation of sports in Greece, SEGAS. It's a governing federation, so it's very easy to have to communicate with everyone. But the second is that we have a bureaucracy. It's the phenomenon. It's amazing. For example, you know that in order to buy some stuff like a PC, a laptop, I need at least 3 months. So imagine that. Imagine how many months earlier I have to prepare everything for the marathon. And of course, exert about the marathon route. So how did we manage to face all these difficulties with one word? Synergy. This is what the marathon race, and every race, and every sport event, it's about. It's about the runners. It's about the athletes. It's about the companies. It's about the local government. It's about the governmental coverage. It's about seconds. And we try to do this. Everyone, it's in a circle. Everyone with the same and with a common goal to do the best marathon and to promote the Greece as a country that can host any sport event. How we start that? We started on the start of the year with promotional step. For example, we have Run Greece. It's a Run Greece running series. And we go to the 7 biggest cities of Greece, like Heraklion, like Patra, like Larissa. And we try to activate the local society to love running, but also to prepare all the runners around Greece to start getting ready and participate at the Athens Marathon. So what we see, it's a local tourism. And this is some of the numbers you can see about 7 road races, 7 cities in 7 different governments. And this is a map that you see how we extend that. It's from the north part of Greece up to Heraklion. It's the southeast part of Greece. The second, we try to support the international presence. For example, we have the Marathon Place. The Marathon Place starts from the top of Marathon. It's the birthplace of the historical sport. The second, we have expos from all over the world. So the previous 2 years, we went to Chicago, to Boston, to Prague, to Rome, to Paris. Okay, this is a total market about 500,000 runners that they possibly come to Athens. But we try to think that every tourism is going to be maybe a runner to have a possibility to run. So we're thinking with the cooperation of the Minister of Tourism to go to Tourism Expo in general, like London, like New York, like Berlin. This is a market of more than 3 million tourism. So they're just thinking to come to Athens and to do things, to go to a museum, to go everything, and maybe to run. We create a unique hashtag. Athens Marathon has had a lot of hashtags. Most of the sport events have a lot of hashtags. So this is bad for communication. We have to make it clear to the audience, to make clear to the athletes. So Athens Marathon has only one hashtag. It's I am authentic. That's it. So after that, we have some statistics from that we have more than 100,000 posts after the race in Instagram. We have more over than 1 million unique users in Facebook. And you have, we are in top 10 on Twitter in the whole world for 24 hours after the Athens Marathon. This is easy to see because we have only one hashtag. That was the old hashtag you have. This is one of the new idea, and I think that I'm very proud of this, University Night Run. We motivate the families, the friends of the marathon runners, although the company to participate. So we started thinking, what about students? What about universities? So we have the first university run in Greece. And I'm going to say the statistics from this year. We have 2,000 runners, 2,000 students from 110 universities. So imagine that we have you go to a new market, students. So the students are coming for the first time, most of the students in Greece, they're going to be repeaters, as we say in tourism, that they're going to come here to run, but I'm sure they're going to come again and again and again. Also, new idea, the authentic talks. Okay, tourism, marathon is not only a race, it's a lot of things around that. So we try to make something, the authentic route became the reason for the birth of the authentic talks. The authentic talks is speeches of people who connect with the field of sports in direct or indirect way through their experience. That was the last year. You see the photo. It's from Stavros Niarchos Foundation, and it was an amazing thing that people from all over the world that feel the experience of a marathon, and they don't care about if you are a runner or you are a volunteer or you are a company. You just feel that feeling of being part of a marathon. A new idea to create. This is every year's medal. This is 2019, it's 2021 and 2022. And each medal, it's designed, it's created by different painter. And also who support, and someone says, come to run for 8 years in a row and to have the word marathon in your medals. See, every year there will be a different letter. We have parallel events, okay, about the race, but we want to extend the staying of to stay in Athens for more days. So we have Marathon Expo 4 days. We have a sponsor village. We have the authentic talks. We have the marathon opening ceremony, and of course, the university ride round. 3 venues, 5 days, 6 races. It's a marathon experience for a whole week. This is the races. And of course, the venues, the Historical Star, the Marathon Dome, the Panathinaikos Stadium. At the same time, that was last year, this year, unofficially, I'm going to say that it was more than 700 companies participate at the 5-kilometer road race. A race in which they can have corporate rating, and this is the way Athens Marathon Athletic became the best team building program in the whole world. And this is the 10-year growth in entries. So Athens becomes the center of the marathon. And whoever loves the statistics, it's from last year, 11,000 national runners, 25,000 visitors, 90% occupancy of the hotels inside the region of Vatican. More than 25 million earnings for the local economy. Some statistics also. And the marathon runner, they say that is after the golf players, it's the best about how can I say, the category of tourism, of sport tourism. So what we try to do, we try to make the marathon an event to share with friends, with family, with company. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank you for your speech. To be honest, as a marathon runner, listening to you and watching through your slides, I think that my heartbeat just raised, because it's an amazing feeling to be part of this festivity. It's a party. It's a party for our community. It's something that brings us together, and you cannot actually explain it by words. It's something that transcends the body, and the feeling and the sense of belonging is something huge. And I think it's something very important nowadays, especially with social media in our lives and technology, which actually brings us apart. Of course, social media has united events such as the Athens Authentic Marathon. Okay, you have presented a hashtag which brings us together, but At the end of the day, when you're running and when you cross the finish line, you want to talk with the other person. You don't want to tweet or Instagram about it. So yeah, I was actually there while you were talking. So my first question addressed to Mr. Kyrianakos is the following. Why should a municipality or a government have to bear in total the costs of a huge sports event, which has become a very valued tradition, as is the Athens Authentic Marathon, and of course the whole week, which is a set of events?
That's a very good question. And basically, I think that the answer has two parts. The first concerns sports tourism, and in particular, it benefits as it's most growing form of tourism. For example, it's a sport event that enables a city, a country to have economic benefits as revenue in purchases, travels, hotels, everything. And on the other hand, create a unique sport brand image. For example, imagine who knew Milwaukee in Greece 3 or 4 years ago, but suddenly Giannis had make Milwaukee a sport destination. So imagine that we can have the chance. Athens Marathon can send Athens to have a sport brand image. It created for the city, and this gives you opportunity to showcase the beauty and uniqueness of a city through social media around the world, creating the need for the visitor to come back again and again.
How have you managed through the years to keep the importance high and the interest uninterrupted through the years, bringing and bearing in mind that it is constantly upgraded and enriched, and you have a huge obstacle, which is called bureaucracy?
It's what I said before. We extended that, and that's why we try to make the marathon experience, not only the race, but we got that experience. For example, we try to find ways to extend the duration of the visitor stay, and their interest through parallel events, such that we have a big expo with more than 200 companies participating, and a big expo welcoming more than 100,000 visitors. We have the student race. We invite universities from all over the world to come with friends, with family, to come to run and stay and visit the museums and everything. And we have the authentic talks. We try to think that it's not about sports, it's about Congress tourism. So we try to do a lot of things during that week, and so that Athens and all the people and everything behind that, it's they're, how can I say, we're united in a common goal.
I'm really interested in listening this particular answer from you, which is, what does the voice of the people, the athletes, and the participants and the viewers has to say? What does this voice have to say as a feedback to you so you can enrich the program?
I'm gonna say it's I haven't the official statistics there yet, but I think I can say you a number that says everything. We have 700,000 wow, how we say in Facebook, Instagram, likes in our pictures, and that's, I think it says all. We have many mails on people that says we missed that this year, we want to come back in next year. But I think that this is something that it says that something good is happening, that we have people that are running and running again the same distance. They come and they come again. Usually in a marathon, you can you run a marathon and then you try to another marathon. Imagine 1,600 marathons all over the world every year. So they try to use it in different marathons. In Athens Marathon, we have people that come in again and again, and I think this is the best. This is the best for us.
Can you hear me?
Daphne, we can hear you.
You can hear me. If we could stress out one disadvantage of the Athens Authentic Marathon, that would be the difficult route connecting historical points of the city of Athens. So I was wondering, how have you managed to transform this disadvantage into a major advantage, actually?
Look, that's what I was saying before. The Athens Marathon Athletic has unique characteristics. Of course, this could possibly constitute additional difficulties, but we do this as our unique added opportunity for our brand. We have one of the most difficult distance race around the world. We don't hide it. We know, everyone knows that. But we emphasize about that this is the authentic. We emphasize the authentic group. So we have the difficult and we have the authentic. So I think that we try to emphasize the good part and not the difficult part. So I think that the runners they skip the difficult part and they have in mind only that they're going to run and they're going to participate, something that is unique.
They say that as a tourist, the best way to discover a city is by walking through it.
Yes, like that.
So this is the best viewpoint. I would like your opinion on the constantly increasing running culture through the years. And I would like your opinion on this from your experience. Why is there a hype in running?
Look, everyone is running for many reasons. So I have heard a lot of things all these years that I'm here in the Greek Athletic Federation. But I think we have maybe in two main categories. The first of all, it's running. It's the simplest form of exercise. You just need a pair of shoes and a road. So that's it. So you don't need special equipment. Even without shoes, you can run. So it's a very easy and simple way to practice. And the second is that, and I believe it more every year, more and more that you feel that you participate in a part of a bigger team. You can run along with your family, with colleagues, with your friends, and with your girlfriend, with your boyfriend. So that feels that you can do it with someone else. It makes you feel part of a team. And when you don't feel good and you have problems in your life and everything, it's a way to feel that okay, I'm not alone. I'm with someone else. And it's a very strange that the sport that usually you can do by yourself, but maybe it's a team sport. I think in marathon it's a team sport and not in one sport.
I would like to add 2 notes on what you said, that you can run with people with disabilities as well, and it's part of the umbrella of being seen, which is something that we have embraced in our city for the past years. And I would like to stress out as well that, the marathon gives you a purpose. And after the pandemic, I think that walking and running became a part of our lives because we wanted to be connected. So it would really be interested to see the before and after in the statistics of the Athens Authentic Marathon. I would like to ask you as well, what is your definition of sports and sports culture?
I think that basically, I like to say what is, because we mostly confuse what is the definition of sports tourism. For example, if you want, you stay here, and I want to go, because I said about Milwaukee. I want to go to Milwaukee to see an NBA game. That is sport tourism. I go to Milwaukee to see. I am from New York. I want to come to run the Athens Marathon. That's sport tourism. But if I go to Milwaukee for a business meeting, and these days there's also an NBA game, and to go to watch the game, that's not sport tourism. Sport tourism, it's about the choice to travel for a sporting purpose. So, and that is the future of. I think this is the future of the tourism. So, okay, it's not about only because Greece has. I think Mr. Vasilikos knows better. We have sun, we have beaches, we have everything, but it's not about sun and beach anymore. It's about how to have more things to see, to do during our vacation. I think that in the future and the next steps, it's about how to make the tourism feel that want to do a lot of things during staying in a city in Athens and everyone in Greece.
Of course, I think that Mr. Vasilikos in the years that are to come is going to be a very happy man, because I think we're going to be having sunny days, more sunny days. It's of course for a bad reason, climate change, but still, you know, it enriches the touristic period. My last question to you, Mr. Kyrianakos, is how has team building strengthened throughout the years, reaching 2023? And what is the projection for next year?
I think that's how can I say, it's something that we didn't expect. We didn't expect in Athens, for Athens Marathon, how many companies they want to participate as a team building program. So I think that Athens Marathon, it's the week of Athens Marathon is the center of the sports in the whole world. But maybe we try with the help from Mr. Vasilikos and everyone in Athens or in Greece to create that this is a week that we have the center of the Congress in the whole world. So we try to say to the companies, okay, you're here to run with all your members. Okay, stay here and make your Congress and make your conference, everything here in Athens. So I think that if we try to mix that and combine it together, we have, imagine what about Athens and how great it's going to be to have, to drive companies and sports together. It's not only about the values, maybe the economical impact for Athens and for Greece, it's going to be and for the next years.
Thank you very much for your speech and your patience for my questions. So now I'm going to welcome Mr. Eugenios Vasilikos. Hi again. And we're looking forward to your speech and your commentary.
Hi. First of all, thank you for the invitation and the pleasure of being here. Thank you, Mr. Kyrianakos, for the presentation. It's very interesting to see these numbers. And you'll allow me, I don't have a presentation. I don't like doing presentations. I prefer telling you a story. So I'm going to say what we did as Hoteliers Association of Athens and the islands of Athens. Now more than 10 years ago. It all started because I was a runner also, and I decided to start running in different events around Greece at the beginning, and then around Europe. And I decided to run my first marathon, which was in Paris in 2012, and then I took the big step and decided to run the Athens Marathon, which I knew was one of the most difficult in the world. I did it, and I did better than what I did in Paris, actually. So I was quite happy about that. I cannot describe the feeling of entering the Panathinaikos Stadium. I think it's unique, and talking about it every time reminds me how important it was. So through this experience I had, what I realized was that up until 2010, 2012, the Athens Marathon was not a uniting event, was not a party. It was more something that people of Athens would see as something, you're disturbing my weekend, you're closing the roads again. And up until that point, you felt that a lot, especially as a runner. It wasn't in our mentality. It wasn't yet something that people would like to do on weekends or in the afternoons. It was only starting. And I think Mr. Kyrianakos can confirm with the numbers of runners back in 2009 and 2010 in the Athens Authentic Marathon, and how it exponentially went up in the years after. So what we could do then as a Hoteliers Association is, except from having the opportunity of having runners come on the second weekend of November every year, and I'll come back to this recurring importance after. I decided to try and make hoteliers be more involved in what happens on that weekend. We have people, as was described before, coming from all over the world to run this authentic route. People who look forward to it for many years. So we could not just have people entering hotels and just be like any other client. We needed them to understand that we were watching after them, that we were doing more things for them than just welcoming them. So we started by having special gift bags. In my hotels, what I started doing was welcoming them with a personal note and wishing them good luck for their run. The special gift bags would have anything from water to banana to sunscreen or anything that we could think about. Some hotels gave them an olive-free branch, for the good luck. Then we also started having special menus for the nights before, pasta nights. And as we all know, you need your carbs to run. So the night before we'd have huge buffets with pasta. And of course, as most of you will know, breakfast in hotels usually open around 7:30 in the morning. Participating hotels in this program from the Hoteliers Association would open their breakfast at 5 o'clock in the morning, so that the people running would have the time to have their breakfast and be able to go to marathon. And as Mr. Kyrianakos said, it's not an easy task because of all the difficulty from where it starts and where it ends. So doing this, we also tried to face the bureaucracy that Mr. Kyrianakos said, which was not easy. But slowly, and after a few years, we started seeing that people would understand this, and our clients were very happy to see that we would do something very special for them. And they are repeating clients, as was mentioned also before, which is the most important. Sports events in general, what we think about is not something recurring. And for a city, what is very important in a sporting event is that it has to be recurring for it to have a big meaning for the city. If we're talking about, for example, a Champions League final, it's going to happen once, and then you don't know when it's going to happen again. Sporting events that are recurring, like cycling, like Rally Acropolis, like the marathon, these are more important than what we think about. We all know that in 2004, we held the Olympic Games in Athens. Yes, it was a magnificent event. Yes, it was a very important event for hoteliers also and for the whole city. But it was not recurring. It was a one-off thing. We don't know when we're going to have Olympic Games again. So that's why, as I said before, the recurring events in sports are very important. The fact that you need the people of the city to understand how important it is as an event is also very important. Ms. Karavokiri, you said you're also a runner, so I'm going to share a story again from the marathon I ran in 2013. I remember I was about outside the building of ERT in Mesogion, and it was starting to be the difficult part where it's almost the end. You're trying to get to the stadium and you say, I don't know when I'm going to get there. And as I'm running, I see an old lady. She could have been my grandmother easily, about 70 years old. And she was holding a small bag of chocolates. And she gave me one without knowing me, obviously, and said, I'll say it in Greek if it's okay, "Idinamisou." And this is something, I say and I have goosebumps. It's something that there I felt that people were starting to understand that this is a party for the city, and that we have to see it as something where we have to invest in, not something only that we'll see happening once a year, but something that we could have people running or training for the marathon if the infrastructures were the ones that we should have. When I was training for the marathon, I went on Marathono Street on Sunday mornings. It was not easy. It was I was afraid. So all these are very important for this event to evolve and to continue happening. And of course, having people saying more. As you said, the weather is very nice in November. Unfortunately, it's getting even better, and it's not good for the environment, but it's good for people who want to come and still have some vacation on one of our islands or in Athens and see the city without having the overcrowdedness of the summer. So for us, it's a very important event, and we look forward to having more recurring events like this. And obviously it helps all the local community, whether it's in Athens or in other cities, if that happens.
Okay, thank you very much for what you shared today with us. I think there was a lot of feeling behind what you said, especially since it was based on personal experience. I really, I had tears in my eyes when you said about ERT, because I had the same experience, and it was from a 7-year-old, 3 kilometers before the finish line. I thought I was gonna, just die there. And he was like, the 7-year-old, you can do it. And I started crying because I couldn't even grasp the idea of a 7-year-old cheering me up in order to achieve my goal. So I can totally relate with that. I wanted also to say that carbs, you know, are connected with happiness, not only with sports. So we absolutely need them. And I'm
Correct.
going to stress out the culture of whining that you said about the problems that are created by others, whining that, you know, you are ruining our Sundays and we cannot reach the center, or, you know, relax. We have one Sunday to relax. You know, whiners are going to whine. And I think that the rule is now that people want sports and embrace them. So the exception has become the rule. And I think that the key to your approach was that you approached them in a custom-made way. Hoteliers, you know, lunches, dinners, brunches, and the whole idea. So how did that change? How did you see that changing? Was it radical? Did it need time?
It didn't take a lot of time. Yeah, I think that, you know, as hoteliers, we know that we need to evolve. In the past few years, obviously, with the pandemic, the ones who had not understood that before really understood it this time. We need to evolve. We need to have our guests having experiences and not only being guests in a hotel. We need them to leave the country with something different, with a feeling which is going to be different. Not just having visited a city where they walked around and they saw the Acropolis and they saw all the culture and the sea and everything that we have to offer, but leaving with an experience where they are going to feel Greek hospitality in general, where they're going to see how important it is for us, and they will want to come back, or they will want to share their experience with their friends or on their social medias, and making people want to return.
How has social media strengthened this situation, this union between tourism and sports globally?
I think it's played a huge role. People are sharing their experience nowadays everywhere and at any time. So obviously, when you achieve something like finishing a marathon or touring a city with your bike, or going to see Giannis in Milwaukee playing an NBA match, you're going to share it. So even I'm not a very big fan of social media. I don't use them. I don't share things. When I finished the marathon, I did. I mean, it's something that you want to share with people. You want to share this experience. So the better it is, the better you can make it as a professional for your guests, the better you have to do it so that they can share it the most and, you know, advertise the city in the best way possible.
Mr. Vasilikos, do you think that we have reached the climax between the union of sports and tourism? And is it a bad thing if we say that, you know what, we have reached the climax and now we are trying to maintain that climax?
No, I think we still have a lot to do on the connection that we can do between sports and tourism. During the past years, we see a lot of hotels designing routes for their business clientele coming to stay for a few days, designing routes and telling them you can go run there. You can go have, you know, it's what Mr. Giranakos said before. This is not the sports travel, but it is in our daily, in our everyday task, in our everyday what we do. If someone's a runner, he's going to go run, whether he's in Athens or he's in Paris or he's in wherever he is, he's going to go for his run. So I think that we still have a lot to do as a country also on how we invest in sporting events, and to understand how good it can be for local communities. So as a country, I think we still have a lot to do.
Which are the major obstacles that came in your way in order to establish a beneficial path through tourism and sports, and which were the means by which you overcame them ultimately?
I'm going to ask you to repeat, because it was possible to overcome them.
It's very interesting that, observing the speeches and the words that you used, and Mr. Kyrianakos, you have many things in common, which means that you have almost the same standpoint in order to deal with things. You have found a way, which is a good thing. I would like to ask, when we listen to the word tourism, automatically, profit comes into mind, but money is the last element of this equation, because it's a lot more than profit and money. It's about culture. It's about a new era, a new approach, a new lifestyle that brings the globe together. So I think it's pretty sad to think about tourism and money. It's not only that, and sports and tourism and money. It's not only that.
It's definitely not only that. Obviously, it's a business. So you wanted to be successful. You wanted to be earning. But I think that the way we handled, especially the example of the Athens Marathon, shows that it's not all about that. Shows that people are ready to enter synergies. I forgot to mention that back then and until now, we had a very big circle of companies, small stores from in the center of Athens, bigger companies who gave out vouchers for runners to have special rates in their stores, restaurants, all the small stores in the center of Athens would give out vouchers for the runners. I think that synergies show the bigger picture, and the people entering these synergies understand this bigger picture and see that, okay, if I'm not going to make that much money this year, I will next year or the year after. And I think that's the most important.
I would like to thank you both, gentlemen, for your insights and your inputs. I think you have many things in common, and it's not random. It's rather clear now why the marriage between sports and tourism is a successful one. And I might add long-standing and prosperous as well. So we hope that, and we trust that you will continue your effective team building in both ways. So proving once again the importance of coming together and thinking out of the box by bringing bridges together, bridges of culture and bridges of society. I would like to say a great big thank you to the Sports Management Program and Student Society of the American College of Greece, along with the Center of Excellence in Food Tourism and Leisure, the American College of Greece, and the award-winning Active Media Group for organizing, once again, the Frontrunners in Sports Management 5.0 and bringing all of us together on this open-minded event.
Hello, everyone. It's really nice to meet you. I'm Sofia Stefako, and I'm very, very happy to be part of the Front Runners in Sports Management 5.0 conference as the winner of the Drive Chains by Speaker Contest by Motodynamics Group of Companies. I would like to personally thank Motodynamics Group of Companies for giving us a chance to express ourselves and share our perspectives on crucial topics like sustainability, innovation, and leadership in the world of sports. Also, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, the American College of Greece, the Sports Management Society, the Active Media Group, and the Center of Excellence in Food, Tourism, and Leisure. Now, without further ado, let's dive into a research that I've done with my colleague Kostadina Pellegrati about the impact of social media on leadership in the sports industry. To begin with, let's clarify who is considered a leader on the world of sports. Leaders can be top people in sports organizations, star athletes, coaches, or executives shaping the industry. They all play important roles in guiding and influencing the direction of sports. A great example of a sports leader who embodies the essence of charismatic leadership is the one you may know, Jurgen Klopp, a highly respected football coach and manager, who has gained recognition for his remarkable achievement. Under his guidance, Liverpool secured prestigious titles, including the UEFA Champions League and the English Premier League. What makes Klopp truly exceptional is not just his impressive track record, but his charismatic leadership style. He emphasizes the importance of teamwork and fosters a strong sense of unity within his teams, creating an environment where players work closely together with a shared sense of purpose. In the world of sports, leadership is like the ultimate treasure hunt. It's all about finding hidden gems and helping them shine. True leaders aren't just treasure hunters. They're like mentors, guides, and the #1 fans all in one. They don't just spot potential. They are like the GPS. They help athletes navigate the wild terrain, conquer challenges, and reach their X marks of full potential. According to studies, strong leadership has a positive impact on both team performance and also athlete satisfaction. I believe most of you know this person. Let's take the journey to the basketball court, where Michael Jordan, the legend himself, ruled the game. He is not just a basketball player, he's the king of the court. Jordan's work ethic, he's like a non-stop basketball marathon. But what's the best part? He's not just a player, he's a motivator. Under his leadership, the Chicago Bulls won 6 NBA championships. Now, let's talk about role models. Whether they're dominating in sports, rocking the business world, or any other arena, these people light up the path like guiding stars. But here's the twist. They're not just awesome at what they do. They're like our personal motivators, inspiring us to reach new heights. Role models aren't just about achievement. They are the fuel of our dreams, showing us the way and giving us a boost to go after our goals. In sports industry, leadership is a key factor for success and growth. effective leaders in sports organizations, teams, and among individuals are essential for reaching goals, bringing innovation, and promoting teamwork. Leadership is the driving force behind achieving excellence and making the world of sport a place where amazing things happen. Nelson Mandela, the former president of South Africa, showed remarkable leadership during the 1995 Rugby World Cup. He used this event to bring people together and promote unity in the nation. Mandela's act of wearing the Springbok jersey, traditionally linked to the white minority, was a powerful symbol of his leadership in his role in fostering national unity. Leadership shapes the way people behave and emphasizes ethics and integrity. When leaders uphold fairness, honesty, and sportsmanship, they contribute to a positive and respectable image of the industry. This in return boosts its reputation, drawing in fans, sponsors, and of course, investments. Deloitte has made a very interesting report that shows that strong leadership plays a vital role in driving revenue growth for sports organizations. It empowers effective decision-making, strategic planning, and the ability to seize opportunity in the market. Leadership plays a vital role in driving innovation, adapting to changing trends, and staying ahead in the sports industry. Effective leaders encourage creativity, embrace new technologies, and foster a culture of continuous learning, leading to improved performance, fan engagement, and business success. Now, a very interesting report that I recently found is that the Global Digital Report from 2022 showed that we're 5.79 billion mobile users and 4.93 billion active social media users worldwide. This highlights the enormous potential for sports leaders using social media. According to the Nielsen Sports Survey, 46% of sports fans follow athletes on social media, and only 47% follow sports teams or organizations about sports. In our digital age, social media platforms have changed the way sports industry leaders connect with their fans on a global scale. These platforms provide a direct avenue for leaders to engage and interact with their audience like never before. What's truly remarkable is how sports leaders use these channels to share their personal stories, from the trials to the moments of winning. In doing so, they inspire others through their authenticity, proving that the path of success is often paved with determination and resilience. I believe most of you know these profiles. Cristiano Ronaldo, the soccer sensation, the social media game as good as his moves on the field. Cristiano Ronaldo uses social media to keep his fans updated, showcase brand partnerships, and engage with his fan base. Now, the social media platforms, and especially Twitter, have changed how sports leaders connect in real time. They can provide instant reactions, updates, and engage in conversation with fans, media, and fellow athletes. This fosters transparency and responsiveness, bringing leaders and fans, and creating a sense of connection that was unimaginable in the past. Another name that is widely known is LeBron James, a well-known basketball player, that he also effectively uses Twitter. He uses it to share his thoughts on important social issues and engage with his 50 million followers. His tweets often spark significant discussions, as you might see, that go beyond just sports, showing how sports leaders can make a broader impact through social media. Megan Rapinoe, a soccer player that has harnessed the influence of social media to talk about crucial topics such as gender equality, LGBTQ+ rights, and social justice. Her advocacy on these matters resonates not only with fans, but also ignites significant discussion beyond the realm of sports. Through her social media presence now, Rapinoe shares her personal journey, training insights, and behind-the-scene moments, serving as an inspiration for young athletes and inspiring leaders. Her message encouraging them to fearlessly pursue their passion and dreams, and also to stand up for what they believe in. A survey revealed that 86%, more than half, of consumers believe that authenticity is a crucial factor when deciding which sports leaders to support, making social media an ideal platform to showcase. An example is Serena Williams, who regularly posts on Instagram mostly to share her inspiring journey as a professional tennis player, a mother, and an advocate for equality. Through her posts, she offers her followers an authentic glimpse into her life, setting a powerful example for how sports leaders can connect with their audience on a personal level and inspire change beyond every court. Social media has become a powerful tool through those years for sports leaders to promote essential topics like mental health, self-care, and positive mindset techniques. By opening up about their own experiences and sharing strategies for maintaining their well-being, send a crucial message. They inspire their followers to prioritize mental health and overall well-being, fostering a culture that values self-care and resilience. In doing so, sports leaders leverage their influence to create a positive and lasting impact beyond the playing field. A great example is Kevin Love, an NBA figure, has courageously shared his own mental health challenging through his Twitter posts. In doing so, he has not only raised awareness, but also provided valuable resources for mental health support. By leveraging his influence, he has shown that even in the highly competitive world of professional sports, it's essential to prioritize mental health and seek help when needed. His openness has not only inspired many, but also initiated important conversations about the significance of mental well-being, reinforcing the notion that sports leaders can be advocates for positive change both on and off the court. Making a difference. Sports leaders often use their social media platforms to support charitable initiatives, and raise awareness for various causes. Their posts open donations and charitable acts, inspire others to contribute and make a positive impact in their communities, showing how a simple message can lead to a meaningful change for all. Alexandros Nikolaidis, the Olympian, shared an inspiring message that really stuck with everyone. His words were like a long-lasting impression in his last will, showing us that greatness and kindness in sports exist. He showed how sports can be about being great and kind at the same time. Nikolaidis taught us that being a champion isn't just about the game. It's also about living a world by making it a better place. His story is not just about sport. It's a legacy of being a great example of an athlete and a person, humble and caring as his initiative in his last wish, για να σωθεί ένα παιδί. Let's talk about the social media effect. According to a study conducted by the University of South California, a significant 83% of sports fans believe that athletes' social media presence positively influences their perceptions and engagement with the sport. This striking finding underlines the profound impact that athletes' online interactions have on their fan base. It demonstrates that the connection between sports figures and their supporters go well beyond the playing field, and the digital realm serves as a powerful medium for building stronger bonds and enriching the sport experience. I believe most of you have saw before this picture. Get this. According to the Nielsen Sports Surveys, 35% of sports fans are hitting that follow button for their favorite athletes on social media. But here's the fun part. 43% of these fans are totally ready to jump on board and buy products that their sports idol gave a thumbs up to. It's like having your favorite athlete and persona as your shopping buddy, all from the comfort of your screens. Influencers are like travel guides on social media, giving tips and insights about places. A study says people find social media valuable for travel info. Influencer posts help followers decide where to go by providing personal recommendations to their stories. When Ronaldo visits Costa Navarino, it's like adding a touch of his essence and coolness to the place. People who want to feel a bit like Ronaldo might think, hey, if he likes it there, I might too. And then they book their stay. Simple as that. Social media boosts player skills. Platforms like Instagram, Twitter, and also YouTube give players cool training tips, performance tricks, and mental hacks. Coaches like the Golden State Warrior coach Stephen Kerr share videos and expert advice, helping players stay sharp and on top of their game. In sports, where surprises and challenges pop up, a leader's role in crisis management is super important. Quick and smart choices matter when things get tough. Leaders need to value the situation, gather info, and make decisions that really count. A solid leader steers the team, gives confidence, and makes sure everyone knows what to do in a crisis, making for a well-thought-out response. In 2020, When COVID hit and NBA games got paused, Adam Silver stepped up big time. He made quick moves to keep players, staff, and fans safe, putting strict rules in place. He worked closely with health officials and kept everyone in the loop. Influencers and organizations use analytics and data to shape what fans are into. They figure out what their fans want and what's trending, and they create awesome marketing stuff. They really connect with their fan base. Now, what about sports organizations? Organizations also know social media is a big deal. They use it to share their values, show off community work, and talk about important stuff. How they look on social media is a big deal for sponsors too. Brands want the team with organizations that believe in the same values, and social media is a key part of that. In the digital age, leaders face a big risk of being cancelled. Social media platforms spread into fast, letting people share opinions and hold leaders accountable. If there's controversy, a leader's reputation can quickly go downhill, leading to public backlash, loss of support, and maybe even professional problems. Being cancelled shows how important it is for leaders to be careful. They need to think about what they say and do, realizing that they have an impact and they can have on their own image and also in their playing field. A great example of that is Maria Sharapova, a former professional tennis player that felt the heat of social media after a doping scandal in 2016. She tested positive for a banned substance, and the news spread like wildfire on social media platforms. Fans and media and also fellow athletes criticized her intensively. The social media backlash had real consequences. As you see here, BBC and also the New York Times have started to put articles about the scandal. Sharapova lost major sponsorship deals with Nike and Porsche, and her reputation took a hit. This story highlights how social media can have a big and lasting impact for sports figures, showing that actions off the court can quickly shape public opinion. Social media have changed the game of leadership in sports. It's not just a communication tool, it's a direct line to fans, giving athletes, executives, and also organizations control over their own stories. Social platforms also help manage images, letting athletes and teams shape their brand and endorsements. Plus, it's all about fan engagement, building a community and a loyal following. So, let's ask ourselves, do social media influence our personas, or do we change ourselves for social media? Thank you. This is a quick glimpse about how social media affects the world of sports and leadership, and how athletes, businesses, and also the fans should consider a few things before they hit that follow button on their favorite persons. Thank you very much for having me. It was a pleasure for being a part of Frontrunners in Sports Management 5.0, a great conference that gives young individuals the chance to hear firsthand insights and personal stories from the top personalities in the sports industry. I'm honored to having you here, and I wish you to have a great time.
You want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος. Δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
You want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος. Δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος, δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
You want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος, δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
You want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος, δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
want to just follow like the climber in front of you, or do you really want to create your own path?
Από το τίποτα ξεκινάει η ροή. Χθες ήταν η πέτρα που σκάλισε τον χώρο και έμεινε στον χρόνο. Σήμερα είναι το σώμα που έχει μέσα του τον κόσμο. Αύριο θα είναι η φύση που δίνει ζωή στη ζωή. Ροή είναι η συνεχής γραμμή που ενώνει το παρελθόν, το παρόν και το μέλλον. Και είναι στο χέρι μας να τη διατηρήσουμε. Βίκος, δύναμή μας, η ροή μας.
Καλησπέρα σας. Είμαι η Στέλλα Λιβάδη, είμαι επίκορη καθηγήτρια και συντονίστρια του προγράμματος αθλητικής διοίκησης στο Diri The American College of Greece. Είμαστε εδώ με τους αξιότιμους συνομιλητές να μιλήσουμε για τον αθλητικό τουρισμό και την τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση. Σας καλωσορίζω και εσάς, ο κύριος Μπουρμάς, ο κύριος Γέμελος και η κυρία Αντωνάκου. Όπως θα μας παρουσιάζετε αυτό που θέλετε να μας πείτε και τα διάφορες διοργανώσεις που έχετε κάνει στο χώρο σας, θα ήθελα να μας πείτε και λίγα λόγια για τον εαυτό σας, τη θέση σας και πώς εμπλέκεστε σε όλο αυτό το εγχείρημα. Κύριε Μπουρμά.
Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση και για την συμμετοχή. Αν μου επιτρέπετε, να μπορούσαμε να δούμε ένα βιντεάκι 3 μόλις λεπτών, ούτε 3, ενδεικτικό λιγάκι για αυτά τα οποία θα συζητήσουμε και θα αναλύσουμε στη συνέχεια.
Καλό είναι να μας πείτε έτσι για τη σειρά αυτών των αθλητικών γεγονότων. Είναι μια σειρά από κυρίως δρομικές δραστηριότητες. Πείτε μας και πώς ξεκίνησε αυτή η ιδέα, πώς έχει εξελιχθεί και πώς τα συνδυάζετε όλα αυτά στη διάρκεια του χρόνου. Από ό,τι είδα είναι σε διαφορετικές χρονικές περιόδους.
Έτσι ακριβώς. Καταρχάς, είμαι ο Ηλίας Μπουρμάς, είμαι ο θεματικός αντιπεριφερειάρχης τουρισμού και αθλητισμού της Περιφέρειας Στερεάς Ελλάδας. Έχω την τιμή να υπηρετώ το συγκεκριμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο τα τελευταία 9 χρόνια, από την προηγούμενη δηλαδή περιφερειακή αρχή. Βασικός στόχος ήταν να καταφέρουμε, πάντα προσαρμοσμένοι, συντονισμένοι με αυτό που επιβάλλει η παγκόσμια τουριστική τάση, να είμαστε πραγματικά κυριολεκτικά μέσα στα πράγματα σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο. Εν έτη 2023 και τα αμέσως προηγούμενα χρόνια, το κινηματοδρομικό έχει παρουσιάσει μια τεράστια ανάπτυξη σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο. Είναι γεγονός που λένε ότι και μέσα εισαγωγικά αλλά και εκτός εισαγωγικών όλος ο κόσμος τρέχει. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό λοιπόν δεν θα μπορούσαμε κι εμείς να μείνουμε ανενεργοί σε αυτή την τάση. Και τι κάναμε? Πάρα πολύ απλά σκεφτήκαμε να εκμεταλλευτούμε όλα τα δεδομένα τα οποία παρέχει η περιφέρειά μας, όλες τις ομορφιές και πάλι εντός και εκτός εισαγωγικών και να τα κάνουμε αγώνες. Ένα πολύ μικρό κομμάτι, περίπου 3 λεπτών, είδατε μόλις πριν στο βιντεάκι που παρακολουθήσαμε, όπου σε πολύ λίγα λεπτά προσπαθήσαμε να σας δείξουμε εικόνες μέσα από δράσεις οι οποίες έρχονται από όλη την περιφέρεια Στερεάς Ελλάδας, μέσα από τα δρομικά τα οποία δημιουργήσαμε, είτε κάποια από αυτά τα ενισχύσαμε. Ένα εξ αυτών τα οποία δημιουργήσαμε και είμαστε πάρα πολύ περήφανοι για αυτό είναι το πρώτο κομμάτι του βίντεο που είδατε, το Στερεά Run. Είναι ένας αγώνας δρομικός, ο οποίος λαμβάνει χώρα σε 6 διαφορετικές περιοχές, σε 5 περιφερειακές ενότητες, σε 5 πρωτεύουσες συν τη Θήβα, δηλαδή στη Χαλκίδα, στο Καρπενήσι, στη Λιβαδιά, στην Άμφισσα, τη Λαμία και τη Θήβα. Είναι 5 αγώνες των 1000, των 5, των 10 και των 21 χιλιόμετρων, αγώνες με πιστοποιημένες ασφαλώς διαδρομές, αγώνες πολύ υψηλού επίπεδου, αγώνες με live streaming κάλυψη, αγώνες με ambassadors 5 εκ των κορυφαίων αθλητών σε πανελλήνιο επίπεδο, αγώνες οι οποίοι εκπροσωπούνται από αυτούς τους αθλητές, οι οποίοι έχουμε την ευτυχή συγκυρία να είναι στερεολαδίτες. Και φυσικά μιλάω για την Αναστασία τη Μαρινάκου, την τελευταία νικήτρια των 10 χιλιόμετρων στον Μαραθώνιο της Αθήνας. Μιλάω για τον Μάριο τον Αναγνώστη και επίσης πανελλήνια πρωταθλήτρια στα 5 και στα 10 χιλιόμετρα από τη Χαλκίδα. Μιλάω για τον Μάριο τον Αναγνώστου, τον ενεργεία πανελληνιονίκη των 10 χιλιόμετρων. Μιλάω για τη Ματίνα Τινούλα, την νικήτρια του Μαραθωνίου Θεσσαλονίκης και τη δεύτερη νικήτρια στο Μαραθώνιο της Αθήνας. Για τον Γιώργο τον Διαλεκτό, επί σειρά ετών πρωταθλητή Ελλάδος στα 3.000 μέτρα στίπλ και τον καλύτερο αθλητή του βουνού αυτή τη στιγμή. Και για τον Γιώργο τον Σταμούλη, τον πρωταθλητή Ελλάδος στα 3.000 μέτρα στίπλ. Αυτοί οι αθλητές ήταν και αυτοί με τους οποίους καθίσαμε κάτω και σχεδιάσαμε 6 πραγματικά πολύ ψηλού επίπεδου αγώνες με στόχο διπλό. Αφενός να δημιουργήσουμε ένα πολύ ποιοτικό δρομικό δρόμενο για όλους τους αθλητές από όλη την Ελλάδα και δεύτερον να παντρέψουμε τις διαδρομές, τις πόλεις, τις πρωτεύουσες, τις περιφερειακές ενότητες της περιφέρειάς μας μέσα από αγώνες δρομικούς. Το εγχείρημα αυτό έτυχε απόλυτης αναγνώρισης με το καλημέρα, μπορούμε να πούμε. Φτάσαμε σε σημείο το δεύτερο κιόλας χρόνο οι συμμετοχές των αθλητών να ξεπερνούν τους 4.000. Αν συνυπολογίσουμε σε αυτούς τους 1.200 εθελοντές που αντιλαμβάνεστε ότι είναι υπεραπαραίτητοι προκειμένου οι αγώνες εκτός από εντυπωσιακοί να είναι και ασφαλείς, μιλάμε αυτομάτως για περίπου 5.500 ανθρώπους οι οποίοι συμμετέχουν στον αγώνα, διπλάσιοι περίπου τον αριθμό, αν συνυπολογίσουμε συνοδούς, παιδιά κτλ. Κάτι το οποίο για μας ήταν ένα στοίχημα το οποίο από την πρώτη μέρα κερδίζεται και τα νούμερα αυτά το αποδεικνύουν. Παράλληλα, όπως σας είπα πριν, και νομίζω το είδατε και στο βίντεο που σας δείξαμε πριν από λίγο, φροντίσαμε να δημιουργήσουμε και κυρίως να ενισχύσουμε ήδη υπάρχοντες αγώνες βουνού. Οι αγώνες βουνού γνωρίζετε ίσως καλύτερα από εμένα ότι και αυτή είναι έτη 2023 και αυτή τα τελευταία χρόνια ανθίζουν σε πάρα πολύ ψηλό επίπεδο. Οι αθλητές οι οποίοι συμμετέχουν σε αυτούς είναι πραγματικά πάρα πολλοί, εκατομμύρια ανά τον κόσμο. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό, λοιπόν, δεν θα μπορούσαμε να αφήσουμε ανεκμετάλλευτα μερικά, κατά την προσωπική μας άποψη, συγχωρέστε με γι' αυτό, τα ομορφότερα βουνά της Ελλάδας. Έτσι, λοιπόν, στον Παρνασσό, στην Κιώνα, στα Βαρδούσια, στο Κρίκελο, στη Δύρφη, ενισχύσαμε αγώνες οι οποίοι υπήρχαν και αυτό συντέλεσε στο να έχουμε και εκεί μια τεράστια επιτυχία. Ενδεικτικά θα πω ότι το Dirfis Trail, το οποίο διεξήχθη πριν από περίπου μια εβδομάδα στα βουνά, στο μαγευτικό όρος Dirfis, συγκέντρωσε 1.500 αθλητές και περισσότερους από 3.500 επισκέπτες σε αγώνες των 5, των 15 και των 30 χιλιόμετρων. Υπάρχει παράλληλα το Hercules Marathon, το οποίο διεξάγεται στο μαγευτικό, στο μοναδικό βουνό της Σίτης, στα τέλη Σεπτεμβρίου, με διαδρομές των 7, των 16 και των 42 χιλιόμετρων. Μην ξεχνάμε, το λέμε φυσικά και σε όλους τους αγωνιζόμενους, ότι τρέχουμε σε έναν εθνικό δρυμό, σε ένα βουνό το οποίο υπάρχουν με εκατοντάδες χιλιάδες είδη φυτών και ζώων, κάτι το οποίο κάνει την διαδρομή ακόμα πιο εντυπωσιακή. Υπάρχει παράλληλα το Τύχιο Race, με διαδρομές που διεξάγεται σε 2 ημερολογιακά χρονικές στιγμές, το Μάιο και τον Οκτώβριο, με διαδρομές των 5, των 10, των 20, των 30, αλλά ταυτόχρονα, σε δεύτερο χρόνο, των 75, των 100 και των 250 χιλιόμετρων. Μια διαδρομή που ξεκινάει από την ορεινή Δωρίδα, διασχίζει 4 βουνά, περνάει από τους Δελφούς και καταλήγει πάνω πάλι στο Τύχιο. Τέλος, υπάρχει και το Βρυτανία Trail Racing, ένας επίσης εντυπωσιακός αγώνας βουνού, που στο δεύτερο κιόλας χρόνο που έτρεξε φέτος, οι συμμετοχές ξεπέρασαν και εκεί τις 1.200, κάτι το οποίο μας κάνει περισσότερο από αισιόδοξους, αλλά και ταυτόχρονα πάρα πολύ χαρούμενους. Αξίζει επίσης να πω ότι όλο αυτό το οποίο έχουμε δημιουργήσει, είτε σε ασφάλτινη επιφάνεια μέσω του Στερεά Run, είτε σε επιφάνεια ορεινή, όπως είναι οι αγώνες των βουνών που πολύ γρήγορα προσπάθησα να σας περιγράψω, έχουν τύχει απόλυτης αποδοχής, όχι μόνο από τον ελλαδικό χώρο, μιας και οι συμμετοχές και οι διεθνείς είναι επίσης πάρα πολλές. Είναι ένα στοίχημα που για μας κερδίζεται μέρα με τη μέρα. Θεωρούμε ότι σε επίπεδο βουνού είμαστε ήδη στο top 3 πανελλαδικά. Σε επίπεδο ασφάλτινης επιφάνειας είναι τέτοια η δυναμική που αναπτύσσει το Στερεά Run, που έχω την αίσθηση και πιστεύω θα επιβεβαιωθώ γι' αυτό, ότι πάρα πολύ σύντομα και εκεί οι συμμετοχές αλλά και η ποιότητα του αγώνα θα το καταντάξει και εκεί στις 3 πρώτες θέσεις πανελλαδικά που είναι ο στόχος μας.
Θα θέλατε να μας πείτε περίπου πόσοι αθλητές σε όλες αυτές τις δραστηριότητες συμμετέχουν? Πάνω κάτω και φυσικά σίγουρα αλλάζει με το χρόνο, αλλά ένα ενδεικτικό νούμερο.
Βεβαίως μπορώ να σας πω. Όπως σας είπα πριν, το Στερεά Run διεξάγεται σε 6 πόλεις της περιφέρειας Στερεάς Ελλάδας, στη Χαλκίδα, στο Καρπενήσι, στην Άμφισσα, στη Λιβαδιά, στη Λαμία και στη Θήβα. Εδώ οι συμμετοχές των αθλητών ανά περιοχή είναι περίπου 550 με 600, μιλάω για τις τελευταίες που έτρεξαν αυτόν τον χρόνο, στην Χαλκίδα, περίπου 500 στην Άμφισσα, περίπου 450 στη Λιβαδιά, περίπου 400 στο Καρπενήσι, 900 στη Λαμία και 700 περίπου στη Θήβα. Αντίστοιχα στους αγώνες του βουνού, οι οποίοι παρότι μοιάζει λίγο οξύμορο, αλλά ωστόσο μοιάζουν πιο δημοφιλείς για τους αθλητές και μάλιστα αθλητές οι οποίοι αξίζει να σημειωθεί ότι προκειμένου να πάρουν μέρος μπαίνουν και σε μια διαδικασία που είτε οικονομική είτε σωματική, γιατί για να μπορέσει κάποιος να ανταπεξέλθει σε έναν αγώνα ασφάλτινο των 5, των 10 ή των 20 χιλιόμετρων, σαφέστατα είναι πιο εύκολο από το να συμμετέχει σε έναν αγώνα βουνού των 5, των 10, των 15, των 30, των 75, των 100 και των 250 χιλιόμετρων. Αυτό συνεπάγεται λοιπόν, πέρα από το γεγονός ότι πρέπει να προετοιμαστεί καλύτερα σωματικά, πρέπει να επενδύσει και περισσότερο σε εξοπλισμό. Ένας αθλητής δηλαδή χρησιμοποιεί για τον εξοπλισμό του περίπου 1.000 ευρώ προκειμένου να μπορέσει να πάρει μέρος αξιόπιστα και με ασφάλεια σε έναν αγώνα τόσων πολλών χιλιόμετρων. Και εδώ όμως, όπως είπα πριν, παρότι μοιάζει οξύμορο, οι συμμετοχές είναι πάρα πολύ μεγάλες. Στο Δύρφης Trail που διεξήχθηκε περίπου πριν μια εβδομάδα στο όρος Δύρφης, στο αισθητικό δάσος της Δύρφης στην Εύβοια, οι συμμετοχές άγγιξαν τις 1.350. Στο Τύχιο Race, το πιο δύσκολο αγώνα στην Ελλάδα, στον οποίο παραδοσιακά συμμετέχουν αγώνες αθλητές, συγχωρέστε με, 5 κάθε χρόνο σχεδόν από το top 10 της παγκόσμιας κατάταξης έχουν συμμετάσχει στα τελευταία 3 χρόνια περισσότεροι από 6.000 αθλητές και αντίστοιχα τα νούμερα σε Hercules Marathon και Βρυτανία Trail Races είναι περίπου 1.000 ανά αγώνα. Αντιλαμβάνεστε λοιπόν ότι μιλάμε για περίπου 4.000 αθλητές σε ασφάλτινη επιφάνεια και αθλητές οι οποίοι ξεπερνάνε τους 6.000 σε επιφάνειες βουνού. Να πω βέβαια ότι παράλληλα τρέχουν και άλλες μικρότερες δράσεις, τις οποίες η περιφέρεια δρομικές ενισχύει. Ωστόσο όμως το Στερεά Run ήταν καθαρά μια δική μας έμπνευση, ιδέα προκειμένου να ενωθεί δρομικά η περιφέρεια Στερεάς Ελλάδας. Οι δε αγώνες του βουνού την χάνουν της πολύ μεγάλης εμπιστοσύνης και στήριξής μας.
Θα ήθελα να μας πείτε και μάλιστα θα ήθελα και οι υπόλοιποι να μας το αναφέρουν αυτό όταν θα έρθει η σειρά τους να μας πούνε για τα τις αντίστοιχες δραστηριότητες, αν αυτές οι προσπάθειες γίνονται με ίδιες δυνάμεις ή υπάρχει και στήριξη από κάπου αλλού. Κυρίως μιλάω για οικονομική.
Ναι, η αλήθεια είναι ότι το μεγαλύτερο όγκο το σηκώνει η περιφέρεια Στερεάς Ελλάδας. Συγκεκριμένα έχουμε 5 περιφερειακές ενότητες, οι οποίες στην ουσία είναι αυτές που στο μεγαλύτερο βαθμό χρηματοδοτούν τις δράσεις. Ανέφερα και πριν ότι σκοπός μας ήταν από την πρώτη στιγμή και μετά από την επικοινωνία που έγινε με τους αθλητές και με τους υπεύθυνους από τους συλλόγους δρομέων της κάθε περιοχής, αποφασίσαμε οι αγώνες μας, προκειμένου να μπορέσουν να είναι ανταγωνιστικοί, να είναι πάρα πολύ ποιοτικοί. Μας εξήγησαν και το καταλάβαμε αμέσως ότι ένας αγώνας, προκειμένου να τύχει τις επιλογές ενός αθλητή, είτε πρόκειται από την πόλη μας, είτε πρόκειται από τη χώρα μας, είτε πρόκειται από το εξωτερικό, πρέπει να πληρεί προϋποθέσεις σε πολύ ψηλό επίπεδο. Οπότε αυτομάτως επενδύσαμε σε αυτό, δεν τσιγκουνευτήκαμε, συγχωρέστε με την έκφραση, σε αυτό και αποφασίσαμε και η περιφέρεια να στηρίξει με όλες τις δυνάμεις. Παράλληλα, δεν σας κρύβω ότι ζητάμε και έχουμε τη βοήθεια και από άλλους φορείς. Ενδεικτικά θα πω ότι και η Γενική Γραμματεία Αθλητισμού και το Υφυπουργείο. Και η ΠΕΔ είναι η Ένωση Δήμων Περιφέρειας Στερεάς Ελλάδας και φυσικά με πολύ μεγάλη μου χαρά διαπιστώνω ότι χρόνο με το χρόνο και πολύ μεγάλη χορηγή, νομίζω δεν είναι επί της παρούσης να τους αναφέρουμε, βλέποντας το προϊόν επενδύουν. Θα πω ενδεικτικά ότι ένας αγώνας του Στερεά Run, έχοντας στη φαρέτρα του αν θέλετε κάποια ποιοτικά χαρακτηριστικά τα οποία τον κάνουν ελκυστικό, κοστίζει περίπου από 22 συγχωρέστε με ως 30.000 ευρώ. Αυτό γιατί μπορεί να συμβαίνει, αφενός γιατί η συμμετοχή είναι πάρα πολύ μεγάλη, αφετέρου γιατί οτιδήποτε έχουμε επιλέξει για το συγκεκριμένο αγώνα, επιλέξαμε να είναι πάρα πολύ ποιοτικό. Είτε έχει να κάνει με το μετάλλιό του, είτε έχει να κάνει με τον γενικότερο εξοπλισμό του, το τεχνικό του το μπλουζάκι, είτε έχει να κάνει με τα δώρα τα οποία παρέχουμε στους αθλητές, είτε έχει να κάνει με το video wall το οποίο υπάρχει καθ' όλη τη διάρκεια του αγώνα, είτε έχει να κάνει με τη live streaming κάλυψη, είτε έχει να κάνει με τον παρουσιαστή, γιατί έχουμε τη χαρά και την τιμή τους αγώνες κάθε χρόνο να τους παρουσιάζει κάποιος ιδιαίτερα δημοφιλής και αν θέλετε του χώρου. Μας κάνει την τιμή τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια εκείνο ο Κώστας ο Μαρτάκης μαζί μας, είτε έχει να κάνει γενικά με παροχές τις οποίες προσφέρουμε σε επαγγελματίες επαγγελματίες αθλητές, οι οποίοι μας τιμούν με την παρουσία τους εκεί. Το λιγότερο που μπορούμε να κάνουμε είναι να αναλάβουμε τη φιλοξενία τους, είτε αν θέλετε κάποιες ανέσεις προκειμένου να προετοιμαστούν για τον αγώνα. Γιατί όπως σας είπα και πριν, μιλάμε για συμμετοχές πανελληνικών, μιλάμε για συμμετοχές ανθρώπων που διακρίνονται παγκόσμια σε αυτό το κομμάτι. Άρα λοιπόν, με πολύ λίγα λόγια, Περιφέρεια Στερεάς Ελλάδος στο Μεγάλο Όγκο, παράλληλα όμως Γενική Γραμματεία Αθλητισμού, ΠΕΔ, Υπουργείο Αθλητισμού και φυσικά οι χορηγοί είναι αυτοί οι οποίοι υποστηρίζουμε τους αγώνες μας.
Έχει γίνει κάποια καταγραφή του αποτυπώματος αυτών των δραστηριοτήτων, κυρίως στο οικονομικό, φαντάζομαι ότι θα ενδιέφερε μια περιφέρεια.
Η αλήθεια
τι
είναι
φέρνει
ότι...
πίσω δηλαδή η δραστηριότητα αυτή στην τοπική κοινωνία.
Βέβαια. Η αλήθεια είναι και μόνο το γεγονός ότι καταφέρνουμε με μια απλή ανάγνωση, την οποία θα την κάνω και λίγο πιο σύνδετη σε πολύ λίγο χρόνο. Με μια πολύ απλή ανάγνωση, λοιπόν, θα πω και μόνο το γεγονός ότι καταφέρνουμε να φέρουμε σε περιοχές όπως είναι το πανέμορφο χωριό της Στενής, αλλά δεν πάει να είναι ένα πάρα πολύ μικρό χωριό. 1.500 άτομα για να τρέξουν σε έναν αγώνα, που σημαίνει δηλαδή ότι περισσότεροι από αυτούς φιλοξενούνται εκεί ενδεχομένως και από την προηγούμενη μέρα ή και την ίδια. 1.500 άτομα λοιπόν σε μία μέρα ή δύο σε ένα πραγματικά πανέμορφο αλλά πολύ μικρό ορεινό χωριό, ή 6.000 αθλητές τα τελευταία 3 χρόνια σε ένα χωριό ή σε μια περιοχή όπως είναι η Δωρίδα και το Τύχιο. Το Τύχιο, να πω ενδεικτικά ότι ήταν ένα χωριό με 25 κατοίκους, το οποίο με έναν πολύ ρομαντικό αλλά ταυτόχρονα και ένα πολύ δυνατό επιχειρηματία της περιοχής δημιούργησε έναν αγώνα που φιλοξενεί χιλιάδες κόσμο κάθε χρόνο. Στη Δε Χαλκίδα, το Καρπενήσι, στην Άμσα, τη Λιβαδιά, τη Θήβα και τη Λαμία φιλοξενούνται, όπως σας είπα, στις ημερομηνίες που γίνονται οι αγώνες, περίπου μαζί με τους συνοδούς περισσότεροι από 1.200-1.300. Αυτό λοιπόν μια πολύ απλή ανάγνωση, αφήνει σίγουρα ένα πολύ δυνατό αποτύπωμα και οικονομικό και επικοινωνιακό. Να πω εδώ απλά το εξής. Υπηρετώντας το χαρτοφυλάκιο του τουρισμού τα τελευταία 9 χρόνια, και συγχωρέστε με που περνάω λίγο στο κομμάτι του τουριστικού, αλλά για μας στην Περιφέρεια Στερεάς Ελλάδας, τουρισμός και αθλητισμός πλέον είναι ένα πράγμα, γιατί ο αθλητισμός, ο τουριστικός αθλητισμός έχει αναπτυχθεί τόσο μα τόσο πολύ που πλέον χρηματοδοτεί σε εισαγωγικά τον ευρύτερο τουριστικό τομέα. Να πω λοιπόν απλά ότι δυστυχώς σε επίπεδο τουριστικό τα νούμερα τα οποία καταγράφονται ως νούμερα επισκεψιμότητας στην κάθε περιοχή, με οποιαδήποτε αφορμή, είτε είναι οι θάλασσές μας, είτε είναι τα βουνά μας, είτε καλή είναι τα δρομικά μας, είναι νούμερα που τόσο μέσα από την Ελληνική Στατιστική Υπηρεσία, όσο και μέσα από τις άλλες δομές οι οποίες μετρούν, δεν είναι ακριβή σχετικά με το νούμερο το οποίο φιλοξενείται σε κάθε περιοχή. Και γιατί το λέω αυτό? Γιατί τα νούμερα αυτά καταγράφονται με βάση τις πύλες εισόδου. Δηλαδή, αν παραδείγματος χάρη την Περιφέρεια Στερεάς Ελλάδας την επισκεφτούν 1.000 άτομα μέσα στον χρόνο, τα οποία θα έρθουν στην Ελλάδα από το εξωτερικό με αεροπλάνο και προσδιοθούν στο Ελευθέριος Βενιζέλος, φαίνονται ως επισκέπτες του Ελευθερίου Βενιζέλου, του αεροδρομίου, και όχι ως επισκέπτες της Περιφέρειας Στερεάς Ελλάδας. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό, λοιπόν, αντιλαμβάνεστε ότι υπάρχει μια μικρή απόκλιση σχετικά με τον ακριβή αριθμό. Αν μου επιτρέπετε για ένα λεπτό να πω το εξής. Αυτό αποτέλεσε ένα πολύ μεγάλο προβληματισμό για εμάς και γι' αυτό στο περσινό Περιφερειακό Συμβούλιο, που ήταν η αντίστοιχη παρουσίαση του προγράμματος τουριστικής προβολής, ψηφίσαμε και περάσαμε, ομόφωνα μάλιστα, το παρατηρητήριο. Το παρατηρητήριο, λοιπόν, τι σημαίνει τουριστικής ανάπτυξης? Είναι ένας φορέας το οποίο υλοποιείται σε συνεργασία με το Πανεπιστήμιο Πειραιά, μια δομή για την ακρίβεια, μέσα από την οποία με μια σειρά από μελέτες, μια σειρά από έρευνες, μια σειρά από εργασίες, φροντίζουμε να αποτυπώνουμε, να μαθαίνουμε ποιος, από πού, με τι σκοπό έρχεται στην περιφέρειά μας και να καταγράφουμε όλες του τις συνήθειες. Τι κάνει, για ποιο λόγο ήρθε, αν έτρεξε, πού έτρεξε, τι έφαγε, τι δοκίμασε, τι ήπιε, τι κατανάλωσε. Έτσι λοιπόν μας δίνει τη δυνατότητα μέσα από τη συγκεκριμένη δομή να μπορέσουμε να έχουμε στοιχεία τα οποία τα λαμβάνουμε μεν σε ένα ευρύτερο φάσμα μέσα από τις πύλες εισόδου, εδώ όμως τα εξειδικεύουμε και τα απαριθμούμε με απόλυτη λεπτομέρεια. Με λίγα λόγια, λοιπόν, δεν μπορώ να σας πω με απόλυτη ακρίβεια σε αριθμούς τι ακριβώς αφήνει ο κάθε αγώνας. Μπορώ όμως να σας πω με πολύ μεγάλη σιγουριά ότι αυτό θα το έχω σε πολύ λίγο χρονικό διάστημα μέσω του παρατηρητηρίου που λειτουργεί φέτος για 2ο χρόνο, και ότι επίσης με μια πολύ πρόχειρη ανάγνωση, όπως σας είπα και πριν, πολύ γρήγορη, μάλλον όχι πρόχειρη, συγχωρέστε με, οι επισκέπτες είναι χιλιάδες με ό,τι αυτό συνεπάγεται. Και να πω επίσης το εξής. Πολύ σημαντικό. Ένας καλός δρομέας, ένας δρομέας που θα επιλέξει ένα ποιοτικό αγώνα, ταυτόχρονα είναι και ένας πολύ ποιοτικός επισκέπτης. Αυτός ισχύει και για τους αγώνες τους δρομικούς και για τους αγώνες τους ορεινούς. Τι σημαίνει αυτό δηλαδή? Ότι ένας άνθρωπος ο οποίος θα επενδύσει στη φυσική του κατάσταση, στον εξοπλισμό του, θα ταξιδέψει, θα ξοδέψει προκειμένου να έρθει σε μια περιοχή για να τρέξει, είναι με μαθηματική ακρίβεια βέβαιο ότι θα απολαύσει και την περιοχή, θα καταναλώσει τα προϊόντα της, θα επισκεφτεί τα ωραία της, τα μαγαζιά της, ομορφιές, τα θεματικά της και θα παραμείνει στα ξενοδοχεία της. Άρα λοιπόν το αποτύπωμα είναι πάρα πολύ δυνατό, είναι πάρα πολύ μεγάλο και πολύ σύντομα θα το έχετε και με αριθμούς.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Θα μας ενδιαφέρει πάρα πολύ να δούμε αυτά τα νούμερα και ίσως ένα μελλοντικό frontrunners να ζητήσουμε και από το Πανεπιστήμιο Πειραιά να έρθει να μας παρουσιάσει τις εργασίες τις οποίες εμπλέκονται.
Εγώ σας ευχαριστώ πολύ και αν μου επιτρέπετε, νομίζω ότι αυτό με την παρουσίαση του παρατηρητηρίου, επειδή το τρέχουμε μόνο 2 περιφέρειες στην Ελλάδα, είναι κάτι πραγματικά εντυπωσιακό σε επίπεδο δεδομένων, γιατί επαναλαμβάνω, δεν έχουμε όλη την ευτυχία, τη δυνατότητα. Δεν είμαστε όλοι νησιά να ξέρουμε ότι το αεροπλάνο και το καράβι το οποίο άραξε στο αεροδρόμιό μας ή στο λιμάνι μας δείχνει το νούμερο. Δυστυχώς υπάρχουν πάρα πολλές περιοχές οι οποίες είναι επισκεπτόμενες από πάρα πολύ κόσμο, αλλά ο κόσμος αυτός μπορεί να έρχεται με μέσα τα οποία δεν μπορούν να καταγραφούν. Οπότε είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό το να υπάρχει μια παρουσίαση, πώς μπορούμε κάποια δεδομένα να τα αναλύσουμε μέσα από μια δομή την οποία την υποστηρίζει με τον καλύτερο τρόπο το συγκεκριμένο πανεπιστήμιο.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Να περάσουμε στον κύριο Γέμελο. Κύριε Γέμελο, πείτε μας κάτι για σας, αν και εγώ λόγω ειδικότητας στην κολύμβηση ξέρω ποιος είστε, αλλά είναι καλύτερα να μιλήσετε εσείς. Και να μας παρουσιάσετε βέβαια και τις δραστηριότητες που θέλετε.
Καλησπέρα σας και από μένα. Είμαι ο Νίκος ο Γέμελος. Είμαι προπονητής κολύμβησης. Ιδιαίτερα αναγνωρίσιμος μόνο από αυτούς που κολυμπάνε. Όλοι οι υπόλοιποι δεν μας ξέρουν δυστυχώς εμάς. Είμαι καθηγητής στο Πανεπιστήμιο Αθηνών, στο ΤΕΦΑ, στο Τμήμα Επιστήμης Φυσικής Αγωγής και Αθλητισμού. Και είμαι σύμβουλος Δημάρχου Πειραιάς σε θέματα αθλητισμού. Έχω διατελέσει αντιπρόεδρος στον οργανισμό τα προηγούμενα χρόνια με την κυρία Αντωνάκου σαν πρόεδρος. Και θα ήθελα να δούμε και πρώτα ένα βίντεο, το πρώτο βίντεο που σας έχω δώσει, και μετά να κάτσουμε να κάνουμε κάποια ανάλυση πάνω σε αυτό. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση.
Είναι κολυμβητικοί αγώνες, δεν θα μπορούσε λοιπόν στον εορτασμό των ημερών θάλασσας να μην έχουμε αγώνες μες στη θάλασσα. Άρα είναι αγώνες των 5 χιλιόμετρων ανδρών γυναικών. Είναι 1.200 μέτρα η αναβίωση της διαδρομής της πρώτης Ολυμπιάδας κολύμβησης του 1896 εδώ στον Πειραιά, στο ίδιο σημείο. Και είχαμε και 500 μέτρα για νεότερους αθλητές, μικρά παιδιά. Νομίζω περνάμε ωραία, τους διασκεδάζουν και εκείνοι, το διασκεδάζουμε και εμείς. Είναι μια διοργάνωση η οποία είναι επίσημη με την Κολυμβητική Ομοσπονδία. Έξω είναι εδώ και ο Σπύρος ο Γιαννιώτης, ο Νίκος ο Γέμελος που είναι και συνεργάτης μου. Πιάνουν όρια για συμμετοχή σε εθνικές ομάδες, παγκόσμια πρωταθλήματα. Άρα είναι επίσημοι αγώνες.
Μέρες θάλασσας που κάνει ο Δήμος Πειραιά είναι εκπληκτικές και έχει εγκαθιδρύσει, εκτός από όλα αυτά τα σημαντικά πολιτιστικά αλλά και αθλητικά event, να γίνεται και η κολυμβητική προσπάθεια εδώ στο χώρο όπου έχει αναβιωθεί πλέον από το 1896 οι πρώτοι κολυμβητικοί αγώνες που έγιναν εδώ στα Βοτσαλάκια.
Νιώθω πολύ όμορφα που ως Περιφέρεια Αττικής και με τον Περιφερειάρχη εδώ τον Γιώργο τον Πατούλη συνδράμαμε για αυτή τη διοργάνωση, μια σημαντική διοργάνωση που γίνεται για πρώτη φορά με τα αγωνιστικά χαρακτηριστικά που έχει, που δίνει προκρίσεις σε αθλητές για το παγκόσμιο και το πανευρωπαϊκό.
Ο Πειραιάς μεγαλώνει, ο Πειραιάς γίνεται πιο όμορφος και σε αθλητισμό και σε πολιτισμό.
Φέτος είναι η ένατη χρονιά των ημερών θάλασσας που διοργανώνονται στην πόλη μας. Είναι ένας θεσμός πλέον για όλους εμάς, και για το Δήμο και για τον ΟΠΑΝ και για τους Πειριώτες. Η σημερινή δράση είναι μια, όπως ακούσατε, η αναβίωση των πρώτων Ολυμπιακών Αγώνων που γίνανε εδώ στην περιοχή στη Ζέα, της κλασικής διαδρομής.
Ο συγκεκριμένος αγώνας είναι και πρόκριση για τις μεγάλες διοργανώσεις του καλοκαιριού. Εύχομαι καλή επιτυχία στους αθλητές και στους προπονητές τους και το πιο σημαντικό από όλα είναι όλοι εμείς που ήρθαμε σήμερα να απολαύσουμε σε αυτόν τον ωραίο καιρό τον αγώνα, να το ευχαριστηθούμε.
Αισθάνομαι πολύ ωραία, είναι μια πολύ ωραία διοργάνωση, πολύ οργανωμένα, μας τα παρέχουν όλα και είμαι πολύ χαρούμενη γι' αυτό.
Ήταν μια πάρα πολύ ωραία κούρσα, μια ωραία διοργάνωση εδώ στον Πειραιά και σίγουρα θα ξανάρθετε και την επόμενη φορά.
Σε αυτή την πισίνα εγώ ξεκίνησα 5 ετών το κολύμπι, οπότε είναι λίγο πιο συναισθηματική ο δεσμός εδώ πέρα με το χώρο αυτόν. το αγώνισμα της ανοιχτής θάλασσας στην Ελλάδα βλέπω να αναπτύσσεται.
Θέλει και μυαλό και στρατηγική και νομίζω είναι αυτό που το κάνει και πιο ενδιαφέρον και ξεχωριστό.
Έχει μεγάλη διαφορά από την πισίνα.
Δεν είναι απλά κοιτάς την μπλε γραμμή κάτω και κολυμπάς και στροφή, κολυμπάς και στροφή.
Οπότε, γιατί όχι.
Πριν μας μιλήσετε για τη συγκεκριμένη δραστηριότητα, να σας πω ότι η Νεφέλη Γιαννοπούλου είναι φοιτήτριά μας. Οπότε χάρηκα πάρα πολύ που την είδα να συμμετέχει σε αυτή τη δραστηριότητα.
Ασχολείται όλο αυτό το διάστημα, τον τελευταίο καιρό, τα τελευταία 10 χρόνια με το άθλημα το Open Water, τη μαραθώνια κολύμβηση. Ανοιχτή θάλασσα σε σλάγ δικιά των υπολείπων, αλλά ο σωστός όρος είναι η μαραθώνια κολύμβηση. Το όλο ζητούμενο για μας σαν Πειραιάς είναι να κοιτάξουμε προς τη θάλασσα. Αυτό ήταν το σλόγγαν γενικά του Πειραιά νικητή και γενικά του Πειραιά μας. Ο Πειραιάς ανοίγεται προς τη θάλασσα και έτσι μέσα από ιστορικά γεγονότα εμείς δημιουργήσαμε αυτές τις καταστάσεις έτσι ώστε να αναβιώσουμε το τι είχε συμβεί τότε. Έτσι και σε αυτό το event που είδατε πριν από λίγο, εκτός από ότι ήταν πρόκριση για διεθνείς διοργανώσεις της Κολυμβητικής Ομοσπονδίας, αποτέλεσε και μια υπενθύμηση σε εμάς ότι στο ίδιο σημείο είχαν γίνει οι πρώτοι Ολυμπιακοί Αγώνες. Το 1896 λοιπόν ο Πειραιάς είχε φιλοξενήσει μέσα σε όλα τα αθλήματα που είχε, όπως ήταν η ποδηλασία στο Φάληρο, στο Νέο Φάληρο, όπως ήταν η κολύμβηση στη Μαρίνα Ζέας, είχε φιλοξενήσει και διάφορα άλλα αθλήματα. Το βγάλαμε προς τα έξω, το δημιουργήσαμε, το καταφέραμε με τη βοήθεια της περιφέρειας και το Δήμο Πειραιά. Και έτσι μπορούμε να πούμε ότι είμαστε ευτυχισμένοι, γιατί αυτοί οι αθλητές σήμερα αποτελούν τους αθλητές των εθνικών ομάδων. Φιλοξενήσαμε 350 αθλητές από όλη την Ελλάδα. Κάναμε σεμινάρια πάνω στην ασφαλή κολύμβηση και αναδείξαμε ένα σπορ που έχει καταφέρει και έχει βγάλει Ολυμπιονίκες στην Ελλάδα και έχει δοξάσει στην Ελλάδα. Κανείς δεν ξέρει ότι πριν από το 1896 στην Αθήνα είχαν γίνει αυτοί οι αγώνες, αποτελούσαν την πρώτη πολιτική διαμαρτυρία. Ήταν ο πρώτος Ολυμπιονίκης, ήταν Ούγγρος. Και όλα αυτά εμείς θέλουμε να τα βγάλουμε, θέλουμε να τα δείξουμε στον κόσμο έξω. Αυτά είναι για αυτό το αγώνισμα, για αυτό το υπέροχο αγώνισμα που είναι το Open Water.
Η διοργάνωση αυτή ήταν κυρίως για αθλητές υψηλού επίπεδου ή υπήρξαν και αθλητές οι οποίοι κυρίως για λόγους αναψυχής έλαβαν μέρος?
Η διοργάνωση αυτή ήταν για αθλητές κυρίως όχι υψηλού επίπεδου μόνο, ήταν για αθλητές οι οποίοι ασχολούνται με το άθλημα. Στο άθλημα λοιπόν αυτό όμως το τελευταίο διάστημα έχει αρχίσει και μπαίνει και κόσμος ο οποίος είναι από τους ενθουσιάστικες, ένας κόσμος ο οποίος βάλεται καθημερινά στο δρόμο που δεν μπορεί να κάνει ποδήλατο ή στις πισίνες που δεν μπορεί να κολυμπήσει. Οπότε έχουμε ένα μεγάλο άνοιγμα, ιδιαίτερα στο άθλημα της κολύμβησης, από αυτούς τους αθλητές.
Πέραν από την περιφέρεια που το τονίσατε ότι είχατε βοήθεια, υπήρξε κάποια βοήθεια και από την Διεθνή Ομοσπονδία Κολύμβησης, λόγω του ότι ήταν ένα event το οποίο είναι πρόκρισης για τους Ολυμπιακούς του Παρισιού?
Δεν ήταν για πρόκριση, ήταν πρόκριση για τις εθνικές ομάδες, για τους πανευρωπαϊκούς αγώνες. Κολύμβησης δεν ήταν πρόκριση για τους Ολυμπιακούς. Στους Ολυμπιακούς εμείς πρόκριση έχουμε από τα παγκόσμια πρωταθλήματα, οπότε βγαίνει η πρώτη 25 των παγκοσμίων πρωταθλημάτων. Αλλά σαν αγώνας μπορώ να σας πω ότι εμείς δώσαμε τα δεδομένα και οτιδήποτε ήταν η περιφέρεια, δηλαδή και ο Δήμος Πειραιά, ώστε να γίνουν αυτοί οι αγώνες, ώστε να γίνει αυτή η διοργάνωση. Δώσαμε για να πάρουμε την αιγίδα, για να πάρουμε αυτό το στολίδι, πιστεύω, στην πόλη μας.
Ωραία. Θα θέλετε να μας παρουσιάσετε και το επόμενο βίντεο και την επόμενη δραστηριότητα?
Θα σας παρουσιάσω, ναι. Αν γίνεται το επόμενο βίντεο.
Πρώτη φορά συμμετέχω σε αγώνα δρόμου. Είναι και ο πρώτος αγώνας δρόμου street long jump που γίνεται στην Ελλάδα.
I really love competing here in Greece. You know, the music, the crowd,
the atmosphere here on the street. I get the right feeling to jump.
Competing with Miltos Tentoglo, it's always nice.
Έχω εντυπωσιαστεί πραγματικά και από το σκηνικό όλο, το οποίο είναι χολιγουντιανό, είναι σκηνικό ταινίας, και από την προσέλευση του κόσμου. Νομίζω ότι πραγματικά σήμερα θα γραφτεί ιστορία.
Οι μέρες θάλασσας ολοκληρώνονται σήμερα με ένα πραγματικά mega event με τον Μίλτο Τεντόγλου εδώ μπροστά από το εμβληματικό για όλους μας Δημοτικό Θέατρο Πειραιά, και του χρόνου θα είμαστε πάλι εδώ ακόμη πιο μεγάλο και ακόμη καλύτερο. Να ευχαριστήσουμε όλους όσοι βρέθηκαν σήμερα εδώ στο Δημοτικό Θέατρο, τους πολιτιστικούς συλλόγους και τις φορείς της πόλης μας που συνέδραμαν για την πραγματοποίηση των ημερών θάλασσας.
Greek crowd is just something else. They love track, they love long jump, and we love to compete in that kind of environment. So now we're cheering for Milto and other guys, and we're like a whole big family now, so it's getting personal.
Ο λόγος που χαίρομαι περισσότερο είναι ότι ο Δήμαρχος και ο Δήμος Πειραιά τίμησε ένα τόσο μεγάλο αθλητή αυτή τη στιγμή, και τον τίμησε όχι με ένα έπαθλο, τον τίμησε με έναν αγώνα. Τον τίμησε γιατί κέρδισε την τιμή.
Χρυσός Ολυμπιονίκης, ασημένιος παγκόσμιος πρωταθλητής, ένα μεγάλο, ένα δυνατό χειροκρότημα για τον Μίλτο Τεντόγλου!
Ήταν γεμάτο με κόσμο και παιδιά. Έχω βγάλει φωτογραφία με τους μισούς σίγουρα και ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ τον κόσμο που δούλεψε για να γίνει αυτό, που δούλεψε όλο το βράδυ για να στηθεί.
I was here yesterday in the evening, and the street was like normal, just with cars all the time, and suddenly everyone disappeared, and they just started to build up everything. It was crazy to see. And when I woke up today, the track was like almost done, and I could see they fill up the sand, so it was really cool. I always feel amazing when I win, but this is special because Greek crowd is always amazing, always so supportive. And now the competition is in the street, which makes it even more special. So I'm glad to be here, and I hope to come again next year.
Οι θεατές εδώ ήταν πολύ ενεργοί και χειροκροτούσαν όλα τα παιδιά. Και αυτό πιστεύω όχι βοήθησε, αλλά έκανε την ατμόσφαιρα ακόμα καλύτερο και εμάς που αγωνιζόμασταν ακόμα καλύτερη. Εγώ δεν είμαι άτομο του κόσμου γενικά, δεν είμαι αυτός που ζητάει παλαμάκια και θα παίξει με τον κόσμο τόσο πολύ, αλλά αφού άρεσε σε μένα θα άρεσε και στους άλλους. Εγώ να ξέρετε, προσπαθώ να κάνω πάντα ο εαυτός μου σε οποιαδήποτε περίσταση, οποιοδήποτε και αν είναι μπροστά μου. Θα πω πάντα αυτά που θέλω και θα φερθώ όπως θέλω.
Ο αθλητισμός είναι μέσα στο αίμα, είναι μέσα στον Πειραιά. Και εμείς σαν αθλητές, εγώ σαν αθλητής, πρώην αθλητής, στηρίζω πάντα αυτά τα γεγονότα.
Δεν είναι ένας εδώ στον Πειραιά, όλα αυτά είναι αποτέλεσμα μιας προσπάθειας μιας μεγάλης ομάδας. Όλη η πορεία μας μέχρι σήμερα σαν Δημοτική Αρχή έχει δείξει ότι μπορούμε να κάνουμε πάρα πολλά πράγματα.
Πειραιά είναι ο πιο ζεστός δήμος στην Αθήνα. Εδώ είναι πρέπει να το κάνουμε και γι' αυτό η θερμότητα την είδαμε στην Κερκίδα και υποστήριξαν τόσο ζεστά τους αθλητές μας.
Ήταν ένας φανταστικός αγώνας, ήταν τρομερή χαρά και τιμή μου να συμμετάσχω σε ένα τέτοιο event, καθώς είναι η πρώτη φορά που γίνεται κάτι τέτοιο στην Ελλάδα. Το κλίμα ήταν φοβερό, ο κόσμος ήταν φοβερός, η διοργάνωση ήταν απίστευτη και ελπίζω να γίνεται κάθε χρόνο πλέον.
Ο στόχος μας ήταν πάντα να φέρουμε το στίβο κοντά στους πολίτες, έξω από το γήπεδο δηλαδή, και μέσα από μια τέτοια διαδικασία νομίζω ότι το καταφέραμε.
Ήταν σημαντική μέρα για τον Πειραιά και για τον αθλητισμό, θα έλεγα. Είναι το πρώτος αγώνας μήκους που γίνεται εντός μιας πόλης, στο κέντρο μιας πόλης, εδώ μπροστά στο εμβληματικό δημοτικό μας θέατρο. Το χαρήκαμε, σημαντικές αθλήτριες και σημαντικοί αθλητές από όλο τον κόσμο. Το χάρηκαν οι Πειριώτες, πιστεύω ότι το χάρηκαν και τηλεοπτικά, επειδή υπήρξε live μετάδοση από το Μέγκα και όλοι οι Έλληνες. Και νομίζω ότι αυτού του είδους οι αγώνες πρέπει να προπλησιαστούν στην Ελλάδα. Τουλάχιστον εμείς στον Πειραιά θα το κάνουμε, θα το πράξουμε. Αυτό θα γίνει ένας θεσμός, ο αγώνας θα γίνει ένας θεσμός πλέον ετήσιος. Αλλά πιστεύουμε ότι μπορούν να γίνουν μέσα στην πόλη πάρα πολύ ωραίοι αγώνες στίβου και όχι μόνο.
Εντυπωσιακός, ξεχωριστός αγώνας με ενδιαφέροντες αθλητές και με έναν εξαιρετικό φυσικά δικό μας πρωταθλητή. Είμαι σίγουρη ότι ο συγκεκριμένος αγώνας είχε και ξεχωριστές δυσκολίες. Θα θέλατε να μας μιλήσετε για αυτές?
Θα σας μιλήσω για τις δυσκολίες. Θα δέσουμε τώρα τον προηγούμενο αγώνα λίγο με το δεύτερο αγώνα, γιατί και αυτός αποτελεί ένα ιστορικό γεγονός. Γιατί το 1856 ο δήμαρχος τότε Ράλης είχε υπογράψει μια συνθήκη της μαζί με τους Άγγλους και Γάλλους, γιατί ο Πειραιάς τότε ήταν υπό αγγλική και γαλλική κατοχή, και υπογράψει μια συνθήκη, στην οποία συνθήκη αυτή μιλούσε για την αναβίωση των Ολυμπιακών Αγώνων στον Πειραιά. Έτσι, με 5 αγωνίσματα είχε δημιουργηθεί τότε η κατάσταση αυτή που θα έφερνε αθλητές και τον κόσμο του Πειραιά σε ένα αγωνιστικό και συναγωνιστικό επίπεδο. Αυτό βιώσαμε και θέλαμε να αναβιώσουμε με αυτούς τους αγώνες. Μέσα σε αυτά τα αθλήματα λοιπόν ήταν και το άλμα εις μήκος. Ένα άθλημα το οποίο, ενώ φαίνεται εύκολο, για να στηθεί μέσα στο κέντρο της πόλης είναι πάρα πολύ δύσκολο. Ένα άθλημα που ενώ φαίνεται ότι κάποιος σε ένα στάδιο πηδάει 8 μέτρα από μια μακρινή απόσταση, όταν το βλέπεις είναι πάρα πολύ μικρό ίσως το άλμα, όταν το δεις στα 5 μέτρα είναι πάρα πολύ εντυπωσιακό. Οπότε να ξέρετε ότι η βαλβίδα, ο διάδρομος, η άμμος, η μεταφορά των 4 τόνων άμμου, όλο αυτό το εγχείρημα, το κανάλι το Μέγκα που ήταν από την πρώτη στιγμή δίπλα μας, δημιούργησε σε εμάς μια μεγάλη αγωνία ώστε να είμαστε αντάξιοι και του γεγονότος αλλά και των αθλητών που φιλοξενούσαμε. Οι αθλητές που φιλοξενήθηκαν ήταν αθλητές διεθνούς επίπεδου. Το event είναι Silver Continental. Είναι, όπως ξέρετε, έχει το Diamond, το Gold, το Silver και το Bronze η IAF. Έγινε με όλες τις προδιαγραφές. Έτσι, ο delegate της IAF που ήρθε της World Athletics τώρα πλέον, ο delegate που ήρθε έλεγξε με τοπογράφο και τη ράμπα και τη βαλβίδα και την άμμο και οτιδήποτε είχε στηθεί. Δεν έχει ξαναγίνει στην Ελλάδα. Δεν είναι ένα δρομικό, δεν είναι ένα κολυμβητικό event. Είναι ένα event το οποίο γίνεται πρώτη φορά στην Ελλάδα. Και φανταστείτε ότι για τις ανομαλίες και για την κατηφέρεια του δρόμου που είχαμε, δούλευαν οι τεχνικοί όλο το βράδυ από τις 6 το απόγευμα μέχρι τις 3 η ώρα το μεσημέρι. Δεν σταμάτησαν καθόλου να δουλεύουν. Έτσι όμως είμαστε χαρούμενοι, γιατί και στις 23 Ιουνίου αυτού του χρόνου θα επαναλάβουμε αυτό το εγχείρημα, κάνοντας το ίσως χρυσό αυτή τη φορά.
Ωραία. Θα ήθελα λοιπόν η κυρία Αντωνάκου να μας πει, και φυσικά μπορείτε να συμμετέχετε και οι υπόλοιποι, πώς βγαίνουν αυτές οι ιδέες για αυτού του είδους τα γεγονότα, τα αθλητικά γεγονότα και επίσης σχετικά με τη βιωσιμότητά τους. Η οποία φυσικά βιωσιμότητα δεν είναι μόνο οικονομική. Έτσι, είναι και το ενδιαφέρον του κόσμου, είναι ένα κομμάτι πολύ σημαντικό σε όλους τους αγώνες, από τους Ολυμπιακούς μέχρι το τελευταίο μικρό event. Οι εθελοντές είναι ένας σημαντικός παράγοντας. Χωρίς εθελοντές πλέον δεν γίνεται τίποτα. Και βέβαια θέλουμε να το αναδείξουμε αυτό, διότι κυρίως μιλάμε σε ένα κοινό νέο, τους φοιτητές μας και όποιους άλλους φοιτητές φυσικά παρακολουθούν το συνέδριο, ώστε να ενθαρρυνθούν και να μπορέσουν να συμμετέχουν με αυτόν ή με άλλους τρόπους, εφόσον είναι και καταρτισμένοι πλέον, σε τέτοιου είδους δραστηριότητες.
Καταρχήν να σας συγχαρώ για την πρωτοβουλία στο να γίνει ένα τέτοιο συνέδριο, αλλά και να προσκληθούν άνθρωποι από κάθε τομέα, το ευρύτερο τομέα του αθλητισμού, οι οποίοι νομίζω ότι θα εισφέρουν με τις γνώσεις και την εμπειρία αρκετά πράγματα. Η δικιά μας θεματολογία που αφορά την τοπική αυτοδιοίκηση και τον αθλητικό τουρισμό, αλλά θα ανοίξω λίγο την κουβέντα γενικότερα για τον αθλητισμό, γιατί είμαι πρώην αθλήτρια, Ολυμπιονίκης, παγκόσμια πρωταθλήτρια. Τα τελευταία 10 χρόνια ασχολούμαι με τα κοινά. Είμαι πρώην πρόεδρος Πολιτισμού Αθλητισμού Νεολαίας, όπου ήμασταν μαζί με τον Νίκο το Γέμελο, η Διάδα πρόεδρος αντιπρόεδρος, στο Δήμο Πειραιά, και πλέον τα τελευταία 4 χρόνια χωρική αντιπεριφερειάρχης της Περιφερειακής Ενότητας Πειραιά και αναπληρώτρια περιφερειάρχης Αττικής. Να πω για την περιφέρεια Αττικής ότι έχει το χαρακτηριστικό ότι εδώ κατοικεί ο μισός πληθυσμός της χώρας. Εδώ εδρεύουν οι περισσότερες ομοσπονδίες, αθλητικές ομοσπονδίες της χώρας. Όπως καταλαβαίνετε, υπάρχει ένα πολύ μεγάλο εύρος δραστηριοτήτων, αλλά και μεγάλων αναγκών. Και ως περιφέρεια Αττικής εστιάσαμε στον αθλητισμό, με κορονίδα φυσικά στα αθλητικά event, τον κλασικό μαραθώνιο, όπου είμαστε στη μεγάλη χορηγή και τα τελευταία 4 χρόνια υπερδιπλασιάσαμε τη συμμετοχή μας, οικονομικά και όχι μόνο, αλλά και με χιλιάδες αθλητικές δραστηριότητες, τις οποίες χρηματοδοτούμε και στηρίζουμε, είτε δήμων, είτε σωματείων, είτε του Υπουργείου Αθλητισμού, θέλοντας με αυτόν τον τρόπο να πετύχουμε πολλαπλά ωφέλη για τις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Και τα πολλαπλά ωφέλη, τα οποία τα είδαμε, ήταν καταρχήν να βελτιώσουμε τις αθλητικές εγκαταστάσεις. Ενδεικτικά θα σας πω ότι αυτή τη στιγμή έχουμε τεχνικά έργα σε αθλητικές εγκαταστάσεις άνω των 200 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ, σε όλη την περιφέρεια Αττικής, και στην ενότητα Πειραιά περίπου 40 εκατομμυρίων ευρώ. Είναι πολύ βασικό να υπάρχουν ασφαλείς και σύγχρονες αθλητικές εγκαταστάσεις, και μάλιστα εδώ στην ενότητα Πειραιά κάναμε ένα προγραμματισμό με τους συνεργάτες μου και για να αυξήσουμε τις αθλητικές εγκαταστάσεις και να τις εξυγχρονίσουμε, αλλά να υπάρχει και αυτό το πράσινο αποτύπωμα που λέμε. Γιατί εκεί μειώνονται και κόστη. Κόστη τα οποία, επειδή δεν ζούμε σε μια χώρα εύρωστη οικονομικά, πολλές φορές έπνιγαν τους δήμους, τις τοπικές κοινωνίες, αλλά και τα σωματεία. Παράλληλα, όπως παρουσίασε και ο Νίκος ο Γέμελος, εδώ για την ενότητα Πειραιά προσπαθούμε στρατηγικά να έχουμε το βλέμμα μας προς τη θάλασσα. Είμαστε το μεγάλο λιμάνι της χώρας, είμαστε η δεύτερη μεγαλύτερη πύλη εισόδου της χώρας, με διασύνδεση προφανώς και με τα νησιά μας. Ο πρώτος στόχος λοιπόν ήταν να αναδειχθούν αθλήματα που έχουν να κάνουν με τη θάλασσα και είναι εντυπωσιακά για τον κόσμο, αλλά και να αναδειχθούν και τα αθλήματα τα μη δημοφιλή που λέμε. Είδατε το μήκος, ανοιχτή θάλασσα και άλλα πολλά που έχουν γίνει όλα αυτά τα χρόνια. Προφανώς η συνδρομή της περιφέρειας της Αττικής πάντα είναι καθοριστική για τα μεγάλα αθλητικά event. Να πω, ας πούμε, για παράδειγμα, ότι αυτές τις μέρες έχουμε ευρωπαϊκούς αγώνες εδώ στον Πειραιά, που συμμετέχει στο Champions League ο Ολυμπιακός Πειραιώς. Γενικά στην περιφέρεια Αττικής γίνονται και διοργανώνονται πολλές αθλητικές διοργανώσεις παγκοσμίου εμβέλειας, είτε είναι στο ΆΚΑ κτλ. Εμείς συμμετέχουμε, αλλά και τα μικρότερα επιμέρους αθλητικά event μας δίνουν τη δυνατότητα να συνεισφέρουμε και στις τοπικές κοινωνίες. Η μικροοικονομία που λέμε. Όταν θα έρθουν να φιλοξενηθούν εκατοντάδες άνθρωποι ή χιλιάδες άνθρωποι που συμμετέχουν σε ένα δρομικό ή και σε άλλα τέλος πάντων event τα οποία γίνονται, αμέσως αυτό έχει ωφέλη. Κάτι θα ψωνίσουν, κάπου θα μείνουν, κάπου θα φάνε. Για μας αυτό έχει πάρα πολύ μεγάλη σημασία. Και προφανώς επενδύουμε και θέλουμε να επενδύσουμε, και επανέρχομαι στον αρχικό μας στόχο να βελτιώνουμε αθλητικές εγκαταστάσεις για να γίνονται όσο περισσότερα μεγάλα αθλητικές διοργανώσεις, πανευρωπαϊκά και παγκόσμια, ως αθλήτρια εγώ και ο Νίκος ως προπονητής, έχοντας συμμετάσχει από Ολυμπιάδες παγκόσμια και πανευρωπαϊκά, έχουμε δει πόσοι άνθρωποι μεταφέρονται στον τόπο που το διοργανώνει. Πόσοι χιλιάδες άνθρωποι. Και προσωπική μας επιδίωξη, και αυτό το είχαμε κάνει και στη συνεργασία και με τον Γιάννη τον Μόρελ και με τον Νίκο τον Γέμελο, ήταν να φέρουμε παγκόσμια πρωταθλήματα μικρότερων κατηγοριών, καταρχήν για να δοκιμάσουμε τις δυνάμεις μας, αλλά όταν είναι σε επίπεδο εφηβών νεανίδων, εκεί ακολουθούν και περισσότεροι συνοδοί. Οπότε αυτό θα μπορούσε να δώσει και μια όθηση στην οικονομία του τόπου μας. Τώρα, τα ωφέλη. Εμείς ως δημόσιος φορέας, η Περιφέρεια Αττικής, αλλά και οι Δήμοι και προφανώς και τα Υπουργεία, θέλουμε καταρχήν να εντρυφήσουμε στο κομμάτι του αθλητισμού, να βάλουμε τον αθλητισμό στη ζωή όλων των ανθρώπων. Ο πρώτος στόχος είναι αυτός, όλων των ηλικιών, μη επαγγελματιών, αλλά και να διευκολύνουμε τη ζωή των επαγγελματιών σε εισαγωγικά αθλητών, οι οποίοι μας κάνουν περήφανος με κάθε διάκρισή τους. Ίσως να είναι η μόνη στιγμή που για λίγα λεπτά ενωνόμαστε όλοι οι Έλληνες όταν βλέπουμε έναν αθλητή με το εθνόσημο να κατακτά μια καλή θέση. Αλλά πρέπει να διευκολύνουμε τη ζωή του. Αυτό γίνεται με πάρα πολλούς τρόπους. Το δεύτερο είναι να μπορέσουμε μέσα από έργα είτε μεγάλων αναπλάσεων είτε τη δημιουργία μικρών αθλητικών εγκαταστάσεων, περιοχές οι οποίες έχουν προβλήματα, οι οποίες γενικά δεν είναι σε άνθηση, να πούμε, να τις εξυγχρονίσουμε, να πάει ο κόσμος εκεί. Αμέσως βλέπουμε ότι αυτόματα αρχίζουν και γίνονται και δημιουργούνται μικρές επιχειρήσεις γύρω από όλες αυτές τις εγκαταστάσεις, μεγαλύτερη συμμετοχή κόσμου και επισκεψιμότητα, οπότε βοηθάμε την τοπική κοινωνία, αλλά και επειδή ως κομβική ενότητα, ο Πειραιάς, όπως είπα, γιατί είναι το μεγάλο λιμάνι της χώρας, το μεγαλύτερο της Μεσογείου, θέλουμε να αναδείξουμε και τις ομορφιές και να μπορέσουμε και μέσω του αθλητικού τουρισμού να ενισχύσουμε την προσπάθεια της χώρας μας, γιατί να πω ότι ειδικά το είδαμε αυτό μετά τον κορονοϊό, ο βασικός πυλώνας που η χώρα μας οικονομικά έκανε ένα άλμα ήταν ο τουρισμός. Και ο πιο βασικός συμμέτοχος σε αυτό ήταν το λιμάνι του Πειραιά. Η κρουαζιέρα ήμασταν το μόνο λιμάνι στον κόσμο η οποία δεν έκλεισε επί 2 χρόνια κορονοϊού. Και αυτό έγινε με μια πολύ μεγάλη προσπάθεια για να μπορούν να εισέρχονται οι τουρίστες εδώ, με απόλυτη ασφάλεια όμως και για μας, και η Περιφέρεια Αττικής έπαιξε κομβικό ρόλο.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Η απάντησή σας ήταν πάρα πολύ συνολική και κάλυψε και κάποια πράγματα τα οποία ήθελα να ρωτήσω, όπως ήταν τα μελλοντικά σχέδια σε αθλητικά γεγονότα ή σε γεγονότα αθλητικού τουρισμού, αν μπορούμε να τα διαχωρίσουμε έτσι. Το τελευταίο που θα ήθελα να ρωτήσω όλους σας είναι ποιες είναι οι πιο σημαντικές δυσκολίες που αντιμετωπίζετε στην προσπάθεια αυτή.
Να αρχίσω εγώ γιατί είμαι στο χώρο, αν γίνεται. Οι σημαντικότερες δυσκολίες που αντιμετωπίζουμε τη συγκεκριμένη στιγμή είναι οι χώροι. Γενικά οι χώροι άθλησης. Αθλητικά event χωρίς χώρους δεν γίνονται. Εμείς τουλάχιστον στον Πειραιά θεωρούμε τον εαυτό μας λίγο τυχερό σε αυτό. Γιατί η περιφέρεια έχει σκύψει πάνω και έχει δει ιδιαίτερα το πρόβλημα. Είμαστε ένας δήμος ο οποίος είναι αθλητικός, ο οποίος είναι ναυταθλητικός. Έχουμε δημιουργήσει τις καταστάσεις αυτές, ώστε όλα τα παιδιά μας, τα παιδιά του Πειραιά, και να έρχονται στα στάδια για να κολυμπήσουν, για να τρέξουν, για να κάνουν ιστιοπλοεία ή για να κάνουν κάποιο άλλο άθλημα, αλλά και για να τους δώσουμε τα χαρακτηριστικά εκείνα που θα τους κάνουν ενεργούς πολίτες μετά. Έτσι, μπαίνοντας σε ένα ασφαλές στάδιο, όπως το Καπαγέρο αυτή τη στιγμή που ετοιμάζεται το κλειστό στάδιο, τα παιδιά βρίσκουν ένα χώρο ιδανικό για αυτά. Πιστεύω ότι δεν θα σταματήσει μόνο εκεί η περιφέρεια, γιατί έχουμε τη χαρά να έχουμε αθλήτρια από το είδος μας, από το σόι μας, του νερού, εκεί πέρα κοντά, και πιστεύω ότι τα καινούργια κολυμβητήρια θα είναι μπροστά σε εμάς που ασχολιόμαστε με το νερό.
Σας ευχαριστώ, κύριε Μπουρμά.
Θα συμφωνήσω ασφαλώς με τον κύριο Γέμελο, δεν θα μπορούσα άλλωστε να διαφωνήσω και είναι μεγάλη τιμή για μένα που βρίσκομαι αυτή τη στιγμή τόσο μαζί του όσο και με την κυρία Αντωνάκου στο συγκεκριμένο πάνελ. Η τεχνογνωσία τους και η εμπειρία τους είναι πολύτιμη και τους ευχαριστώ. Σαφέστατα είναι οι χώροι. Βέβαια, εμείς σε πολλά από αυτά τα οποία ποντάρουμε, τουριστικά, παύλα, αθλητικά, είναι και το γεγονός της δημιουργίας χώρων, όχι απαραίτητα με τα κόστη που μπορεί να συνεπάγεται ένα κολυμβητήριο ή κάποια πισίνα, τέλος πάντων, γιατί τελευταία είναι έτσι και ευρέως διαδεδομένη και οι λεγόμενες δεξαμενές που, εν πάση περιπτώσει, ενδεχομένως να έχουν μικρότερο κόστος. Εμείς προσπαθούμε με κάθε τρόπο να εκμεταλλευτούμε οτιδήποτε έχουμε που μπορεί να αποτελέσει τουριστικό προϊόν, χώρο μάλλον τουριστικού προϊόντος, όπως εν παραδείγματι ανέφερα πριν, τις διαδρομές μας τις δρομικές ή και τα βουνά μας, προκειμένου να δημιουργήσουμε αγώνες βουνού ή να φιλοξενήσουμε, αν θέλετε, κάποιες δράσεις σε βουνό. Ενδεικτικά θα πω ότι η Περιφέρεια Στερεάς Ελλάδας τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια φιλοξενεί το Ράλι Ακρόπολης, ένα τεραστίου φήμης και αποδοχής παγκόσμιο event. Και αυτό βέβαια φιλοξενείται στα βουνά μας, τα οποία ήδη ευτυχώς για εμάς υπάρχουν. Αυτό που εγώ θα έλεγα ως ένα πρόβλημα είναι ταυτόχρονα και ίσως κάποιες συγκυρίες. Και τι εννοώ συγκυρίες? Να μπορέσουμε να συνυπάρξουμε εμείς που, εν πάση περιπτώσει, είτε έχουμε είτε προσπαθούμε να αποκτήσουμε την τεχνογνωσία προκειμένου να υλοποιήσουμε κάποιες ιδέες, κάποιες σκέψεις που τα τουριστικά, αν θέλετε, τα παγκόσμια τουριστικά ραντάρ μας φέρνουν, γιατί κακά τα ψέματα μια παγκόσμια τουριστική τάση εφαρμόζεται, έχει αποδοχή και στη χώρα μας. Αυτό λοιπόν να ταυτίζεται πολλές φορές με τα θέλω και με τα πρέπει του εκάστοτε είτε αυτοδιοικητικού είτε υπεύθυνο, ο οποίος τη συγκεκριμένη χρονική περίοδο έχει την πακέτα, έχει, αν θέλετε, το αποφασίζω και διατάζω με επιτραπή έκφραση. Τι θέλω να πω με αυτό? Ότι προκειμένου να υλοποιηθεί ένα event, σαφέστατα χρειάζεται η άψογη συνεργασία της περιφέρειας, του εκάστοτε Δήμου και σαφέστατα των συλλόγων οι οποίοι αφορούν, αν θέλετε, είναι κοντά στο event το οποίο δρομολογείται. Αν κάποιος Δήμος, αν κάποιος Δήμαρχος, αν κάποιος Αντιδήμαρχος, αν κάποιος Αντιπεριφερειάρχης ή Περιφερειάρχης αντίστοιχα δεν πιστέψει ένα όραμα, καλή ώρα το όραμα το καταπληκτικό που είχαν και πολλά συγχαρητήρια και για τις 2 δράσεις, αλλά ιδίως αυτό το εκπληκτικό που έκαναν στο Δημοτικό Θέατρο Πειραιά, ήταν κάτι το οποίο πραγματικά θέλει τόλμη, θέλει πραγματικά να πάρεις μια γενναία απόφαση και σε κόστος αλλά και σε ρίσκο, γιατί φιλοξενήθηκαν παγκοσμίου φήμοι αθλητές κτλ. Αν σε αυτό λοιπόν ένας δήμαρχος, ένας αντιπεριφερειάρχης, ένας περιφερειάρχης δεν οραματιστούν με τον ίδιο τρόπο, δεν ποντάρουν σε εισαγωγικά με τον ίδιο τρόπο, τότε δυστυχώς δημιουργείται μια δυσκολία η οποία μοιάζει ανυπέρβλητη. Και το λέω αυτό όχι τόσο με τη μορφή παραπώνου, όσο κυρίως με τη μορφή διαπίστωσης, γιατί τυχαίνει πάρα πολλές φορές σε ένα Δήμο, σε μια περιφερειακή ενότητα, αν θέλετε, σε μια τοπική κοινωνία, να εισπράξεις τόσο μεγάλη αποδοχή που σου κάνει και τη δουλειά πολύ εύκολα ταυτόχρονα και την υλοποίηση της δράσης, αλλά και τη δράση την ίδια αυτή καθεαυτή να απογειώνεται. Μια αντίστοιχη, αν θέλετε, αντιμετώπιση, όχι γιατί ο εκάστοτε δήμαρχος ή τοπικός ή αντιπεριφερειάρχης είναι κακός, αλλά γιατί πάρα πολύ απλά δεν πιστεύει ή δεν βλέπει αυτό που ενδεχομένως βλέπεις εσύ με τα δικά σου τα φίλτρα, να αποτελέσει τροχοπέδι. Για μένα δηλαδή, είναι, βέβαια, για να είμαι απόλυτα ειλικρινής, δεν είναι κάτι που το συναντάμε συχνά πλέον. Κατά ψέματα, καινούργια μυαλά, καινούργιες ιδέες και δόξα τω Θεώ, άνθρωποι σε θέσεις όπως ο κύριος Γέμελος, η κυρία Αντωνάκου, στις κατάλληλες θέσεις κάνουν τη δουλειά όλο πιο εύκολη, πόσο μάλλον στο κομμάτι το αθλητικό. Είναι όμως μια διαπίστωση που τουλάχιστον εμένα στην 9η μου θητεία μου δίνει τη δυνατότητα έτσι να την καταθέσω, ότι υπήρξαν στιγμές, υπήρξαν συνεργασίες που πραγματικά έφεραν αποτέλεσμα γιατί πιστέψαμε στο ίδιο πλάνο, υπήρξαν συνεργασίες που δεν έφεραν γιατί πάρα πολύ απλά από κάποιον δεν ενισχύθηκε, αν θέλετε, η προσπάθεια αυτή στο βαθμό που απαιτούσε η ίδια κυρίως η προσπάθεια στο αποτέλεσμά της.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Κυρία Αντωνάκου, να κλείσουμε με εσάς. Ποιες είναι οι πιο σημαντικές δυσκολίες που μπορεί να αντιμετωπίσει κάποιος που θέλει?
Κοιτάξτε, πάντα θεωρώ ότι όταν εφαρμόζεις πολιτικές, το πιο δύσκολο πράγμα είναι τα κλειστά αυτιά και τα κλειστά μυαλά. Εμείς ευτυχώς, εδώ που είχα την τιμή να ήμουν αντιδήμαρχος και τώρα αντιπεριφερειάρχης κτλ., έχουμε μια εξαιρετική συνεργασία και δεν είναι μόνο Πειραιάς, είναι και άλλοι 4 δήμοι, αλλά και ως αναπληρώτρια περιφερειάρχης Αττικής, με τον Γιώργο τον Μπατούλη είχαμε θέσει πολύ ψηλά στην ατζέντα μας στο κομμάτι αθλητισμού, με όλα όμως τα χαρακτηριστικά που σας λέω. Νομίζω ότι ο κόσμος θα γκρινιάξει όταν κλείνουμε ένα δρόμο για να γίνει ένα δρομικό. Πάντα υπάρχει αυτό. Θα γκρινιάσει όταν εκτελούνται έργα, τη διάρκεια που εκτελούνται τα έργα. Όμως όταν έχεις σχέδιο και αυτό μπορείς να το παρουσιάσεις και έχεις και τέτοιους στόχους, πολύπλευρους στόχους, νομίζω ότι εκεί μετριάζονται και εκεί πάντα τα βάζεις στη ζυγαριά και λες προχωράμε απρόσκοπτα, γιατί οι στόχοι μας είναι πάρα πολύ συγκεκριμένοι και είναι προς όφελος της κοινωνίας. Ο αθλητισμός είναι βασικός πυλώνας της κοινωνίας μας, και ο πολιτισμός και η παιδεία. Επενδύουμε σε αυτό. Δεν είναι χαμένα χρήματα, ούτε χαμένος χρόνος. Και να πω επίσης κάτι που δεν το είπα πριν, κάτι πρωτοποριακό που είχαμε κάνει στο Δήμο Πειραιά με τον Νίκο, που ήμασταν το δίδυμο του οργανισμού και φυσικά υπό την αρρωγή πάντα του Γιάννη του Μόραλη, ήταν ότι συνδυάζαμε τα αθλητικά event τα μεγάλα που κάναμε στην πόλη, όπου συμμετείχαν και χορηγοί και ιδιώτες, και πάντα λέγαμε όλα τα έσοδα να δοθούν σε ιδρύματα και σε φιλανθρωπίες. Με τον τρόπο αυτό καταφέραμε μέσα σε μια τετραετία να δοθούν πάνω από 100.000 ευρώ σε ιδρύματα τα οποία επιτελούν ένα πολύ σημαντικό σκοπό. Οπότε βλέπουμε ότι είναι μια αλυσίδα καλών πραγμάτων που ο αθλητισμός μπορεί να προσφέρει, και παράλληλα να επισημάνω κάτι που δεν το είπα πριν, ότι είναι απαραίτητο να εξυγχρονίσουμε τις αθλητικές μας εγκαταστάσεις, να κάνουμε πιο ανθρώπινες τις πόλεις μας, όχι μόνο για να υπάρχει η δραστηριότητα του αθλητισμού, αλλά για να μην νιώθει κανένας απομονωμένος. Οπότε εμείς προσπαθούμε αυτή τη στιγμή και κάθε έργο που κάνουμε να είναι προσβάσιμο για τα άτομα με ειδικές ανάγκες, αλλά και να γίνονται και αθλητικά event για τα άτομα με ειδικές ανάγκες. Από το Πανελλήνιο Πρωτάθλημα Τυφλών στο Σκάκι, από κολυμβητικούς αγώνες για τα άτομα με ειδικές ανάγκες, τα οποία διοργανώσαμε εδώ στην Ενότητα Πειραιά, μιλάω, αλλά και άλλα πάρα πολλά, αγώνες μπάσκετ με αμαξίδιο, είναι εκατοντάδες οι δραστηριότητες, που όμως προϋποθέτουν να υπάρχει προσβασιμότητα. Κάτι που στη χώρα μας, το γνωρίζουμε όλοι, είμαστε ένα φιλόξενο κράτος για τους ανθρώπους, οι οποίοι έχουν κινητικά και όχι προβλήματα.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ που αναφέρατε και το θέμα των ανθρώπων με ειδικές ανάγκες, γιατί πρόσφατα είχαμε και τη Διεθνή ημέρα. Και επίσης, κλείνοντας, να σας ευχαριστήσω πάρα πολύ για την επιθυμία να συμμετέχετε, αλλά επίσης και για τον χρόνο σας, ο οποίος φαντάζομαι και των τριών είναι πολύτιμος. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ένα λεπτό μόνο. Αν έχω μόνο 10 δευτερόλεπτα.
Ναι.
Να πω για άλλη μια φορά, ήταν ιδιαίτερη τιμή για μένα να βρίσκομαι σήμερα εδώ, πόσο μάλλον τόσο με εσάς όσο και με τον κύριο Γέμελο και την κυρία Αντωνάκου. Να πω απλά ότι μιας και προέρχονται και οι δύο από το χώρο του υγρού στίβου, η μεν κυρία Αντωνάκου με ένα τεράστιο βιογραφικό στο θέμα του πόλου, ο κύριος Γέμελος αντίστοιχα στις κολυμβήσεις, να πω ότι μία από τις πολλές δράσεις που υλοποιούνται για μας τα τελευταία χρόνια είναι και η φιλοξενία της Εθνικής Ομάδας Πόλου των Αντρών στη Χαλκίδα. Παραδοσιακά τα τελευταία χρόνια αποτελούμε και το γούρι της. Οπότε, με αφορμή αυτό, με πολύ αγάπη της και με πολύ χαρά, ισχύει και για εσάς, κυρία Λιβάδη, σας απευθύνω και μια ανοιχτή πρόσκληση, αν θέλετε. Το καλοκαίρι, που σίγουρα θα δείξει η προετοιμασία της και την επόμενη μεγάλη διοργάνωση, να σας δούμε και εσάς εκεί. Εννοείται βέβαια όλες τις εποχές του χρόνου. Απλά προσπαθώ να συνδυάσω λιγάκι και την παρουσία της Εθνικής Ομάδας για να έχει περισσότερο υγρό στοιχείο και να είστε πιο άνετα κι εσείς εκεί. Σας ευχαριστώ και εγώ με τη σειρά μου πάρα πολύ.
Από τις εθνικές ομάδες, που είναι αυτό που είπε πριν η κυρία Αντωνάκου, μας κάνουν πάρα πολύ υπερήφανους και φέρνουν το δάκρυ στο μάτι.
Υγρός στίβος, το υγρό στοιχείο.
Ναι, βεβαίως.
Το συνάφι μας.
Να είστε καλά, σας ευχαριστώ και πάλι.
Εμείς σας ευχαριστούμε. Να είστε καλά.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our last panel for today. In my humble opinion, the most important one, titled ESG in Sports. I hope the European Greek-based audience have grabbed the second cup of coffee, as our North American friends have grabbed it first, I guess. So let me introduce our panelists, and I will start with Danielle Doza, who is the Vice President of Sustainability and Environmental Services for the Cleveland Cavaliers and Rock Entertainment Group, the first senior level sustainability position in the NBA. At the Cavs, Danielle worked across the company on sustainable operations and reporting, supporting the marketing and communications teams, and integrating sustainability into partnership development. Welcome to the panel, Danielle.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
Thank you. So the second panelist is Orhan Lumberg, who is the founder and CEO of The Niche Inc., a sustainability consultancy specialized in the sports sector. In his previous roles include the sustainability manager at the most recent FIFA World Cup, Qatar 2022, and executive director at the Green Building Council of Australia. Thank you, Orhan, for being here.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to join the panel.
And last but not least, Themistoklis Karvoudis. He's the head of sustainability for the FIBA regional office in Asia. So wide range of backgrounds. Welcome, Themi.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
So without any further introduction, let's start discussing about ESG in sports. We could do that for days, but we only have 35 minutes from now. So let's jump into the topic. And I will start with you, Danielle. And I would say that for all of us working on the field, either as a consultant or in senior positions in sports organizations, we have ESG in our daily operations, right? We have to report on them, we have to develop strategies. But for our audience and for everyday people, when it comes to ESG, it might be extremely vague. So if you can break it down into what it means for you and how you implement it in your everyday life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so environmental social governance, if people haven't heard the term before, you don't often think about it in sports. You know, you hear a lot about it in industry and other business, here in the United States, mostly for public companies. We are technically a private company, but ESG still matters to our sport and our organization. We have to think about how is the environment impacting us? How are we impacting it? How are we impacting the community? And really, what risks do we take on? Thinking about ESG, risk is a huge part of ESG. And in sports, we're thinking about that much more as weather gets more extreme. We have stronger storms, say. While we are in an indoor building for basketball, we have to consider when we have extreme weather, how are our fans going to get here? Because we need fans to come to the building so we can, one, put on a show and also make money because, ultimately we are a company that needs to make money as well. So how do we get our fans here? How do we get them here safely? What are those risks to us if we are going to have increasing extreme weather? How do we respond to that? What do we look like for governance structures? Maybe if you're in a municipality or even a country that has certain regulations around what a company needs to do as far as, say, on the governance side of things, maybe your leadership is tied to certain benchmarks for your environmental impacts or social impacts, thinking about that. We have almost 2 million visitors come to our building every year. Sometimes we'll have outside events. When you think of the social side of things, again, what are we doing for the community? You have to think about labor issues, ensuring that we are, working within regulations and doing everything we can to not only take care of our own team members, but others who may come in. Maybe it's through, for other teams, anything like that. And you also have to think about human trafficking as well. When you have so many people in a building, so many outside people, our building hosts other events aside from sport as well. So when you're having all of these outside folks come in, you have to think about a lot of these issues and what is that risk to your company, ESG specifically. So those are just, wide-ranging issues. ESG covers a swath of things, but I'll stop there for now.
Oh, thank you. That's a great framework to start our discussions. What about you, Orhan? Any examples of how you use this framework in North America and Canada, or how did you use that in Middle East and Qatar?
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting to think about sports and ESG. ESG is very broad, and also sports is very broad. We have, sports is teams, it's buildings, it's transport, it's apparel, it's food and beverage, it's waste, it's so much, right? So it's almost like it's only the ecosystem itself. So when you combine these two, you get a huge, huge scope. So I think it's quite important to know what is important to you and what you can actually have some level of control or influence over. And in strategy ESG work, people love to talk about materiality assessments, which is a very swanky word for just saying what is important and what matters to you. And I think this is becoming more and more prevalent around ESG work, where we ask staff, stakeholders, and business partners, what should we be focusing on? We have this long list of different things that we could be doing, and to prioritize those into something that is meaningful and actionable is really important through the ESG work. Just to touch on Danielle's point there, I like the sports sector as well, because I see it as having 3 different touch points with sustainability. The first part would be around looking after your own operations, minimizing your impact, taking responsibility for your own work and your supply chain. The other part would be adapting and getting ready for the changing climate that is coming, which Danielle was touching on earlier as well. So how do we prepare for that? Some sports are indoor sports, other sports are outdoor sports, and they are directly impacted and dependent on the climate. So if you take skiing, if you take sailing, if you take even outdoor athletics, we had big wildfires with terrible air quality around North America this summer. And this has been happening in the tennis tournament in Australia, many places. And then, so that's you take care of your own stuff, prepare for the future. And then sport has this amazing megaphone. We can influence people. People come to sports with a positive frame of mind. So if we can inspire people to take positive action by showing leadership, I think we have an amazing reach and opportunity to create wider change as well. So that's why I really like working in ESG and sustainability in sports.
Yeah, it's fascinating how you can work on vague concepts like ESG and sports, but then break it down to actionable points. Thanks a lot for that. How about you, Themistoklis? How do you work with ESG in FIBA Asia?
Well, first of all, I think that what Danielle said and Orhan said basically cover the whole part, but I'm going to piggyback on what Orhan said before about the reach that sports have. So as you said before, we have a dual responsibility when it comes to sustainability. One is implement sustainable practices throughout our operations, but at the same time, we have the responsibility to educate and raise awareness to all the fans out there who follow sports. So if you think that sports are only they accumulate less than 0.5% is what the actual footprint of sports is, the environmental footprint. But at the same time, we have a tremendous reach. Combine the fans from all the sports of the world, you have a huge number, which is bigger than the actual populations of planet Earth. So what this means is that our power is huge. we must, and it's really a responsibility for us to raise awareness on this issue, because sustainability is something that mainly the new generations will have to see and feel it and experience it, not only in their personal lives, but also in their professional lives. So it's something that they will see it more and more in the years to come. So I think like we need to start doing things as fast as possible. And exactly for the reason I said before, because we have a huge responsibility towards future generations.
It's always so inspirational to talk when we talk about the transformative power of sports and how it can influence its fans, followers, and participants. I would like to touch upon on Orhan's latest point about materiality assessment, prioritization, and stakeholders. As we know, sports has so many departments, so many operations, different stakeholders. So when you work in a big sport organization or an event, how does this? How do you prioritize ESG issues, and what do you prioritize? How do you conduct this prioritization and materiality? If you can touch upon that, I will start with Danielle again.
I think it's tough to prioritize, because when you think about a sporting event, fans are coming, they want to see the sport, right? They want to have a good time. Sometimes they want to escape, other parts of their life, the news, climate dread, sometimes like that. So how do you prioritize your messaging and stuff? And I think it's always remaining positive about what you're doing. Encouraging fans to participate in what you're doing, like Orhan said, waste is a big one. That is something that fans directly engage with. So maybe that is a priority, because they see it, they can participate in that waste diversion, that waste reduction. So how do we get them to feel good about the decisions they're making, and help them, be a part of our team, when interacting with something like waste. And that's also how they view, oftentimes, right, how they view our sustainability initiatives and what we're doing, because it is just right there, it's so visible. So you have to think about that. What are the fans seeing? Also, again, I mentioned risk. What is a risk to your sport, your organization, your event? If you have an outdoor event, what is that weather going to be like? How are fans going to get there? So thinking about things like that. Also having to explain what a materiality assessment is to the rest of the people in your organization, because they might not know, maybe they haven't been through that yet. Sometimes people, they don't know what they don't know. So you have to really guide your company and your stakeholders on the range of issues that touch on ESG, to say, okay, maybe that is important, and we haven't thought about that yet. It's water usage, stormwater management, something like that. Why would we have to worry about that? So I think there's a lot of explaining and education to do to bring people along as well.
Yeah, thanks for bringing education on the table, and how and also identifying these market forces, if I can call them like this, consumer preferences on what you do in this, what are your priorities. Themistoklis, when it comes to a non-for-profit organization, a regional federation, which I can imagine it's not that much driven by consumers, but it's also other stakeholders like sponsors or the International Federation, FIBA, putting some requirements and some pressures there. How do you make your prioritization based on your stakeholder pressures?
I think there's no pressure when it comes to sustainability. It's just a matter of responsibility. And as Danielle said, you don't necessarily prioritize, but you just break down the importance of the challenge that you have to face. Again, it's one very important thing is the geographic location of where you are and where you actually try to implement your sustainable practices. As Orhan, I'm sure, knows, it's very challenging to apply some strategies in the Asia region, So the number one thing is try and educate on what sustainability actually is. And not only fans and athletes, but also federations and sponsors and actual people that actually are involved in the sport. So this is number one priority. I believe that there's no pressure. The thing is to try and implement as many things as possible, of course, having under consideration the unique characteristics of each country, regulations, policies, infrastructure. So I'm pretty sure that things that can be done no matter where you are. Just a small step is something. The main thing is to start the first step. Once you do that, it's much easier to follow up and do more and more every time. It doesn't matter where you are. Of course, you have more challenges in some parts of the world. Europe is not the same as US or Asia, but at the same time, I think in the core, we face like similar challenges that I'm sure we're gonna discuss about them later on in our discussion.
Context matter. Thank you, Themis, for that. We had the panel before, and they were talking about the European Union legislation, which comes in and then have by mandatory reporting, sustainability reporting requirements for sport organizations as well. And we see that this is not probably the case in Asia, but could be in some member states in US, or depends a lot on the context ways. I will come back to Johan. With which differences have you identified when it comes to sustainability in terms of education, in terms of implementation, and definitely prioritization from a mega sport event perspective, like the World Cup in Qatar, or your work right now in Canada?
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's an interesting topic, and I think what is so important is to understand your local market, the local context. And when you bring a big event to that market, how can we use that event to create something good? I know that event organizers probably hate talking about the event as a major disruptor, but it is a major disruptor. And sometimes we talk about disruptors as a great thing for innovation, positive change, and social change. So if we can harness that power of disruption from hosting the World Cup, hosting the Super Bowl, hopefully hosting the basketball championships, whatever it might be, Olympics, for something positive, and align it with the development goals of that city, or regeneration goals of a certain area of a city, or even national plans for progress, then I think we're onto something. Because it is really, a massive deal to host one of these things, and you need to pool a lot of resources to do it. And roads will be closed, people will be working long hours, people will be on the streets to party, all that sort of stuff. But how can we create positive things around that? So I had a chance to work in a rapidly developing country over in Qatar, and they had a very clear plan for what they wanted to do with their country. And we were able to blend that with the event. So they wanted to improve public transit. We were able to build public transit infrastructure, electrification of the bus fleet. They wanted to build solar power infrastructure. We were able to fast track that partly because of the World Cup, at least, to have that ready before the World Cup started. They wanted to increase recycling rates in the country. National recycling rates was less than 10%. In the World Cup, we achieved recycling rates around the 80% for the stadiums, to showcase that this is possible. And many of these practices and technologies were then being able to take at a broader scale into that country. This is an extreme example, I suppose, but I think if we can identify the priority areas, link with partners, link with fans, then we can really achieve something positive. And I like the idea as well of finding partnerships with your partners. So most sports organizations will have partnerships, commercial partnerships, supply partnerships, broadcasting partnerships, whatever it might be. If we can activate those existing partnerships for social good or sustainability, that's another really interesting area to explore, because many of those partners have sophisticated programs in place, but they sit normally in a different department from the one who's looking after sports sponsorship. So if we can activate sports sponsorship and use it for sustainability as another important and interesting area to explore further.
If I can
Great
add
point.
something here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Arghun, you mentioned about your work in Qatar, and we had an event recently in September with a U16 event there, and you could actually see that people were not only aware of how sustainability works, but the results of these efforts during the big event, they were evident. So you could see it in their mentality, and this is a very, very important thing that it means, as I said before, if you do the first step, then it's much easier to keep going.
Yeah, that's right. And to some extent, seeing is believing as well, right? If you can show that it's possible, then you can do it again and replicate and improve.
I think after so many discussions and in panels, in conferences, I'm still really impressed on how mega sport events, but also smaller events, can be catalysts, can be accelerators for change and development in a country. We've seen that so many times in Qatar, in Russia, in Sochi, Winter Olympics, in Brazil, and there are so many examples. But I would like to go a little bit outside of mega sport events and go in a city context. So I would ask Daniel how your ESG efforts and in general your sustainability efforts are aligned with the city and the community, the city of Cleveland in particular, and is there your conscious efforts to align them? Is it a collaboration with the city, or can you elaborate a bit on that?
Yes. So our city certainly is committed to sustainability. We're located in the Midwest of the United States. The Midwest tends to be a little bit behind on innovation, on sustainability efforts than, say, the coasts, right? The West Coast, New York City, parts of the East Coast. So we always have that image that we're a little bit behind, and I understand because we don't have as much investment in that space, but it is getting there, and we have the position to be able to lead on it. So while there are a lot of great things going on in our city, we do want to align with them and support them. We can also be a leader. We have a big megaphone. As we talked about earlier, sports can really help spread a message. And that's what we want to do is, hey, we can do this as a large event space, as a sporting company. We can take the lead on some of this if it is around waste. Our recycling is not very great around here. It is improving. People are a bit jaded about the recycling industry in the United States. So we have to combat some of that, as Themis mentioned, geography. We have to think about culture as well. What are we up against? What are those views about sustainability, even just recycling or energy usage? So we have a lot of education to do as well to our fans, to the community, so we can start to push that a little bit more. We're not in a West Coast city that's just a little bit more part of the culture. And then as far as geography goes, we have to see what are the resources available in our geography, wherever you are in the world. Say you want to compost your organic waste, but there's no commercial composter in your area. You might not be able to do that at this time, but can you take the lead to say, hey, there's a market for this, we want to see it, and then other companies might follow along, or other large organizations might come along and say, hey, we would use that too, so there is this market for it. When we think about energy usage, you have to think about what are the risks to your energy grid. What sources power your energy grid. Maybe you want to decarbonize as an organization, as an event, but you have to think what kind of resources are powering that grid. It might not be a lot of renewables, and there's nothing you can necessarily do to change that because you don't control the electric grid. You're just a user of that. But again, how can you use your megaphone and your position to try to shift change a little bit? So that's kind of the position we're in. We love our city. We are very committed to sustainability, as is our city, and we are growing together. I'm excited to be a leader in the space and work with others who are leading the charge too.
I honestly couldn't expect a better pass from you when it comes to resources and then the next topic of discussion. So I'm sure you all had different experiences and projects that you work with different resources. And I think we can all agree here that sustainability in ESG requires an upfront investment, but also you expect a return of it, a return on investment, with cutting operational costs, with developing commercial partnership, etc., you name it. So I would like to have your input and experience, and I would like to start with Themistoklis on how much the resources matter in the very beginning when you start developing your ESG plan and implementation.
Well, let's say depending where you are in this process. As we say, implementing ESG practices usually requires a big upfront investment. So for some sports organizations, especially the smaller ones, they may face some financial constraints and find it very difficult to allocate resources to sustainability practices. I think it's important, of course, to have a big budget, but at the same time, it's also important to make people aware of sustainability. Just let them know first what it is, because there's a lot of people out there and businesses say that they're not really aware of this issue. And Danielle mentioned before about education. Education is not only community and fans, but it's also an internal factor for corporation, this is challenging as well. So I would say that budget would be crucial up to the point that you have reached to, you have done some substantial effort when it comes to sustainability. So in the beginning, maybe it's not that important, and I don't want it to sound bad, but in my opinion, the first steps, you just need to have the right people with passion about it and able to to make other people to share their vision and share this passion they have and like create this domino effect.
I would honestly agree with you that human resources can be more beneficial than financial resources in most of the times. How about you, Orhan? What's your input on that?
Well, I think number one would be to have the buy-in from the top. Once you have that, you can start pulling all different types of levers. You can ask for money, you can ask for people, you can ask to borrow people from other teams who usually sustainability is about influencing what other people do and change what they do. It's not that much that we do really. If you want to change the waste ops, we got to go to the waste peoples, for example. So if we can borrow them, work with them and really get them on board to deliver these things, we'll be much more effective. But I think as well, like if you're making commitments, if you're making statements, you need to back it up with some resources. Otherwise, it's going to fall on its face. Another interesting experience that I've had, which I might share if I have a minute, is to sell sustainability efforts with some other argument than sustainability, if that makes sense. So at the recent World Cup, we really wanted to reduce the number of diesel generators for temporary power, for example. And we did all these calculations. We ran workshops about biofuels, about, all sorts of things. And we came up with these solutions where we would use a fully electric solution instead of having diesel generators, so plug into the grid essentially. And we had a lot of engagement with the utility provider or whatever. Did calculations, cost was similar. We did calculations, there was, thousands of tons of CO2 emissions being reduced. We were super excited as a sustainability team. There was local air emissions going away. There was noise going away. Great, fantastic. And it kind of fell on deaf ears because we haven't done this before. This seems complicated. But then we were able to show on a drawing of the event plan the amount of space that this solution was taking compared to the solution for the diesel generators. So diesel generators, tanks, maintenance staff, trucks going in and out became much more complicated from an operational perspective. We could then just plug in with the electrical plug, really small installation. And then people got very excited because you solved the problem of logistics. You solved the problem of space. You solved the problem of trip hazards. ugly fences, smoke, noise, all this stuff. So we could have, TV reporters doing stand-up kind of reports next to it where it would have been a diesel generator in the past. So if we can find the angle where we sell our sustainability efforts, but we kind of keep the sustainability credentials to ourselves and really show the value of these things to other people, then home run or slam dunk or whatever you want to say, But it takes a while to really understand what makes other people tick. But if we can spend enough time with them, we will get to it.
I just want to build on that to say, thinking about when we think about ESG and that risk, fuels can pose a physical risk to a space. We are an indoor space, so if we're having forklifts, cleaners, other things like that, if they're running on some sort of fuel, that reduces air quality. So we can talk about improving air quality for people in our building, our team members and our fans as one thing. We can reduce our physical risk and potentially reduce our insurance costs if we do not have to have these fuels on site and we're able to switch to electric vehicles like that or anything else. So thinking about that, when it comes to ESG is, again, that risk, whether it's physical or financial risk, is you could start to make the shift that way. And then also, say we have a bunch of people who do all the maintenance on our building. They would love to upgrade some things. They would love to, fully switch out to LED lights, say. Like, okay, yes, we want new lights. Maybe we haven't been able to get the capital improvements. That's always cut, something like that. You see that a lot in buildings. Well, hey, now we can say, here's the return on investment. If that hasn't been presented before, by investing now, here's our return for long-term savings costs. One, you don't have to replace lights as much. Two, you're going to reduce that energy bill a little bit. So again, putting numbers to things can help bring people along.
Yeah, that's right. And find numbers that are not necessarily just energy savings. I mean, replacing LED lights, great for energy savings, but not having to replace the lights every couple of years and reducing maintenance, that's where the big cost is. Cost saving is from people that are more expensive than energy.
Yeah. But at the same time, I think we need to see sustainability from a different perspective, because can be able to be a new revenue stream by itself.
Yes.
Like sustainable practices can attract a lot of sponsors that they have now. They have a dedicated amount of money directly for these purposes. Back in the days, they had just a sponsorship budget, but now, and later like a CSR budget, let's say. But now I think a lot of companies have a dedicated budget to be allocated for not only for CSR, but for directly sustainability practices. Also, with your green initiatives, you also have access to green funding in different countries. So this is very important to have this perception, not to know actually that sustainability can be a new revenue stream.
This is really interesting. And you're seeing more and more commercial partnerships around that, official green energy provider or backup battery something, or official reusable cup provider, whatever it might be. So there's plenty of these things, right, that can be explored, and it's really interesting as well.
Yeah, a few days ago, I had a discussion with Danielle, and we were talking about how a football team in the UK, they had one sponsor that they give them £2 million a year to do some activities together. So just from one sponsor, they get that amount of money. And that means something. It means that they actually believe in these things. They're just not giving money for nothing, of course.
Yeah, we're trying to think about that too. How do we highlight the sustainability efforts of our partners to showcase what they're doing as well? On the reverse side, bringing it back to risk, you have to do your due diligence to make sure they are doing what they say they do, because all of your partners are tied to your reputation too. So you want to make sure those brands are doing what they say, because that will reflect back on your reputation. So I think sustainability folks on sports teams can help do a little bit more research or ask the right questions to ensure that that company is doing what they say they're doing. if they're going to give you money and promote that message. So there's a balance there, and sustainability folks, they can identify those opportunities and also ask the right questions.
And I think this just line of reasoning also applies to your supply chain. Like especially when you bring on new suppliers, and particularly I think for mega events, where the temporary supply is just huge in terms of stuff. It's a different challenge, but if you have an ongoing operation, you also have very significant supply chains, quite complex sometimes. But how do we do the due diligence around there? How do we set requirements? How do we perhaps influence a different industry, which is somewhat adjacent to us, but still, directly linked to us? If it's shoes, jerseys, local food, beverage, cleaning products.
And it's a global supply chain now.
Sorry?
It's a global supply chain nowadays.
Oh, it really is. It really is. And also,
I really hope that.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to go back to my earlier one of my first points, that like sport is so complex and you have so many touch points, so you're touching so many different industry sectors with your supply chain. If it's all the different things that are required to make sports happen, it's so many different sectors that you can focus on.
I think our panel achieved to destroy all the dreams of the people in the audience that aim to work in sustainability sports by letting them know that they have to think about everything. They need to have the most holistic picture, marketing skills, communication skills, selling skills. No, that's amazing. I'm just kidding. Conscious of time, I would like you to give me your final comments on what the future holds for you and your organizations, what your future aspirations, and maybe Danielle, you can start.
There's a lot to come here in the future. We are looking at how can we improve our waste diversion and our operations, thinking about green cleaning in that way, thinking about energy conservation and efficiency. How do we fund those projects? And again, what is that return on investment? Pulling all of that into the company. And we can move forward a little faster now that we have someone on staff dedicated to this. So I think that's hugely important, is we can move a little bit faster. And then thinking about those partnerships and sharing those stories. So there is so much to do, and I'm really excited to do it. But there's just a lot of opportunity. We do have to think about those risks, and that will always be there. But there's so much opportunity. And yeah, you do have to think across the company, but that's a pretty cool part. I don't have to just work in one area of the company. I get to work across the company, and that's a lot of fun.
Amazing. How about you, Orhan?
Yeah, for me,
new ambitions.
Yeah, obviously, I'm trying to utilize the power of sports to help people manage their emissions, help people to get ready and influence and use their megaphone to influence their stakeholders and their staff and their supply chain and their fans. And at the end of the day, perhaps get ready to survive and keep going. The climate is changing. Let's get ready. How do we do it? And we're here to help on that journey, be it here or elsewhere. Back to your previous points about having to know everything about everything. No, you don't, but you need to be able to engage with people and get them on the journey. I think from now on, every job is actually a sustainability job, not just a sustainability manager.
Very good point. Thank you. Themis, your final input.
Influence, number one, educate, because you need to educate everyone. Like, we need to be educated as well. And I think also we need to break down all the challenges that we're going to face. We know there's going to be a lot of resistance to change from a lot of people. We're going to face a lot of financial constraints, of course, lack of knowledge. Again, we said we have like a big and complex and global supply chain. So we need to break down all these challenges, and according to where you implement your strategy geographically, like take under consideration the local communities and work with them, along with them, and just try to change.
I just want to add one thing. I think it's hugely important that we have to work together on this. don't just focus on your team, your company, or sport. You know, go talk to other people and other teams working in other sports, working events, because it's going to take collective action and collective knowledge to really move things forward.
And share best practices, of course. Like we're all together in this. We're not competitive. We just try to work together towards a common goal.
Couldn't agree more. And I honestly could stay and discuss these issues for hours, definitely. But I will let you guys start your day in North America, and us, Themis, and myself, finish our day slowly. So I wish you the best of luck and success in your future. And thank you so much for putting together such an amazing panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.